show fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door, with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man without slumbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not gorging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon ma mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella non so che tiene buon ma mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia va di te tuo, un garzon bello giocondo ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushkin is birch shelan.
Gentlemen, DreamLeague Season 26 qualifiers for SEA, and it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, it's been quite a while, sir, since you and I have been on the mics together, I want to say. It feels like it's been months, John. How are you going?
It's been all right, Mikey. I know it's been about a month, I think, since the last time we had a cast. You know, it's been busy with other tournaments elsewhere that we've had some free time. You had your birthday. Happy birthday to you, Michael Phoenix. Glad to have you back. I traded one hairy freak for another hairy freak for a day. It is what it is, you know. But it was a fun time yesterday, and we've got a fun time here today, Mikey. Talon is in the lower bracket because they messed around yesterday. They picked Beastmaster first 3 games in a row. They ran it in pause 1, pause 3, which was the only game they won, and then pause 2, which also didn't work for Mikado. So I don't know if Talon shake things up today. We'll have to see because their life is on the line. Their hopes for EPT points is on the line here.
I'm not gonna lie, John. I didn't watch the game, so I was kind of shocked when you said that they lost with Beastmaster 3 games in a row. Well, 2 games out of 3, because I was like, wait a minute. WS Beastmaster, that's usually pretty damn pog. And there you go, Johnny. The only Beastmaster game was thanks to WS. So there you go. Yeah, they call me Mike LaProphet for a reason. I could have prophesized that as soon as I saw it. I mean, you know me, Jonathan. I would have told you, tell them we're going to lose 2 games that series. I would have said it. Sadly, I wasn't there to witness it, but I am here to witness today's loss, Jonathan, of course, of Talon against Execration. Yes. Go on, what are you going to say?
This should be a fun one, you know. Just a little bit of a tidbit for all of our viewers. We have some interesting pub names. I think we've had a lot of Pinkman fans. I think Castaway yesterday was also named Pinkman equals Mr. LA for whatever reason. And now we have Pinkman #1 fan. He's a Indian pro player from all the way back. I think the last time you and I casted him was not even the Acer leagues. It was like ESL India. Like, the actual ESL India Premier League. That was like 2018. So it's a name that we haven't run into in a long time, but apparently he is still doing stuff in pubs that are causing him to have fans. But I don't know, it keeps the spice going. That's what we really enjoyed yesterday. There was a lot of spice, Mikey. Akashi was all chatting when he was up against Talon that match. He was like, "Kick me for this?" Question mark. And Akashi, to be fair to my boy Akashi, and to kind of reel him back to reality, it's been months, Akashi. You've been in several teams, but I like the spice. The spice is always good. The spice keeps life good.
You never forget. You never let them forget. I don't care if it's been years. You never let them forget what they did to you, John. Never. Good on you. I'm sad I wasn't there, Jonathan. Obviously, Hairy Freak got to enjoy that. Like you said, John, you've got your Hairy Freak number 2 here, ready to cast with you here today. And luckily for us, Jonathan, draft is now officially underway. Of course, before we do show that, in fact, not before, after we show the draft, Jonathan, may I remind people that while you are the Talon Esports ambassador, you would never, and I repeat, never would you be biased in anyone's favor in this series. Never.
No, and this one's a coin flip. And I'm never biased, In fact, I'm so unbiased towards Talon that when they take a loss, I berate them the most possible. If you could recall the CDPC, where when they took that one loss, determining whether or not they could go to the Bali Major, I just told them to give up. I was almost at the same point yesterday because that was honestly the most pathetic display of Dota I had. Props to Essence, not taking away from them. They played really clean, and Talon played really bad. That's the one thing, I'm not the kind of fan who's like, oh, they're going to take everything. I'm the kind of fan who's super cynical. I'm like, oh, here we go. We're going to be throwing again, boys. Get your hats together. This is just like Red Bull making their car 10 times harder to drive. It's just a little challenge along the way to the Constructors' Cup or whatever, if anyone watches F1. I don't know if anyone does.
Let's take it easy. We're not sponsored by those guys, John. Let's take it easy. We're not giving them free shout-outs here, Jonathan. Forget about those damn things. Anyway, speaking of SCA DPC, John, how can I forget? I mean, nobody got paid for it, so, it's kind of hard not to remember that SCA DPC happened. Anyway, Gyrocopter and Nature's Prophet have been the first pick. Like I said, John, you never let them forget. I don't care how long it goes on. As long as I've got a microphone in front of me, I'm going to be talking about the fact that those idiots owe people money. Talon, final ban to come.
And we get ourselves a classical opening with the Gyrocopter coming. Why do I say classical opening like it's chess? Like E4, D4, it's like, yeah, all right.
I mean,
classical
it is,
opening right there.
It is the classical opening. Yeah.
Yeah, Gyrocopter comes back out for Execration, some flux into support. More than likely just going to be safe lane early on. Same thing with Talon, going for Nature's Prophet. Likely just a pickup for Natsumi, but there is some flux options. We've seen a little bit of support Nature's Prophet on 4, rising back up. Jokem has... I haven't seen him play it recently, but I know he has played before from all the time we've been casting him. And it does leave a lot of options open. We see the bans coming out, Morphling, Tinker, Magnus, TA, and Terrorblade, and the Tusk being picked up for Execration. So now you have this very solid lane of Tusk Gyrocopter, good rundown potential, a lot of aggression, especially as you approach level 2, level 3. But even level 1 is pretty dangerous if you do get tag team and manage to isolate away whatever WS and Jokam will end up playing. For Talon's part, taking care of the Venomancer, plus the Darkseer, and the usual PA ban, which they love to ban at that point, 3rd ban overall for them, into the Beastmaster ban, which is surprising, considering that this was their grand idea yesterday of just opening with Beastmaster. They don't actually do that today. And they pick up the Wind Ranger now as well, which is mildly confusing. Like, we have seen a little bit more Wind Ranger come in. The kill shot facet is pretty cool. I will admit, it's a fun one. It reminds me of... Do you remember the time when Wind Ranger had global power shot that would execute? I think that was peak Wind Ranger gameplay. That was fun. It's not quite the same, but hey, it has the essence of it, Mikey.
Yeah, it does. I think this is a little bit more balanced, is the way I'd put it, Jonathan. Although it is still kind of broken, like, let's not lie. It's not very fair that you have a hero like Axe and then you've got this crap as a facet, but, it is what it is. Look on the bright side, at least Axe is an Earth Spirit where they're going to ignore him every single patch. Talon. You see what they did to my boy again, John? You see that crap like this?
Yeah, they murdered him.
Murdered him. Sub patch comes out, every hero gets a little bit of a change, whereas Earth Spirit not there. He's not there.
Yeah. No.
He's not there.
You know. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
I mean, it's like they took a little stick of TNT, just stuck it to Earth Spirit, and said goodbye for a few years. He's had his moment, Mikey. No, I still, yeah, it's a few years, maybe a decade. That's a few years, right, Mikey? And maybe by then you'll have an actual good cosmetic on Earth Spirit. Who knows?
That's very funny, John. Now you're really making the jokes happen here, John. Come on now. Cosmetics, you say. Talon, they go for a Centaur pickup, which is pretty standard. Gyrocopter, Tusk, probably not going to enjoy going up against the Cent quite as much as they would have liked other position 3s, but still a pretty strong safe lane duo from Execration, as they are going to bring out, of course, the ever so popular Ringmaster.
And it is, and it was the highlight of yesterday. A lot of big Ringmaster plays, a lot of great saves with the box. I will say, I feel like this hero is still one of the most annoying heroes to have to play against. The box is annoying. I really hate Impalement Arts. Like, why is it so cheap to throw out? Why is it so effective in poke damage? Why does it do so much? I feel like that's just the biggest... I don't care about the save. The save's been balanced well enough. Tame the Beast, fine, he has a farming tool, whatever. That's cool. That's okay. Impalement Arts is really my biggest issue with this guy. Why does it work that way? And now you have this long-range poke. It could be really nice to play with in lane. You're likely running that probably as a pause 4, just because Gyrocopter Tusk lane is just a lot better, but you can't afford to shift things around. If need be, run Tusk 4 instead and have that Ringmaster poke come in a good lane. Although Dawnbreaker Ringmaster is already a very good time. So you do have some great global presence. This is a great response to the Nature's Prophet, of course. If you see him teleporting around, split pushing waves, you've got the Solar Guardian to kind of respond. As long as someone's right next to him as well in that general area, you can force fights nicely here on the side of Execration. The one thing I would say for Execration going for this kind of draft is that you don't really have the most amazing ways to lock any of these heroes down. You have Snowball, you have the Punch, you have the Starbreaker and Solar Guardian, but it's not reliable, and up against something like the Centaur Stampede, if your shards in particular don't really lock them in a tight spot, then Talon should theoretically be able to just weave in and out of these fights and choose how to engage, especially with its Puck pickup now. Nothing like a Hex, nothing like a Shaman Shackles here to lock in Puck. Makoto should be free to just dance around here.
Yeah, it's a Makoto Puck, of course. Can't underestimate that ever. Obviously very good against heroes like the Dawnbreaker as well. Just very annoying when you are committing that Solar Guardian. Sometimes you can just get cancelled out. But overall, I do like the Puck coming out for Talon. It does look like a pretty aggressive style of lineup, which is something you'd kind of expect from Talon. But at the same time, John, something else that you definitely expect from Talon is if the early to mid game does not go well, guess what, Jonathan? This draft, it'll probably split push forever. And that's all you want if you're a Talon fan, because God knows we're probably going to be sitting here for 5 hours for this series.
Please, Mike. Last series started at 8. The actual game probably started closer to like 8:45, and then we had like a series of pauses. I think the game 1 went from 8 to like 9:30, 9:40, and then game 2 was like an hour. Game 3 was a little bit shorter, maybe 40 minutes if I recall right. That was a series, Mikey.
Was that Talon?
And it wasn't. No, that was not Talon, because they already got to the lower bracket at that point. So they already lost. It wasn't Talon, fortunately enough, because I swear to goodness, if it was them, it would have been even longer.
Yeah.
We do see Silencer and Jakira being banned out, along with the DK and Ricky being banned out by Talon, expecting something on the mid to try to counteract this Puck. I do still see something like the Monkey King option. So I think that's the safest bet here for Lewis, if that's what he'd want later on. Talon, for their part, likely looking for a support. I know it's been nerfed to hell, but Nyx Assassin into Dawnbreaker is never bad. And I think there is a lot of value in that with Ringmaster, with Charo as well. Instead, Undying sneaks its ugly rear back out. So we do get to see some good softening up here.
What was he doing, John? He blew his rear back out, Jonathan. What did he do?
Yeah. He's not a pretty fella, Mr. Undying, but he is fun to play.
Pretty enough to have his rear back blown out. Jonathan, my goodness, poor Undying.
Look, English, not so good English, okay, Mike? Don't make me break out the Filipino accent so early in the day.
Before we started casting here today, we were talking about a birthday gift.
Vinyl.
True story, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I got a vinyl record player because I want to listen to vinyls. John believed the way to pronounce vinyl was vinyl, which is that's one I would have never guessed from you, John. How'd you manage to screw that one up?
I don't know. I've always heard it as vinyl here. I'm not sure. Is it
But
is it
it's
an American
VY,
thing?
John. No.
It's VI.
Oh.
It's VINYL, isn't it?
Oh, well, now I look like the idiot, don't I? You know what? Moving on.
But
At
your
least I pronounced it
pronunciation is
correctly.
correct. Yeah, no,
doesn't
your
matter.
pronunciation is correct. And the Monkey King that we were expecting does come out. We're off the rails already. I missed this, Mikey. Oh, what a great day ahead of us. We're going to be losing our minds by 8 p.m. local time here. Monkey
At
King
the
into the
very
puck,
least.
of course, feels great. Yeah, yeah.
I've made ESL put it in our contracts that Talon are not allowed to have the final series of the night. I've made sure that's happened, Jonathan. So on the bright side, we don't have any Talon games to end us off. That's how we avoid being up all night.
Yeah, and then, if Talon does end up making this lower bracket run, we're not in charge of that last year's where Talon is going to play last. So
that's
we're
that's
safe.
a seek and strike problem. Forget about that.
That's just a seek and strike problem.
Send it to seek and strike. He can deal with it. I don't want that.
I do appreciate this draft from Execration. It doesn't really cover all their bases. They are looking to plug some holes. Like this lane for Monkey King into puck, again, is pretty damn solid for the Monkey. We've been seeing a lot more of Wukong's Faithful pop out in comparison to Simeon's Stride, mainly because of the points you lose in your, in having to level up that extra point in Tree Dance. So I think it's had a lot of people reconsider the value of that and the timing of being able to Simeon's Stride around. The lane matchup for Monkey, as we've seen before, once you hit Brown Boots, you can kind of run down this puck. Mikado's going to have to work double time against that. And in terms of teamfight control, it doesn't necessarily provide you with more. Again, Stampede is still pretty damn good here from WS. Your hard hold into the Wukongs isn't particularly amazing. It's down to how well Talon and Execration kind of posture around these fights. I will say that I am very keen on seeing what Cuckoo does on the Undying. He has gone for Rotten Mitts, which always struck me as encouraging offlane core a little bit more, or the old pause 1 Undying where you'd go Echo Saber, you'd run someone down, you'd get more zombies up. It is still useful on support, but I have to question whether or not it's as useful as the additional strength on the Soul Repeal, considering that durability gain. So I want to see if Cuckoo can really maximize the value from that shard somehow, or that facet somehow in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think the facet, the rotting mitts or whatever it's called, it's an interesting one. I mean, I personally have used it before in a support role Undying, but it does feel a bit underwhelming because you don't generally have much time to sit there right-clicking, and generally speaking as Undying, you are looking to sit back and just get your tombstone down, spam a few decays, get a soul rip in here and there, maybe die, respawn quickly, go in. You get my point, John. I mean, it's not really the style of gameplay for a support Undying to walk up to other heroes in the middle of a fight and start hitting them. Because you're just better off just spamming decay. I'm not sure how this will go.
Yeah, I'm keen on seeing. I mean, then again, if you do play with Undying, like being Flesh Golem centric, the damage amplification is going to feel pretty damn good whenever you get those hits off. And mind you, there is a cheeky combination where you are playing Undying with Wind Ranger with Killshot. Like even as a support duo, there's some kill potential there. So there is some good poke into just a kill shot coming out while you're Flesh Golemed up and right-clicking people with damage amplification. It can be quite nice that way. We'll have to see. I think the lane combination, though, is pretty solid overall, right? Like you've got Sprout and Tombstone that could work together really nicely here for Cuckoo and for Natsumi. They go for a late smoke on both sides. And Talon is a little bit more split up for this one, so there's room for punishment from Execration if they do manage to get the good break here.
Nice ward drop here from Makoto. He's going to see Palos that was smoked up. Meanwhile, the rest of Execration now going to see Joe Cam getting a nice boundless to start. But Joe Cam is just going to skill up the wind run and run away. So I suppose you would at least force out the wind run, but even then, like, you might have just wanted a wind run level 1 anyway, just to trade harass in the lane. Not really that big of a deal. Meanwhile, Talon fighting over this top rune spot. Shank's going to take a fair bit of damage from this Greater Tree, as he's going to try and get aggressive onto Cuckoo. But it's not really well advised. Like, this is a level 1 Undying you're up against as a level 1 Tusk. It's not a good time.
It really isn't. And
WS. He's also having a bit of a bad time here. John copped a couple rocket barrages, but he's alright.
Yeah, that's the one thing that you will have in spades for the bot lane at the very least. You do have decent amounts of magic damage. Again, you think about this Ringmaster and the Impalement Arts poke. You think about the Rocket Barrage plus the Afterburner facet. Chasing down WS is not going to be too hard. Doesn't have too much to try to block off that damage. Not much Jokam can do in the first 2 levels to kind of even it out. Still, taking a look at that mid lane, of course, you've got the Monkey King versus Puck matchup. And again, this is pretty solid for Lewis. Mikado shouldn't be too bad off until like level 2 when this Monkey King can apply a little bit more pressure once he has the Jingu up and has one of his first Wraith Bands up, building into those brown boots. This is not as smooth for the Puck. Mind you, we've seen Mikado play against Monkey King before, and he has managed to find some ways to work it out, but I do feel like this matchup is a little bit more researched on. Like, more proficient Monkey King players have figured out how to just completely crush this lane every single time, for the most part.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like, it took people a couple of years to realize that Monkey King can just hit people from a mile away, apparently. And that's usually a good thing in the mid lane where you're 1v1. And well, as you're seeing, Makoto, a nice juke on the Boundless, at least not allowing the Jingu Mastery proc. But yeah, this lane does not get any easier. I imagine Makoto probably will be forced to start slowly jungling as the levels do come up on Lewis. Meanwhile, of course, bottom lane, we are looking at a bit of a chase onto WS, but there was a creep wave to soak up some of the Rocket Barrage, so nothing really going to come out of that. And this is something else we were kind of talking about. Like, the Centaur, it doesn't really care so much about the Gyrocopter. You know, you can just soak up all the damage, as long as you don't overextend too much. And even with CML there with the Empowerment Arts, it doesn't really feel like it's going to be enough. I feel like if anyone, you're going to try and catch Jokam. But that's going to be a bit challenging considering he does have Windrun.
Yeah, it is a fairly annoying lane to try to whittle down. However, you do put WS in a mildly awkward position, right? Like, he's never going to be healthy enough to try to come in, try to get Hoof Stomp punishment. And your levels on Jokam are pretty far back, considering that he's been out-poked in this lane with the Impalement Arts and with a couple of threats from the Flak, and just some right-click out from Palos every time Windrun is down, which is a lot of times, as your uptime isn't particularly amazing at level 1 Windrun. There is some threat, again, if you manage to connect your Hoof Stomp Double Edge into the Power Shot Kill Shot. There's some opportunities that can present itself, but you're going to have to wait until maybe level 3 to really start to feel that presence. And for now, it's going to be smooth sailing for Palos, getting that form that you'd want to see on the Gyrocopter, and it could end up into the Power Treads and maybe a Falcon Blade quite fast. The top lane, last lane we haven't looked at, probably the most awkward lane for Execration. Running double melee into an Undying is never great, even though that double melee is a Dawnbreaker Tusk combination with Tag Team, which theoretically just runs down lanes, as we've seen before.
I thought Shanks might try for Natsumi. Seems like Jewel was just like, nah, bruv, I'm a bit too far away to try. I think level 3 for the Dawnbreaker, you could try to make a play on Natsumi for sure. But it is definitely risky. You don't know if Cuckoo has skilled up Tombstone, which currently he's holding on to the skill point, so he's waiting to see if they do want to try and abuse the combo here between the Tusk Dawnbreaker. I think you might want to try it though, and Natsumi, you can see how afraid he is. He knows at any moment he could get caught by the shards. But it's still very awkward though. Cuckoo's doing a pretty good job of just keeping tabs on Shanks. And even this Greater Treant makes it pretty difficult to sneak up onto Natsumi. Are they trying on Cuckoo? I don't think so. They're going to try on Natsumi. Here we go. Can they catch him though? The Greater Treant blocking Shanks back. They do finally catch him, but Jules getting quite low. Who wins this one out? Natsumi's man fighting, but no, they do get first blood on CML of all people. WS ends up going down. Shanks ends up killing off Natsumi. Meanwhile, Jewel dies to Cuckoo. And now we've lost CML.
Yeah, I mean, all that poke down bot is pretty devastating. And if WS isn't too careful with how he balances that HP, and if he gets too aggressive, the poke continues. Cuckoo, though, isolated way.
I mean, they've got him in the shards, but it's a pretty awkward kind of Starbreaker from Jewel, and it's not going to be anywhere near enough. Shanks trying to run, Cuckoo on the chase, one more decay, and he gets it. Might cost him his life, but no, apparently probably not even that. Cuckoo will just walk his way out.
Does need a little bit of a reset, but again, you can't afford to get too aggressive for 2 melees into Undying. Even if Natsumi looks nice and juicy to kill off, nice and easy to kill off, just having the protection of Cuckoo is more than enough to kind of make that a punishing ordeal. At the least, Cuckoo doesn't really have that much HP and mana. He's going to go for a reset right now. Will get killed off by the neutrals while getting that pull off. So he will at least come back in with the necessary resources to help play that lane. The tougher time for Talon is still that bot lane. WS is still stuck at level 3. You've got some solid lane management coming out from CML and Palos. Palos is still free farming Storm. There's really not much Joachim can do to provide some relief there. And they even have room to get CML going through the gate up top. Might be able to get a good flank here onto Natsumi.
They could. Cuckoo is back though. He's got that level 2 tombstone up, so he could drop it straight away, but they are just trying to jump in onto Natsumi and take him down immediately, and that they will. And with that, they should have plenty of time to just go after the tombstone, but Cuckoo, trying to protect it, is unable to deny it off. So a pretty big win here for Execration. I believe Jewel even picked up that gold from the tombstone on top. So the Dawnbreaker going to be sitting very happy right now.
He is. And Cuckoo's along without tombstone now.
Ooh, was very far forward, not respecting CML, maybe sticking around, and they had no vision by the Twin Gate either, John, so they had no idea if he'd left the area. It's a bit of a mistake here from Cuckoo, feeding more gold back the way of Execration, and I guess he's playing positive on dying, John. He doesn't care that much, but I think you'd much rather not be feeding gold away.
You certainly wouldn't want to be doing that, and now this game just gets a little bit tougher, right? Like, as long as you bring the numbers up, managing that tombstone, managing the undying is a lot easier. You don't really have a lane for Natsumi to feel safe in, so he's forced to jungle early, which the Nature's Prophet can do. It's just not going to be a great feeling considering how much Joel will get out of the lane. Level 5 already. Level 6 is going to be accelerating in a solo lane for him. He's going to have that option of Solar Guardian relatively soon considering this game time. And Talon are just off to a bit of a slower start. We have been a little bit quiet on mid. Mikado has been managing mid against this Monkey King matchup really well, considering that we were talking about how favorable for the Monkey King this is. Mikado is still finding some decent farm. It's just he's not able to really connect anywhere just yet. Maybe if he gets lucky on the next power room, things could start to look up here. He only got an illusion, not really the best thing to pin a rotation onto. And even if mid's winning, the side lanes are losing bad enough that this early tempo for Execration, it can start to be a problem.
No, it certainly can. I mean, it is pretty impressive. Makoto has, in fact, hold that thought, because bottom lane, Shanks does find WS, and with the shards to block the way, WS has no chance of getting away, especially with that call down out of damage. Meanwhile, top lane, they'll try again, taking down Natsumi very quickly. Now looking for the tombstone, but Makoto's going to try and protect it, but he cannot. It does go down. Still, they do even have Lewis rotating over, so they cannot finish the kill onto Jewel or CML. A very quick rotation from Lewis, ensuring they could not keep up, and the power shot from Jocam not landing either for the execution onto Jewel. So happy days for Execration, Jonathan. I mean, a nice rotation attempt from Makoto, but he just doesn't quite have enough yet to be a real threat, especially when Lewis is hanging about. And if you're Talon right now, I mean, this start of the game, this is really not what you want. This is a very ugly start for Talon.
No, and it's going to get worse, right? Joel has Solar Guardian up. They can play around with the mobility of the Monkey King, the ability of Lewis to just be across the map and set up kills that way. You're already seeing a lot of activity out from Shanks, keeping that constant pressure bot. This is one key thing with Talon that we've seen with how they play, right? Like, WS is a big part of how Talon kind of sets themselves up from the offlane. He's had a really slow game. He is still up there in terms of net worth, at the very least, above Lewis. Natsumi's actually copying the shorter end of the stick, but he's certainly not getting that tempo that you normally see. He's normally within top 2, top 3 of net worth. His Centaur just on a really rough start, having to go back for Blade Mail, something like the Blink priority's not going to be there. Extra durability isn't quite there as well, especially considering all the magic damage that is also flying out, along with the physical here.
Shanks is trying to sneak in. Makoto, he does see them. He saw the rotation, so he knows they're hanging about. I mean, this is all allowing Lewis to just keep farming freely at the end of the day anyway, so Makoto, well, he's actually going to try and chip away at them, and does reveal that he is very well aware that they're all there. Probably just kind of expecting them to leave the area and just leave him alone. But Execration, a lot of pressure. Just a lot of sentry wards being placed, D wards happening, ensuring Makoto cannot have the freest game he's looking for, and even the power runes at 10 minutes. Being guarded very heavily, though Lewis getting quite low now. Does have some stick charges, and they will force out the Solar Guardian. Meanwhile, double damage rune for Cuckoo being picked up, but Shanks is going to block the way. Cuckoo's going to try to fight with this Flesh Golem. even dropping the tombstone. In fact, they're still going. Here comes Natsumi. They're going to try and force the fight underneath the tombstone. Shanks should at least be going down, and Jules in trouble as well, but Jewel, he'll get his way out. Shanks will be the one to drop. The chase is on from Makoto, but oh, Makoto. He went too far, John. Everyone else, they chased the tusk. Makoto, he was fighting 1v3.
Yeah, a little bit too keen there on Makoto. Kind of split apart, still trying to look for easy pickoffs, but you don't really have any of those options. They are buying some space out, at least getting some activity out for Natsumi to try and catch back into this game. But it has certainly shifted fully into execution for this early tempo at the very least. Not really remarkable in terms of net worth. You are getting a lot of free space out for Palos, whose Chrysalis is only about 50 gold away. Farming pace kicks up, a lot of fighting presence early on as well for the Gyrocopter once that's up. The one thing for Talon is that their objectives are relatively healthy, outside of bot, which will be committed on. And again, you don't really have options to initiate just yet with how far behind WS is from his blink. So you can afford to just keep clumping up with this on the side of Exe. There's really nothing stopping you just yet. Talon just have to play a waiting game. Wait for either Stampede to be back up or just wait for the blink to be fully finished on WS. Until that point, you don't really have anyone that can connect all too well to Mikado, unless people just kind of run into Cuckoo. That's been the ideal for Talon, and even that is not really a particularly great fight. They will try, though. They'll smoke out, Tombstone's back up, Focus Fire's there as well, along with a Coil. They need to find a nice, easy target for themselves, though.
I mean, they've got themselves Lewis. That'd be a nice one if they could deal with him. Instead, though, Palos is even juicier. And he's half HP right now. Cuckoo, he's going to break his smoke. Stampede, of course, going to be popped, and Palos is trying to run. There should be no escape. A very strong rotation here from Talon, finding the primary target that they could have looked for. And, well, with that, Talon, of course, they can sit back and relax a little bit now.
They put a dent in Palos was pretty progress. He's already at the Chrysalis point, though, so he's not going to be hurting too badly, rushing into the Ags next, but they are keeping the pressure up in certain ways. Like, they've got room down bot, they managed to push it in. Natsumi's reaching that point where, you know, once you max out this teleportation, you're going to be across the map, you're going to be farming, you're going to be playing catch-up really quick despite being bot in net worth at the moment. And the levels are starting to rack up, right? Especially, I would say, for Cuckoo. Once Cuckoo has some value points in the Solar Rip, maybe the maxed out Tombstone as well, killing off that Tombstone's a little bit tougher. You will have to walk in. You are like 3 melee heroes into an Undying. You do have 2 range to kind of poke at it, but whether or not Palos is even in that equation is a different story. They are trying to sneak around in this top front.
They're going to find Cuckoo. He'll drop the Tombstone. They're ready to fight once again. Makoto with a very nice Dream Coil, landing on 2 as they will snowball away. But here comes the cavalry. Joe Cam with a very nice shackle. They'll find CML. There goes Shanks. And now Jewel set to fall to boot. And I suppose this is why they're trying so hard to shut down Makoto. Just so much emphasis by this support duo in the mid lane trying to slow this man down. But it's just a Tombstone plus a Dream Coil, and suddenly you just can't fight.
That's just nightmarish. Again, a lot of these engagements, you're not going to have Palos early on. So you don't have that big right clicker who can just try to machine gun down the Tombstone. You can't really hope for your Ringmaster to just right click Tombstone either. It's not quite the response you'd want. And going back to your point there, Mike, about Mikado being the emphasis, as the game goes on, this puck just has a freer and freer time. It's down to the fact that, again, you lack hard stuns for a puck. You kind of have to catch Mikado by surprise. You've got to get a boundless strike from the tree line, time that well with, say, a snowball into a punch, and hope that's going to be enough to give you a burst window to kill off this puck. But as the game goes on, you start to get more tools out for Mikado. He's working into the blink. He's got more damage now with Witchblade. He is starting to play aggressive. They've got Stampede to always back them up now as well from WS. He's been very smart about when to use this. Mainly on the defense, a couple of times on the offense when it's mainly just jumping, gap closing onto Palos. But they've got a good read as to how to play around the eccentricities of their draft on Talon and kind of make up for the shortcomings of the slower start. There's still a lot of recovery to be done, but they do manage to wrangle back a slight net worth advantage their way. 8-8 now, with less around 1k up for Talon. You are getting room out for Natsumi. He's got the Maelstrom to start accelerating that farm. Execration for their part, Bill. Still willing to run and gun. They've smoked up. They've got the Orb of Corrosion. They're working onto the Mage Slayer now for Lewis, and they're looking to punish. The issue is their vision's not really catching anyone down bot. They do have the sneaky ward by the Secret Shop, and that is something that they can try to run down if they so wish, but they want the easy target. The Centaur has just been a sitting duck. WS, again, has not had the best of games. He has managed to recover, equalizing his farm with Joel, and he does have his blink up. So it might be a little bit more complicated to try to catch him out if you don't manage to get that clean initiation. They could try to sneak the Tormentor here, but Talon also has the same idea.
They're coming. They are coming. Talon smoked up, but Execration seem to know that they're on the way. Power Shot will make it pretty obvious. So Lewis, he'll just hang by the tree line, hoping that a Power Shot doesn't fly right through him as well. That would be a horrible start if you are Execration. Nice wraparound here from Talon. They might find Shanks first. In fact, they will. Shackle's going to lock him down. They'll even drop a quick decay and a stun from WS, but a nice box being committed here by CML. And now the snowball. It's going to buy a bit of time. Shanks, though, does still finally go down, but WS now in trouble. Surely they can take down at least the Centaur. And they can. It's a big call down, locking them in. Talon in big trouble. They'll lose Cuckoo as well. Eventually. Makoto, does he get away? The chase continues. Impalement Arts. Will it land on the Makoto? It does not. A nice phase shift and a jaunt away. But Jokan, he's going for a fight again. He's going to try. Onto Jewel. Nice shackles to lock. He's got two of them low. Meanwhile, Makoto, though, has dropped. Lewis does take him down. But they'll take down Jewel now. Well, hold on a minute. What's Jokan doing? Oh, Natsumi found him. Oh, Lewis gets taken down a boot. What do you mean? What? How do they lose like that?
I think they get a little bit split apart. You saw Lewis just trying to eye out Mikoto. Mikoto knowing that he has to kind of weave in and out to provide that space for Jokam. Because if they just back out, it's going to be a straight loss on Tormentor. That's worth way too much gold to give away early on. Even if it does cost them a couple of cores there on Talon's end, they know that they have to stop that Tormentor take, and they do protect. They're not going to be able to take it themselves, but they do stall out that gold swing that would come out for the side of Execration. They stall out, say, a nice power spike with even just the Spotlight coming out, if it did come out for the Shard on CML. If he gets the RNG win, just more tools to have to contend with on Talon. And they do just kind of double down in that area. It is a very messy set of fights, though. It's not the cleanest way for Talon to kind of engage. They tried to burst down Shanks. He's tanky enough without having really any tank items up. Although Mikoto? Token.
He's the Makoto thing. It's a classic Makoto puck. Just, you know, showing himself being a bit of a nuisance and just leaving. There's your Ags up now on Palos. So, you know, he's getting more and more of a threat on this gyrocopter, but as you saw that last fight, while he has plenty of damage, it doesn't really seem to matter unless he can stand there and survive through the onslaught of Talon. So they will go for that Tormentor now, the bottom right. And eventually Talon should be able to get it. It's taking them a little bit of time, but they'll get there. Jokam now with the shards up for himself. So you've got the Gale Force now available for Jokam, which can make a pretty big difference, especially in these kind of tight little, you know, these tight little routes that they have been taking for these fights. And if you are Execration, again, I think Palos, like, while he is still top of the net worth board, I think you are looking for more. Like, at least a BKB into Satanic before you're feeling really confident.
It's going to take a little bit longer in that build-up. Not too long, considering the amount of space Palos has been given. But we are ramping into that point where if you were going to try to shove out, it gets a little bit more challenging. You know, Natsumi has his full Mjolnir. They're trying to siege
Palos.
mid.
Very nice shackle from Jokam. Palos, he's in the middle of nowhere right now. He doesn't want to die like this. They'll drop the Solar Guardian, but the Dream Core is going to lock them down as well. And now the big stun. WS is in with 3. Palos is gone. Shanks will try to snowball himself out of this one, but he's going right back into the arms of Natsumi. That'll be 2 down, and maybe make that 3 as Lewis. Trying to run, cannot make it out. Has to go for the fight. In fact, Jokam's not done. He'll find another. Shackle to lock down Jewel. Is it a full team wipe? CML's been caught out to boot.
God.
Jokam. I mean, you know, you don't see the Gale Force really use that effectively most of the time, John. But Jokam showing us the beauty of it.
And he is. This Atos is doing a ton of work as well. He's not even using it to set up. He shackled first into the Atos as a follow-up stun. And the potential for, I think that's one quirky thing. Power shot with, say, a full Gleipnir now with the added AoE bonus on Gleipnir. I mean, it used to be a farming tool for Wind Ranger, but it could be a potent tool to just kill people off once you have that up. They'll take Roshan off the back of it. Mikado now has a secondary life, already slippery on the puck. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to take care of 2 lives on him. And Talon take control at 11-17. A 7k lead coming out for Talon off the back of that. Off of just really Mikado and Jokam poking mid, waiting for the rest of the team to show up. And I have to say, WS is delivering goods. He had a slow game, the investment's paying off, just the Vanguards making him tanky enough to cop through the majority of the physical output that the side of Execration is leveraging. And once he has his full Crimson Guard up, you're not going to get that burst window out for Palos, and even to an extent someone like, say, Shanks with a punch. Bursting down these heroes on Talon becomes that much harder for your Gyrocopter, your Monkey King, and your Tusk, even your Dawnbreaker. So you're going to have to find a way of either isolating out WS, forcing a fight while he's not with his team, forcing fights away from these points of control, away from the tier 1, away from the towers, if at all possible. But it's Talon that's kind of in control of the map. Like, they're clumping up bot, they're playing that split push up now with Natsumi. He's almost got the Hurricane Pike for some ways of getting in and out of these engagements. And again, this split push is just set to keep ramping up. With that full Mjolnir, with this Nature's Prophet pause 1 that we've seen quite a few times yesterday. There's that Crimson Guard we were talking about on WS up and running. So your physical play now on the side of Execration, it's going to be lacking quite a fair bit here.
It certainly feels that way, Jonathan. Talon, they had a horrible start to the game, a terrible laning stage, but mid-game they're completely outclassing Execration, at least for now. Stampede committed top lane. They have found Natsumi. That's a big pick-off. Execration, can they get away? Jokam with the Gale Force at least going to lock down Jewel, but he's still got help around him. Jewel's not really that much in danger yet. Jokam's still trying to hold him down. Now the Swoop Stomp is in from WS. They'll still continue onto the Dawnbreaker. Coil is there now, onto 3 targets. They're locked in, but they've got the Wukong's command to try and protect them. They're all pretty tanky. Talon, they've still got that Tombstone going, but now it's down. And I think the fight's over for Talon. They need to get the hell out of there. Jokam being chased. Makoto going to jump back in, trying to snipe the Tusk. Shanks does finally go down. Cuckoo, meanwhile, trying to run south. Meanwhile, Lewis trying to run towards the west. Will get saved here by CMO with the escape art, but not for long. Lewis getting shackled by Jokam will go down. Makoto's on the chase again. Cuckoo will get taken down by Palos. CML is going to make it just barely. WS unable to reach him in time. But they will find an... Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. Palos getting caught by the first hero to go down in the first place. The fight lasted that long. Natsumi respawn.
Yeah, you know, Boss Cuckoo has to send the message to his fellow Cuckoos. A little tip for Palos. Because Palos did kind of chase down Cuckoo across the map, across that fight, all the way back towards that tier 1 area. And it does pay off. Talon... We're seeing a lot of good things coming out, right? Like this Crimson Guard from WS, they can afford to stand in that Wukong's, no problem. They can afford to cop some of the Flak Cannon from Palos, no problem. This durability Talon's getting as a team, this pickup from WS is just overwhelming. You don't quite have the magical damage to counteract it in a bursty way. You do have steady magical damage with the Impalement Aurits, with maybe a good Tame the Beast and Wheel of Wonder if you can line that up. But you are still heavily reliant, again, on the right clicks on Palos, on the right clicks from Lewis with that Wukong's command. And it's just not enough at this point. You even have the Pavis coming out for Cuckoo into a full Solar Guardian down the line. And as long as Talon manages to connect with these auras, killing someone off is just not easy. Like, they killed off Natsumi because he didn't have any of those auras near him. Once the whole team was on top, though, even taking a 4v5, it just becomes really difficult for you to try to use all of this farm on your 2 big cores here on the side of Execration.
Here we go again. Talon on the chase. They found Palos another time. They really can't afford to keep seeing Palos die like this. Dreamcore committed on to the Ringmaster instead. Now WS jumping in, but a snowball to save, at least for now, for Palos, but he's just so deep now. He's going to go for the man fight. A nice shackles though, Jokam locking him down. They're still trying for WS. WS somehow still alive. Finally will drop. They've lost Palos. They've lost Palos again. In fact, they lose Shanks and CML to boot. Cuckoo, he might go down, and he does to Lewis. But who gives a crap? Jokam executing Lewis for killing the leader. And Makoto, he's still having a look for more. He won't find it. But it doesn't matter, John. It's another 2 for 4 trade. Age is still intact for Makoto. At least for another 5 seconds. And Execration, John, can I just say it? I don't know why they're fighting without this BKB on Palos. I don't know. Even before the Satanic. I realize they're being chased during their own triangle, but I don't know. There's got to be better places to farm than that. There really does. Because you've got no BKB, you've got no lifesteal. Like, what are we doing?
It kind of boils back to playing against Nature's Prophet. All the lanes are shoved in. Even if they wanted to try to sneak up top or try to take control down bot, Talon just constantly shoves in the waves, makes it really frustrating for you to try to extend into that area to find farm. And just makes it nightmarish as they chase down.
I guess nowhere really is safe. John Jewel being chased here. Natsumi's going to find him. He's not locked down yet, but Makoto is on the chase with a Dream Core already whenever. He just needs to close the gap. He's got Blink in one, and Jewel, yeah, he's gone. No core necessary, I don't think. They'll just lock him down and take him out. Natsumi now picking up another kill for himself on the Nature's Prophet. Well, there's that BKB finally coming out, the Palace that we talked about. It's just, again, I think a Satanic is in order before we really see something happen here for him.
Yeah, it's just more time they need. He doesn't even have his full damage out yet. You know, staying on Crystal is going for that defensive BKB first. I think one thing as well that Execration might have to consider, it feels like you're going to need a nullifier as well. You need to take care of these barriers. Like, there is just a little bit too much coming out whenever WS, like, you see him charge forward, copying damage from 4 heroes plus Wukongs, and it takes him a solid 5 seconds to die. That's not a good sign. No. When you're all physical like this. When all WS wants is for all of you to hit him with Blade Mail anyhow, with return damage on top. It's just a little bit too much. A nullifier would be a decent pickup. It's just very low in the token pool. And it's one of those tools that will give them a lot, but they don't really have room to consider that yet. Right, like Palos now going back for the Daedalus, not opting for the Satanic first, just want to be able to have some damage on hand. You have even more armor coming out though for Talon. AC up for Natsumi, as they're ready to smoke out and keep this hunt. Like, there's still a tier 2 holding them back from the high ground. Roshan's still 40 seconds away from respawning, but Mikado just doesn't care.
He's certainly at the stage now where he just understands it's going to be incredibly hard to kill him. Like, there's just too much committal. And now with an Octarine core on top, so matters just got heaps worse. If you are Execration, at least Jewel does pick up his Aghanim Scepter now on the Dawnbreaker, but I just wonder what difference it's going to make now. Like, sure, it's going to buy you heaps of time with the evasion, the bonus you're going to get from that, but I don't know. Can they kill Mako? They're watching it. They know the puck's in the low ground of this Radiant Triangle. Meanwhile, Jokam going to rotate through to the outpost, so he'll get bursted down surely. He got the wind run off, though. He's actually fine. Jokam's out of there. In fact, never mind, he's not. He came back in. He will die, but here comes the real fight now. WS in. They're going to find at least a Tusk here. Stampede being popped as well, but nobody's dropping yet. Execration. Maybe this is the fight they wanted. They'll take down WS. Can they deal with Makoto? They cannot. They'll give up on him instead, chasing down Natsumi, who does TP away. But they'll find Cuckoo. And Jokam, I want to say for the first time this game, making a bit of an awkward error there, coming back in to try and force the fight. And does get punished for it. His whole team does, in fact. Makoto, jumping in again. Yeah, this man's just not done yet, John. CML almost dying to the damage output of this Parasma. But he does save himself with the escape art. Escape act, excuse me.
I think Jokam had the right idea. It's just the execution from Talon fell flat. The response was a little bit slower. Natsumi got caught with Wheel of Wonder towards the tail end of that fight and just couldn't engage in. And they kind of split Talon apart one by one. Like, if the response was a little bit quicker, if there were heroes on top as the shards was coming in, for example, as the Solar Guardian jump in fades and the pulses fade.
He's alright. He's alright. You were saying, John?
Yeah, I mean, that's what Execration needs to kind of do. Like, force Talon to, or try to catch Talon off guard before they're fully ready to clump back in. Like, while they're farming around here, you're gonna need some wards down. You only really have defensive wards coming out right now on Execration. You'd want something maybe a little bit deeper. maybe starting to consider Roshan as well, considering the next Tormentors whenever you want to kind of get control on those objectives. That's your ticket back in for Exa. Just catch Talon while they're going off one by one. You have Solar Guardian. You can kind of just run 2 heroes down plus Solar Guardian on top. Can simplify the game a little bit. And again, Tormentors tend to get ignored. Well, not in a lot of matches. Yesterday we were seeing quite a fair bit of well-timed Tormentor takes every single time it respawned. This time around, it's being left open a little bit more. And you do have vision kind of protecting your own area somewhat into the Torm. I'd like to see Execration try to take some sort of objective. Not even just the tower. Like, the Tormentor alone is a pretty good gold swing. Shards are always a nice little power spike to give to the supports. And that could be one way to kind of force Talon to respond a little bit erratically than you'd expect him to. Kind of just go in one by one once more.
You know, you and I haven't really had the pleasure of casting ever since these this new patch dropped, by the way, John. So I haven't had the pleasure of asking you this, but this serrated Shiv neutral item, it just feels so stupid. Like, how did this neutral item get so much? You see that? 20% of True Strike plus 8% current. I mean, come on now, that's a bit much. Yeah. And then, in case you wanted Roshan, John, here's an extra 200 damage. Oh, and by the way, you get your enchantment on top. Enjoy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly the 200 damage on Roshan. The flat bonus is a little bit much. It is. We do have a smoke on smoke as well. This could end up being quite the opening for X if they do manage to break this fight out in the way they'd want. They've got some interesting angles here.
Look at the way Talon approach this, John. They bring both Makoto and Jokam to the front, knowing that neither one of them can die that quickly, and they're already going to find at least the support CML being caught, but the Glimmer Cape does save now Palos. He popped his BKB pretty early for this team fight. They're going to stampede away. Everything's been used here for execration. They need to run. This is not the fight they wanted. Dreamcore to lock them down, though. They'll pop at least the Wukong's command to try and protect Palos on that gyrocopter, but it's still Talon moving in, trying to force the fight. Palos still looking for an angle into this one, but he's been caught out. Natsumi's got him. Palos is down. Cuckoo's still moving on for Lewis. Lewis could not deal with him. Lewis will die. Natsumi with a double. Makoto picks off another. And it's 4 down for the price of nothing. Well, I don't want to be critical, John, but that was a very, very, very quick BKB usage. Very early.
It was. I mean, I do respect that. I think Palos did have the understanding if WS did manage to get that stun, he would just be dead. Right? Like, he did manage to get that initiation on WS. He did manage to force the issue. The thing is, it just goes back to this draft. Like, with the center pickup, and we were talking about this in the draft, there's all these ways for Talon to just weave in and out. With the Puck, with the Wind Ranger, and with Stampede, they can just easily disengage, and that's exactly what they did in the last engagement. Your control here on Execration is just lacking. You're reliant on shards to choke them out. If that doesn't connect, good luck in trapping Talon in anything meaningful here. There just isn't enough to get full value out from Wukongs, get full value out from a turret like Gyrocopter.
Oh, you don't want to get picked off like that, Jewel. He'll be okay. He'll back out, but the chase is on now. Shank's trying to find a straggler, but no, the turnaround now. Talon, they weren't done. Escape Act will give him a chance at life, but not for long. It seems as though they will lose Shanks. The chase continues. The buyback from Shanks. But nobody's been caught yet. Makoto jumping back in. Bit of a warning shot here towards Jewel. And of course, WS, he had the Stampede the whole time.
That's a little bit over keen on Exe. It's going to cost them if Shanks dies again. That's a key tool taken away. No blink snowball saves, no blink punch stuns with a snowball as well, which is kind of key in trying to follow through from, say, a good boundless, if you can even connect one from Lewis to stun Auto. They'll try to compensate it with the smoke. Talon right now a little bit fractured, so if you can get a catch out here, it could lead to some good things. Although
they don't want to go up there, John. They don't want to do it. There's an amp damage on Makoto. This is not going to be fun. He's got Ags as well, by the way, John. And shards. Don't do it, boys. Don't start Roshan either. I know the serrated Shiv is making it tempting. Jump in, Palos. This is not the time. He's caught. He's lost half his HP already. He'll try to heal up with the Solar Guardian. Try to fight back, but it's not looking good. They'll drop the Tombstone now from Cuckoo. He's still man-fighting here. Palos will deal with the Tombstone at least. But they've lost Lewis. They've lost Palos. And I think they've lost the game. GG's called. They've had enough. Talon. John, let me critique Talon for a second. Their laning stage was abysmal. but they still completely outclass Execration.
That they do. I think it's a little bit of the opposite of what we saw yesterday, Mike, where Talon had some outstanding lanes and then proceeded to lose the game at 40 minutes. So this is a little bit of a shake-up. I think Talon are reading different scripts. The script writer's like, this is play 1, win lane, lose game, or play 2, lose lane, win game. And I think winning games is better. But it's still giving opportunities out to Execration, right? Like, I think the one saving factor for Talon from that laning phase was Mikado's mid. Like, the fact that you're not losing to Monkey King alone is already pretty significant for the puck. But Mikado is actually slightly ahead of the Monkey. That's not what you want to be seeing here for Lewis. He needs that tempo to get some successful rotations, to have this early timing, to abuse these side lanes, which were super weak. And that didn't quite happen. It was Shanks instead kind of making these plays across the map, finding these weak spots, constantly bullying top CML as well with the gate usage. And that opened up the game for Exa early on. But the big question was still there. What do you do about Puck? What do you do about Stampede? And none of 3 heroes were really set up to lock those heroes in, outside of the Monkey King supposedly crushing the puck in lane, but even that didn't happen here for Execration at all.
No, it certainly didn't. I mean, the first couple levels, Lewis definitely was leading in that mid lane, but Makoto again, it's Makoto Puck, John, yeah, MK does well against Puck mid, but then it's Makoto Puck. It's a bit of a, there's levels to this, Jonathan. There's levels to this kind of stuff, and sadly, we had to find out the hard way for the Execration boys. Nevertheless, I do wonder what they are going to change up going into game number 2. Of course, this is a best-of-3 series. Loser will have to be eliminated. Winner does proceed. We will go to a break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Execration versus Talon game number 2.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, ball the two, ball the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
Gentlemen, DreamLeague Season 26, of course, SCA close qualifiers here between Execration and Talon in, I might add, the lower bracket, of course. It is MLP Dota and Talon's favourite ambassador, John X Fire. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. I'm going to ensure that the Talon meme never dies with you, at the very least up until I retire, and even then I'll probably still be in Twitch chat spamming it every time I see your face. Go on, John. How you doing, Jonathan? How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good. You know, we had a good game one. A little bit rough for Execration because they had pretty good side lanes going for themselves. They had really good rotations coming out early on. WS had no game for at least 15 minutes there. It felt like he just had to sit back and farm. Even Natsumi was a little bit behind with all of those rotations in. The key issue for Execration was they weren't really set up to deal with Centaur Stampede and with Mikado's Puck. As you said, Mikado's Puck is just, you know, it's Mikado's Puck. It's been a thing since the old Talon iteration. It's been something that Mikado has shown that despite his entire team throwing, if he's on a puck, he will find a way to carry his team no matter what the weight is. So, I mean, that could be just a straight up ban next game.
I want to say it's been a thing since Boom Esports, if I remember correctly. So it's going a long way back, and you know, those were the days where Mikado was, you know, having to pick up the puck and carry his team to a second place. Do you call it second place victory? I don't know, Jonathan. I guess you know, how am I only one game in and I'm already giving crap to poor old Boom Esports? Anyway, Talon versus Execration. Forget about Boom for a second. We'll talk about them later. Execration versus Talon. Draft 2, Jonathan, underway very soon. How exciting.
Yeah, it should be exciting. I have no idea why you've got this inclination to throw Gary under the bus every single time.
I have to.
You know, we're not even... I mean, we're going to be casting them later.
Oh.
You know, there's no need to burn Gary like that. We do have Mongols and Boom Esports for the upper bracket final. One of them will instantly qualify off of that. So, you know, Gary will have all of his 10 fingers crossed somehow, and hoping that they will get into a LAN again. But it has looked pretty sharp for Boom. Nonetheless, back into the series. Execration, again, didn't feel like they were really equipped to handle the puck outside of the Monkey King matchup that Lewis didn't quite win out in the way you'd want him to. as a Monkey King, or as you'd expect a Monkey King to win against Puck. So I'm curious to see what happens. I did read someone in chat.
Yeah.
They said maybe Talon will pick Beastmaster first pick, because that was the bane of yesterday for Talon. And they do not do it. PA is actually left alone in the bans, normally a first phase ban, so PA gets picked up by Talon. This hero still does a lot. Despite some tweak downs on Methodical's damage values that did get nerfed a little bit, I think overall it's actually stronger because you get old Blur back. For whatever reason, they figured, let's just give PA old Blur, which I think was the right call, and now she's just kind of busted. She's a very, very strong hero with a lot of damage to pump out. Execration's response is the Tiny. There is room to run this on Palos, room to run it on Lewis mid. Even a little bit of leeway to give Shanks this hero as we used to see him play it. And I think as a core, let's say Tiny 1 up against PA, it is a very good counter action point into the PA, mainly because Craggy will mitigate some of the PA's output. At the same time, PA does just buy Shard, have a break on hand, and that's not going to be an issue with Craggy any longer. So I don't think it's a direct one-to-one. The earlier spike of Tiny with magic damage is pretty strong up against the Phantom Assassin, who doesn't quite have that much HP. So I'm just very curious as to see where Execration will want to run this, because you see a first pick PA, you know it's likely just going safe, and your response normally is your own core or the core that matches into that lane. And in this case, the Tiny is more than likely, if, you know, as a solution to PA, it ought to be Tiny 1, because I think a Tiny 2 at this point in the game gives too much leeway to Mikoto to figure out what he wants to do with that matchup.
We'll see. More bans to come here. Talent, one more ban to go. And of course, Execration, another ban to go before we can continue. Yeah, Execration again, I mean, fantastic laning stage, but pretty abysmal mid-game. Hopefully things can be rectified here to try and force this to a third game, as we are going to see Talent. They do at least get rid of that Dawnbreaker, which was being a bit of a nuisance at times. I can't say it was that big of a nuisance, in fairness, Jonathan, but you know, I could see how they just want to get rid of it. Execration, final ban to come. I mean, it's mostly just been carry ban-outs from Execration. Obviously, they won't have to worry about that anymore because they do see the PA.
Stuff like Jakiro, stuff like Ringmaster, Dazzle are still in the pool. Those tend to be the big ones that get banned out. So I'm curious if any of them get priority. Beastmaster is still there. And I'm sure Talon's learned their lesson. They've got the stats, Mike. Beastmaster tree is what works for Talon right now. So I'm sure they're not going to be messing around with that equation anytime soon if it's not banned out and they want to pick it up for WES. So there's quite a few considerations for Execration to have to ban out. Any of those meta supports. There's Pocket Beastmaster Hector's even... Hey, they banned a Silencer, so they keep some options open, as they will pick the Tinker up. You're someone who enjoys Tinker being back, right, with March?
Yeah.
You like seeing Tinker come back in on occasionally even mid nowadays, but mostly support. You're happy, Mike.
I'm very happy, Jonathan. Can't wait to see this damn stupid hero back in my games. Very happy to see it. Talon? Well, at least Execration picked it up, so chances are it's not going to be the greatest Tinker game in the world, but I suppose we'll wait and see. Talon?
Why do you throw shade like that to CML? What do you mean?
You know, I'll be honest, John, ever since I became a father of two, I just don't have the patience anymore. I just don't have it. I just say it how it is now. You know, before I sugarcoat it a bit, you know, I mislead the viewers. Not anymore, Jonathan. Not anymore. I tell them the truth straight up. Here we go, Warlock. You know, speaking of trash, he's Warlock, Jonathan. Tell me about this hero.
Oh, outstanding. You know, I had a discussion with the actual Hairy Freak yesterday about Black Grimoire. I managed to rave on, and we saw it in action. You know, because our Warlock didn't get any kills or assists because he was so far behind, he had one charge to pop in the Black Grimoire, and he popped it to get level 6 at around 10 minutes. You know, it's like, wow. Outstanding. And if you're winning, you don't need to pop it because you're probably going to hit 6 fast anyway if you have enough kills and assists in your lane. So it's just, you know, fundamentally, I feel like his facets really need to rework. I think that added damage on the burn on the golem with healing is fine, but I think Black Grimoire needs to be reworked. They need to do something with this guy. It's just flat out boring design. Get the Tusk out. That's a little bit more interesting design in, and you know, for Talon, having Warlock PA, it's a very stable lane. You're not going to be able to fully burst down this PA anytime soon.
10 seconds
You've got some stable setup coming through. Your control isn't particularly amazing on Talon's end. You're reliant on Chaotic Offering for your big team fight spell. But if you can connect, if you can get your Warlock in good position, Upheaval is a nightmare to contend with. So there is that at the very least for Talon in these wider team fights. Once you hit, say, a Blink timing in Jokam as well, Blink Snowball plus Punch can kind of keep track of that Tinker as well. If you can, again, pinpoint where he is, spamming out the March and lasers, that is something to watch out for on Talon once that timing's up. But before then, you don't have the most straightforward jump for the Tinker. Mischance laser on PA is not going to feel too fun as well. That will necessitate a little bit of a faster BKB. And that kind of throws the active timing if you're PA here for Natsumi into a little bit of a slower timing, which, considering how PA plays nowadays, is not necessarily a great thing. You do have that nice damage spike when you go for your full Battle Fury. You can kind of join in fights, pick up some softer targets. With a Tinker around, with the potential for Defense Matrix shenanigans and lasers being tossed around, it doesn't feel as good for the PA in that early timing.
No, it certainly does not. Here we go, Mars coming out now for the side of Execration. So what they want to try and follow up here with Execration, I mean, it's still another support to be picked up, I'm sure, unless they want to try and flex a support tiny for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Shame you couldn't get the Mars Dawnbreaker going, but, you know, it was banned out by Talent.
No.
I don't believe... You can still pick up, like, Phoenix, right, if you really wanted to here, though. I don't believe it's been quite as popular as it used to be.
I feel like... I don't know if we've seen it in pro games, but Phoenix Weaver's pretty fun. Not that you'd consider that at this point for Exa unless you run that support tiny. But probably not. I mean, Phoenix is still decent enough of a hero, I think, overall. We'll go to Wind Ranger pickup instead, which is very interesting. So they do manage to snag the kill shot their way. There's a lot of long-range poke from Execration to try to actually line up these kill shots. Some good follow-through for the Avalanche Toss, some good follow-through for the March and Laser spam, or even for the Arena plays the Morse has here. Teamfight-wise, Execration do have kind of the same issue as Talon to a certain extent. Like, Arena is lower cooldown, but you are reliant on it for your area control for the most part. Can tie nicely into the Gale. Talon, just straight into the Storm. Seeing this lack of hard control, get the Storm Spirit out. If it's a tiny mid, you lane into tiny mid pretty fine here as a Storm. And you can kind of contend with it well. If you do somehow decide to run Tinker mid, which I don't expect Lewis to do, but if you do so, it's still playable for Storm. Like, you will get static slide, you'll get your farm going, you're perfectly happy. Talon are expecting Tinker support as is normally done, so they ban out the puck. Exe, take care of the Doom. Looking for WS heroes, I see something like Enigma and Beastmaster still on hand. I'm not sure if Lycan's going to be top priority considering what you have to chase down, but that can also fit in. And they'll actually ban out the Phoenix, which WS has also run in the off lane, which would be devastating here, right? Like, you don't have the best way to protect Egg, although Upheaval plus Egg can be a little bit ridiculous. But just having Fatal Bonds plus a Phoenix with all of that AoE damage can be quite scary, especially for core Phoenix who does go for very fast Shivas or Radiance. Not something you want to have to deal with on Exa.
Certainly not. Final ban to come. Talent. Still looking for another mid ban out here against Execration. Not quite as afraid of the Monkey King as they were in game 1, that's for sure. Though I'd still say MK versus Storm is not too bad of a deal, but you know, that static slide, pretty annoying to have to go up against. So perhaps not looking at the Monkey King mid again for Lewis, but we'll have to wait and see what the idea is going to be here from Execration, as Talon is still yet to make that final ban out that we're looking for. Well, I wonder what you think about here for Execration, because it's like, laning stage-wise last game, you dominated. But then, like, mid-game-wise, it just falls apart. This draft right now, it looks much more difficult to execute as well as, comparatively to, say, last game, John. I'd say for Execration.
Yeah, I think it might be a little bit more consistent in team fights overall, right? Like, you only have to worry about Arena, and then you just toss some March, you toss some lasers, Avalanche toss as well, you feel fine. Talon will end up picking up the Beastmaster. Fortunately, or unfortunately for you, Mike, it's just going to be WS, so you don't get to witness the greatness of Natsumi or Mikoto Beastmaster here. Just a good old WS Beastmaster in the offlane, which is fine. Probably going for Beast Mode plus an Ags Rush, as we tend to see. And that does give them that stable control, especially if Execration considers something jumpy. Like Quap still in the pool, Quap into Storm lanes, not too bad. Your hard lockdown is limited on the side of Talon. Like, it is basically Roar. Snowball plus Punch can be there if you get the blink timing in Tusk, but that takes a while. So I wouldn't mind something that can just kind of weave in and out for Lewis if he could. And it's Ricky instead that'll weave in and out, which is rather interesting. I mean, this matchup versus Storm is all right. You blink in, you smoke him up. Storm can't really do much at the same time if you don't have that combination, or the smoke screen fades. Storm turns around, can go 1-1-1, double overload plus the Vortex and the Remnant. It's not going to feel great for Lewis as well. Like, he's going to have to dance around this matchup. Again, theoretically, this isn't bad for Ricky. It's actually pretty all right. But if the Storm does manage to get his spacing correct, you know, bait out certain spells, bait out the smoke screen in particular, or bait out just the tricks of the trade, then you feel pretty fine here in Mikado as well.
Yeah. It's an interesting last pick for Execration. I like the idea. Whether they can execute this Ricky mid is a question in and of itself. Currently, I'm not very confident, Jonathan, I'll be honest, because let's say you have a good lane as Lewis, right? Which he probably will be okay. It's like, where are you rotating to make these kills happen early? You know what I mean? Like, you've got a support Tinker and a support Wind Ranger. You don't really have much to play off. So I'm a little bit concerned in the sense that Lewis might be stuck hitting creeps rather than actually running across the map and finding these pickoffs. But I suppose we'll have to wait and see, Jonathan. You know, I'm predicting. I don't know for sure.
Yeah. I think the key thing for Lewis is he's going to have to work his way into the side lanes. Like, probably the best bet is Joel, like going into the Mars. There's a lot of sustain for Execration as well. Like, I like that Joel went for Victory Feast. So you drop your Arena, you get some kills, plus March on top. Theoretically, it's going to be very hard for Talon to try to burst when that control's down there. Like, Execration does have a lot of sustain lined up for themselves. And that's where it makes this game rather interesting. You've got fairly slippery here on that Ricky. You have his stupidly annoying timing with a Shard, which I feel like is just... It feels like, you know, Ricky's gone through all these moments where he's been annoying in different ways, and I feel like everyone's forgotten when this smoke screen used to be just how smoke screen was for a short period, where you wouldn't see outside smoke screen, you wouldn't be able to be targeted in smoke screen as well. It was a little bit stronger back then. And it's just a nuisance. I think there's some interesting plays you can get done with X's draft.
What have they said here,
Again,
Well, what's Joel said promote Ka it, and then Cuckoo said good luck Paps, and then he said Puro Kubra. What does that mean, John?
Joel's saying Natsumi's promoted.
Okay.
All this is good luck. But it's all Kubra's what? It sounds like all broken, something like that, or all fake. I'm not sure. That's a word I never run into.
Aren't you Filipino? Are they speaking?
Yes.
Are they speaking Indonesian or something, John? They're speaking
No,
Filipino.
just,
Come on now,
it's just
John.
a word I've never heard this word Kubra. Never.
Okay.
In my day-to-day
Anyone
life,
in
I'm interested.
Any viewers
someone
in the
chat,
in the chat, if you want to correct John,
never
which
used that word.
you're definitely going to be correcting John. God knows he's wrong every time he translates. He has no idea what he's saying. Or Johnny X Fire. Execration. Well, at least Makoto, he's going to back off at the right moment. Joe Cam and WS, though, are going to try and move on to Palos, but Palos has got help around him, but it's only CMO moving down. Are they actually just going to leave Palos to die? He's okay. He's alright. The march does scare them off enough. The thing is, though, if you're Talon, you might want to just leave him like this. You know, low HP, no regen. Make him run back to the fountain, or just bully him like Joe Cam is. Just wait. Palos forced a TP already. If you find a kill now, which is pretty, you know, there's a good likelihood, could be a pretty disastrous start for Palos.
You're not going to feel good if he does get caught out once more. At the very least, you know, you don't quite have the Hawk back up, you don't quite have the Boar back up, and the lane is shoved relatively alright, kind of close to the tower right now, so diving isn't really a safe bet. But this is going to be problematic for good old Palos. He does have a couple of stick charges up, and because he ate a tree, his Tango is lasting a little bit longer, filling him up quite nicely. Jokam is managing the lane as he normally would as a Tusk, getting the pulse off, as we are taking a gander at mid lane as well. It's that Ricky versus Storm matchup. Again, theoretically, this isn't actually too bad for the Riki. You have tricks to dodge out these Remnant, you can dodge out the Overload, you've got Smokescreen down the line if you do get the value point up, and you can apply a lot of damage onto Mikado, which Lewis has done quite nicely. So it's not a smooth lane for Mikado by any means. Lewis, as long as he manages to utilize his spells properly, should be fine to manage, but Mikado as well in that interim period will be able to clear out these creep waves with not too much contention. Like, he's gonna get his farm, he's gonna get his EXP, and he's fine until level 6 here.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Like, how much emphasis are we really going to see from this Riki as the game goes on, I wonder. I suppose only time's going to tell us. Bottom lane, Joe Camp. It takes a bit of damage, but not really too afraid yet, though he's going to move in again, looking for a range creep deny. A lot of damage being dealt by CMO. But Joe Camp's got plenty of regen. Like, he's very confident in this position. WS, of course, having a fantastic old time on the Beastmaster as well. At the very least, they didn't find a secondary kill onto, or rather the first kill onto Palos, so he didn't have to make any kind of walk of shame. And he's sitting pretty happy himself on the Tiny now. So I suppose it's happy days for both sides.
Yeah, you're getting your build-up you'd want on Palos. He does manage to ferry out some regen, although...
I mean, they're going, but CML actually just going to turn onto Joe Camp. Joe Camp's going to be the one to die. The WS almost just baiting his own teammate in. WS now trying to get aggressive onto CML, but it's all too late. Now, they were trying to abuse the fact that CML did not have much of the machines off cooldown. But it seems like WS didn't really want to commit all the way.
It doesn't really have that much to play with. It's not like he's got the Beast Mode active yet. Like, Inner Beast isn't leveled up. You don't tend to get that value point early on, so you're not feeling that additional damage with the Axis buff. And you have to respect the Avalanche damage coming in. If you don't even have the full Avatos yet, just Avalanche alone can kind of whittle down. And Jokam was playing on edge for a while with all those pulls and locks. So he puts himself in a little bit of a precarious spot. Fortify just to ensure the creep wave shoves under tower means they can try a little bit of a dive here.
Jokam, he's got shards up, will commit it. CML going to try for the TP play out. Oh, the nice Hawk dive though. So CML just hoping that'd be a creep that takes it instead, but it was not the case. CML does go down. Now Palos trying to get a little bit aggressive here, but this is a little bit scary. He knows the shards aren't up for another 5 seconds, but they're still going. I mean, Palos is really playing with fire here because Jokam, he's got it now available. Palos, what are you doing, sir? I mean, he might just be dead here. Palos getting dived into the tier 1 tower. And a lot of interesting aggression here from Palos, but obviously not really paying off.
Not quite. At the least, you know, he's not going to walk back to lane. TP's off cooldown, like you mentioned there, so not going to be hurting from that lane too badly. There's a low amount of mana and HP on WS, but he does have Arcane Boots flying in, and we'll try to get the salve going as well. Already off to a really strong start now after a little bit of that back and forth, a little bit of that poke onto Jokam. They are managing to get their spike level 3 up now. They have this potential for value point and snowball.
Top lane. Cuckoo's going to get away. Natsumi's going to jump in, and with the Fatal Bonds out, they might actually just have Joel, but Shanks luckily will be able to win run away from Natsumi. And that's a lane we really haven't discussed too much, but it seems like Talon, at least this top lane, having a really good time. And well, this does go back to the Warlock, right? Like, this hero, while we do have our questions about it, laning stage-wise with Shadow Word, it's pretty hard to actually stop the carry from farm.
That it is. You've always got the sustain out for Natsumi. Theoretically, not a bad lane for Joel, but if you do overextend, you know, there's a lot of good damage to be done with Fatal Bonds, with Shadow Word applying in an AoE now. There's some good slow, steady burn onto Joel. He's forced to salve up really early on. At the least, Natsumi doesn't really have the mana to sustain. He does have 9-stick magic wand charges up at the very least to try to get the spell spam out. And he does have that early Orb of Blight, could go just finish up the corrosion before the Brown Boots as well to keep that damage output going. I like what they've done on the side of Talon as well. They've got the tree line for some offensive spears.
Nice TP from Jokam. They're trying to move in onto the Tusk, but a nice snowball right back the way of Joel, bringing Natsumi in to ensure they have the damage. And Jokam, he's still got the shards up. He's waiting for Shanks to commit the Windrun, and now they can move in for another. Shanks trying to run, but Jokam, he'll just tank the tier 1 tower hits, and eventually Natsumi picks up a double kill on that PA, and he was already having a great old start on this Phantom Assassin, so these kills really going to start allowing him to escalate quite fast.
And it will. He's got enough to finish up his power treads or just assemble it out into the Orb of Corrosion very early on. Yeah, just the power treads coming in, staying on the Orb of Blight. You've still got this amazing mid lane coming out from Mikado as well after we've left it for a while. Again, he's managed to take control, and he is 42-15 in comparison to Lewis at 23-1. Like, this Ricky has not really achieved what you'd want it to. Mikado has 6 now, he's got the ball, he's got amp damage, he's clearing out stacks that you've built up. All of that gold bleeding away now into the storm. At least they are aware, but they can't really do anything to stop it, and Mikado is going to look for that rotation into the Shrine of Wisdom now with the timing lining up here.
Oh, he's got an amp damage rune on top. It's just such a hard task now for Execration to try and counter. Shank's going to move up, but this could be a pretty bad decision on his part unless they have more heroes incoming. CML is there. They're bringing Lewis in as well. They're going to try and commit for this. The fight is on. They will commit once again. There's Lewis jumping in now with a smokescreen to ensure that they cannot follow up. So Shrine of Wisdom, it'll be a 1-for-1. Natsumi still seems to want to fight. They might lose Joe Cam, but he gets a snowball off in time. Lewis hasn't got him yet. Joe Cam, he'll finally die. So CML to take the kill now, looking for more. But I don't really think they have the lockdown. Not at least without a diffusal blade on Lewis. And so Mikado going to be just fine to walk out with the rest of them, but they do at least punish the Tusk.
That they do. And they do find their Shrine of Wisdom anyhow as well, so a little bit of bonus for all of that clumping up, a little bit of EXP flowing their way. You are giving a lot of free room out for WS. That is still a concern. His bot lane, he's still farming up a storm. Palos has managed to just be comfy in the jungle now with the level 3 tree grab. He's got some good farm going for himself, but this timing on the Beastmaster is where it gets really scary, right? Like the Axe timing for WS already one part in, has enough for the point booster.
They're looking again, John. I mean, you see Joe Cam, he's always looking for the angle. CML will be forced to TP in. Joe Cam's still having a gander. CML, did he get spotted? No, he doesn't. They'll still try for Palos. More TPs incoming. If Joe Cam gets away here, it's a pretty big deal. That's 2 TPs committed now. Even more coming in though. Talon, they're committing the numbers. They want the big fight. Natsumi and Cuckoo now joining, and they've got the golem up and ready whenever. Oh, Cuckoo, can he drop it in time? No, he's been silenced. Cuckoo will be the first one to fall before the golem comes out, but the fight does continue. Still Joe Cam with a snowball landing on the high ground. Might mean his own death now, as the rest of Talon just looking to escape. Oh, what a shackle though. Catching Natsumi and WS. And that'll be Joe Cam going down as Talon. They need to escape. Double kill to Lewis. And happy days if you're Execration, avoiding a pretty nasty kind of gank that was incoming.
They don't quite have the vision game from Talon to keep track there either. It's not like they have these sentries in that area where they were planning to play with Cuckoo. They were expecting the fight to break out elsewhere. Whoop.
Nice Spear Arena from our Mars, but the turnaround is here once again. Natsumi has help incoming. They've got the numbers though on Execration. In fact, all 5 heroes are here and ready to fight, but can they do it? They've got pretty much a fatal bond to be committed here. Jewel, he does go down, but Natsumi does as well. Makoto's going to continue trying and does pick off CML. Joe Cam now looking for more. They'll find Shanks. Shanks, they've got no shards here for Joe Cam, but they've got plenty of mana available for Makoto, and they don't even need it. Joe Cam will get taken, or rather take down Shanks. And Lewis actually kind of reveals himself by running through that static remnant, but it won't matter. As even Palos goes down. WS, without the Ags up yet, takes him out on the tiny.
He was fairly low HP coming through the gate. I didn't expect him to just try to go back farming. I expected if they felt confident top, just stick around, maybe look for a counterplay, maybe look for a shove in as the respawns come out, but it was a good start for Execration. Like, killing off Natsumi, not losing Palos would have been a good stop. You know, even losing your supports, even losing Joel, it doesn't matter. You're slowing down this PA, you're slowing down that timing into the Battle Fury, you're hitting your own early spikes, but Talon are still managing to keep this game in their early control. 5-8, 4K lead up, 2 parts away for the Ags now for WS, almost, basically almost just 1 part away, considering that he's only 200, 100 gold-ish away from one of these components. And once you hit that Ags timing, things just get worse. You know, you've got the drums speeding away, you've got a little bit of spell lifesteal to feed off of for WS to tank the front line. You've got a really free game coming through for Mikado, as he's already working his way into his full Kaya. He's got 6 galvanized stacks up to maintain. He's got the soul ring to keep that aggression. Lewis still doesn't have the answers. Like, the Diffusal Blade is coming out soon. And the one saving grace for Execration right now is that the sentry coverage is limited just by virtue of how sentries are. They aren't stocked up as fast as you'd want them to be. You don't have the inventory space, and you might not even want Mikado to have to carry that dust himself anyhow. So it is still free for Lewis to kind of zip in and out, and that's also one of the things that's allowing Execration to look for these plays. But eventually you're just going to have someone with the dust, and that's where, again, the Ricky might lose a little bit of its luster coming into that defusal timing here. 5-8 3K lead. Again, Talon just kind of needing to build up on Natsumi a little bit more. They've been very happy to play with Mikado, and WS is still getting way too free of a game. Like, we've seen some teams, when they're up against Talon, like, block the triangle, block these side camps on top, just to ensure that his Beastmaster doesn't get the farm. He's going to have that Ags in, like, a minute or two here.
Mid lane, they're trying to secure a power rune. Makoto does pick up a shield rune for himself. Not quite the rune he would have liked, but still good. Still could come in handy. Of course, Lewis did leave the mid lane there for a moment, and there is going to be a smoke out now from Talon off the back of that power rune. They're going to head up towards the top lane. Joel is currently farming the area. Jump in from Natsumi. Stifling Dagger out, but that's going to be about... Oh, never mind. It's not going to be about it. Makoto has jumped in and committed. Joel getting the golem dropped right on top of his head. And they will ensure they get him plus the tier 1 top tower.
Straight into that push. One of the strengths, again, having that Warlock. Like that commitment out from Kuku. Just knows, alright, we're right by the tier 1. We can take a quick objective. We can buy more space out. And we're forcing a lot of issues on the side of Execration. WS has his Ags. His farm pace kicks into overdrive. We're going to work into a Blink or BKB next. Have that gap close. And the tempo we've been looking for from Exit just isn't there yet. You know, Palos does have that Echo Saber up and running. Has a little bit more damage coming in. A little bit more durability as well. The defusal for Lewis, almost there. You know, 400 gold away. And once that's up, you can start to cause some issues, especially for Mikado, who's not able to have enough mana or has to drain significantly more going into these fights. You do have some ways of stopping that. I just feel like Talon's getting away with too much in farm. Like, they're forcing these fights on their terms every single time. If they don't have Golem, they're probably not going to be looking to fight in a wider team fight at the very least. They still have control of their side of the river. No one's stopping these stacks. No one's stopping them from feeling comfy and just playing the lanes. And for the side of Exe, feels like a lot of this is just kind of down to waiting for initial blink timings, right? Like a blink up for Joel to open these fights, to follow through from Lewis. The Shadow Blade from Palos in replacement of the blink, also going to do a lot of work once that's fully farmed up. But that's still some time away, especially that Shadow Blade for Palos still needs a lot more time. The blink for Joel is starting to slowly, steadily build into. But again, it's just while you're farming that blink up, Talon's just more efficient. They're crossing the river. They're taking your camps away. They're getting that build up. They've hit their early spikes. WS is top net worth. And we will see them contest Roche. And with the drums up, it doesn't take too long here to clean it out.
Absolutely not. It's going to be a very quick process between the Beastmaster and Jokam, of course, with the tag team up. And I mean, it seems like Execration, even if they have an idea that this is happening, there's not really much they can do about it. They're not in a position to try and initiate at this stage of the game into the Roshan pit. And they are a couple hundred gold off Joel's Blink Dagger on the Mars, but not going to matter anymore. WS does have the Aegis now up on the Beastmaster. And of course, he's only a couple hundred gold away from his own Blink Dagger jump. So Ag's up, Blink Dagger on the way very soon for this Beast. And considering Talon have won practically every lane in this game number 2, it is already looking pretty damn dire if you ask me for Execration. Especially, again, considering, Don, they're playing with a mid-Ricky who does want to play off momentum. And right now, the momentum is certainly not their way.
No. Gets even worse. The free shard being taken from the Tormentor. A lot of gold coming in for Talon as well. You've got more utility coming up with Kuku. Once he has that value point in upheaval, which he's completely ignored at the moment, not even necessary just yet. 5-9, 9k lead. Talon just constantly in the aggression, right? Like they've got that blink, as you mentioned. They're ready to go. They've got the galvanized stacks. They've got the Kaya up and Mikado. They just need a target. They're set to collapse onto mid. That mid tier 1 is still up, so you have a good point of control here for Exit to try to force this fight, but They need to get a good angle out with Joel. He has to land this arena spear.
WS jump in. The Arcane Rune was at least picked up by Shanks in time, but it's not going to save his life. He is down. Now the zip in from Makoto. He'll find the backlines immediately jumping in onto Joel. Joel trying to survive. They'll drop at least that shadow, but it won't really matter. Joel still alive though. It's actually WS going down. Jokam also in danger, just trapped in the arena. They'll take the Aegis away, but can they keep the fight going? Jokam gone. WS caught a secondary time. And in fact, he is going to die. The smoke screen out from Lewis in the middle of that fight, allowing the arena drop from Joel. It really did make all the difference. They could not follow up once that smoke screen came out.
I mean, that's going to be a growing issue for Talon, especially as you approach that. Ag shard timing for Lewis. Really cheeky for Mikado, dodging out the spear, forcing out the arena. We're not quite seeing the value from Victory Feast yet, as no one's dying in the arena's blood, but it is forcing Talon to play much more conservatively than I think they'd like. They're also lacking that straight-up burst damage. We've seen a couple of fights where Natsumi's been joining in. Now he's just sitting back, working his way into the BKB first, which is the smarter play, but that does mean there's a little bit of a lack of that burst that you've been looking for, a lack of that follow-through jump-in from the Storm and the Beastmaster coming out. These two supports of Tusk and Warlock don't really provide the same kind of presence as Natsumi would, of course. And you're just going to have to recognize that going 4v5 might not pan out your way. Aegis being taken out, a little bit of that tempo from Talon knocked down. And the side of Execration starting to get confident. I mean, Diffusal up on Lewis. They're going on the hunt. They've got the smoke out. With a Ricky, very easy to try to scout forward to find some easy pickings. Natsumi could be a pretty good target if they had a right sense to go into the area closer to the high ground, but it's a fairly well-protected area with tier 1s, tier 2s still standing there.
Yeah, they're not really going to find anybody farming this area, sadly, for Execration. So they might go through the Twin Gates, see if they can find someone on the southern side, and, well, there is WS and Jokam currently hanging about in that Radiant jungle. In fact, I believe Palos may have just spotted WS out there for a moment. Doesn't really have a great way of breaking the gap, though. Oh. Meanwhile, they are going to find themselves Jokam. So it's not a bad kill if they can get it. Jokam, though, going to buy himself a little bit of time with his snowball. Can they continue the follow-up? Lewis? Oh. Okay, there you go. Blink Strike is out. Jokam, still alive. Has a blink up. Oh, no. Arena Town, they'll get it. Okay. I mean, it was pretty messy, but they got the job done.
Takes a lot of rotations out. I think Talon's happy enough to just drag all of these heroes away from their bigger cores farming, away from WS, who's relatively close by, away from Mikado, who's building into a BKB, away from Natsumi, he just wants to finish up the BKB as well, flying out now into the Sanjin Yasha. I think this BKB alone on Natsumi could lend them some favorable outcomes in fights, but not having that safety net for Mikado and for WS is a little bit of a risk. They're just going to have to play passive here on Talon. And as long as it's only Kuku and Jokam dying, you're relatively happy here. Execration, they need some bigger kills. They did double down in the Invis. You know, Palos finishes up that Shadow Blade, going to the Silver Edge for some breakage next. And the Talon just kind of need to double down on their ward coverage. They already have some pretty solid sentries across the map to keep track. Trying to get the jump on Talon is going to be a little bit trickier. And again, Talon getting them confidence with a 1 BKB will try for their own smoke play out now.
They sure will. The only person they really spotted out there was the Tinker in the mid lane, but of course CML has just gotten out of there immediately with the TP. So Joel is the next best thing they'll find if they do continue running south, that is, and for now they will not. It seems like Joel should be okay to slowly make his way back to the base. Seems pretty safe behind that T2 tower. Talon probably not too stressed about this though. I mean, I'm pretty sure they'll be looking at this kind of draft versus draft situation and just think that they do have the better scaling to go on into the mid to late game. I mean, I suppose at some point you do have to start worrying about Palos, especially once that Silver Edge is up, but now things are pretty quiet and you do have a PA Beastmaster Storm and chances are you're not going to drop off that quickly.
No, you aren't. Like, at this point, they're just really waiting for the next 2 BKBs to be online, align this triple BKB timing before taking these engagements. They are still being a little bit forward with Kuku and WS, but just kind of locking in a responsive push, ensuring that, you know, no split push shenanigans out from CML. Smoke out from Exodo. And with some timings up, with some of that damage coming in from Palos and Lewis, they are getting some tools ready for themselves. The Ag's not quite up on a Ricky yet. Again, it does have the shard. It's really the smokescreen shard that can cause issues. No saves, no heals, nothing you can do when someone's caught in the smokescreen. And that can make the world of difference here for some key pickoffs.
Oh, Makoto, he's the primary target too if they can see him, and Palos has spotted him out. The Yule Scepter is there from Joel to try and lock him down. Makoto, he's got some help incoming. Natsumi's going to pop the BKB. They do take down Makoto. It's still a good fight, but maybe not for long because they've caught out the Tiny with the roar of WS. Joel will go down to boot, and Lewis, he's been left behind. He'll go down as well. A double kill for WS, but a triple kill for Talon. And yeah, it comes at an expensive cost of Makoto, but I'd still say they got a lot of value out of that one, John. Very happy for Talon.
I don't know, they're certainly glad about that. Good BKB usage out from Natsumi. Very forced fight. Again, they're fighting in an area where the tier 1 still stands. They're fighting right by the tier 2.
Oh,
not the most well-protected area. Oh.
Couldn't even get the Shrine of Wisdom. It's the blink in from Chokam, not allowing him to take it. And yeah, it's just slowly getting worse and worse. Now with the full BKB up on WS, like, how are you even going to deal with this Beastmaster now, John? He's a big problem, this guy.
Yeah, you're really not going to deal with him. And the key thing is that Phil Makoto is stalling out the BKB. That's a very important timing to delay on Execration, as once Makoto's BKB, this Ricky counteraction is just, it's not there. Like, Smokescreen is useless. You're not going to be able to lock in the Storm through that silence any longer.
Oh,
the shard just disappears in usefulness.
Hold on a minute here, John. Natsumi's been spotted. Palos going to jump in. They'll see if they can burst him down, but this is a PA we're trying for. Natsumi's still fine. He's going to turn. He's just going to turn right away. They'll jump in on Palos. Palos still okay, but W has to jump in. The roar is out. That'll be enough for Palos. He's down. So is CML and Lewis. And that time, John, I'm going to be straight up. I don't know what they were thinking. They didn't have a Silver Edge up yet. Maybe if you had the break, you know, that would have made a bit more sense. But without the Silver Edge, there was no chance.
Yeah, I think they overestimated the damage on Avalanche costs. Like, you needed even just Joel there if you wanted that. Right? Like maybe a Spear plus God's Rebuke would have been alright.
He was 80 gold off. Just buy it. Just buy it first. Oh.
I mean, you know, it's one of those things. They have that sense of urgency. They know BKB's down. They feel like they can just burst him down in that window, and they just can't. It's not even possible now with the full Sanjin Yasha up, as Natsumi's not going to be chain stunned for too long. Roche going to set to fall. Roche number 2 with Aegis and the banner. That's going to lead into probably our first high ground siege of the game coming out at this point. Silver Edge is fully assembled now, as you asked for, Mikey. So, you know, if they try that again, maybe it works out at this point. But with 2 lives, oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, there goes Lewis. Right. And to make matters worse, John, Makoto's now bottled up an amplified damage rune. So, you know, that's problematic for this next team fight if you're Execration. WS, meanwhile, apparently just killed off Shanks on his own down at bottom lane. And now, if you are Execration, I feel like you're going to have to watch a tier 2 tower go down or 2.
Yep, you're going to have to watch your outer part of map just fade away in terms of control points. You still have March spam at least. You have the arena. You have this theoretically very high regen capability if you can burst someone down in arena. And that's a very big if. Your damage just isn't there. Like, the break could be nice. Maybe you get that burst window onto Natsumi. But once the break fades, I mean, this is a PA who went for the level 15 talent for the immaterial evasion. And that's a lot of missed chances. 53% at the moment. That you are mainly physical. That it's not going to feel great. 1 tower down, mid to go. Still a lot of time in that Aegis. They've got every spell back up on Talon outside of Roar, which is only 10 seconds off. Chaotic Offering's going to be ready to drop in the middle of these team fights. They're actually looking to force the issue across the map. Pinks came down bot. They see Palos.
Yeah, he just came out of the Silver Edge too. Palos, Avalanche not going to land. He'll have Silver Edge in 1 second, but I don't know if it's going to matter too much here, as he'll be caught out, and Palos not even trying, because he does see that Jokam's holding a dust anyway. In fact, so was Makoto. And with that, I mean, while that's happening, John, WS is still just casually pushing out the top lane on his own. He has no fear. He's just here by himself with, I suppose Jokam is around the corner, but they are not feeling too confident to try and deal with this Beastmaster, even with 4 heroes up.
No, I mean, can you really feel confident? Heck, WS even managed to get the Searing Signet up.
Oh,
right? Isn't that such a lovely combination with the axes, with the drums, popping, burn through every single time? What a lovely neutral. You know, I think that's my favorite part of the patch. The hero changes are kind of cool. Some hero changes are kind of cool, but the neutral changes has been really fun. It feels like an RPG. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. It is a nice change. It's a nice change. I'll give it.
I wonder why some people complain about it. I see some people on Reddit, it's like, oh, the neutrals suck. It's like, it's kind of okay. It's better than before. I think maybe they're just fundamentally against neutrals, but I think it's fun. I think anything that adds fun and a little bit of complexity and choice is always good.
Not if you're a Dota 2 player, Jonathan. Apparently. Not for some people, at least. Top lane. Oh, they're looking at WS. We've seen this before, though. WS might actually just turn. That's the crazy part. Like, he doesn't know who's coming. But he's still willing to force the fight. And they will not go for it, of course. They will just retreat. Not feeling entirely confident they can actually deal with WS here. Oh, they're going to smoke up, but now the rest of Talon are around the corner. This is not the timing they wanted. They'll drop an arena, but it's only onto the Tusk, and now a big golem being dropped by Cuckoo. Upheaval there as well. Makoto's going to work, so is Natsumi. Palos and Shanks both disappearing. Joel is gone to boot, and in they go for CML. I wouldn't blame them for calling it. I wouldn't blame them for just dropping the GGs here. I mean, I appreciate if they want to continue fighting for their lives in this close qualifier, but this would be an understandable call.
That it would be. They've got the banner to protect. Yeah, they call it. Paolo says they've seen enough. And Talon does manage to surge back into a win after a little bit of a rougher day one. They managed to take this 2-0 over Execration. And Cuckoo, you can stream now, Palos.
Turn that damn stream on, Palos. Get it on.
Yesterday we had Akashi saying this is what you kicked me for, and now we've got Cuckoo telling his fellow Cuckooers, go back to streaming. You know, they launch that GTA role playing. Go on, give the viewers some content, you know.
Don't worry about this Dota 2 thing. Don't worry about it. It's alright. Go back to stream. Go get the guaranteed money. It's okay. These are just qualifiers anyway. No money for the qualifiers. It's okay. Anyway, moving on. That's Talon Esports making it to round 2 of the lower bracket. That means they'll get into the lower bracket quarter-final, Jonathan. And spoiler alert, in case you weren't paying attention yesterday, their opponents will be Ivory, who took 1 game off Boom Esports in a best-of-3 yesterday in the upper bracket. So there you go, John.
And yeah, I think this match versus Ivory is going to be interesting because it feels like when I was watching that match at the very least and watching, you know, Talon versus Essence, I feel like Ivory's almost on the same level as Team Essence, actually. They've got this team coordination. They've been around for a while as this stack for a while, and I think they're not to be underestimated. I think Talon can't afford to fool around or, you know, experiment. I don't know if he was even experimenting, talking to, like, Mr. Lane, the manager. Is like, we just really prioritize Beastmaster. I don't know if they can get into that same mindset. It's like, guys, you have so many heroes you could play. Mikado could have played Puck instead of Beastmaster mid, you know, which is what he did today. So I don't think they can afford that kind of experimentation. I think Ivory is an opponent to be respected because they've surprised us already, making it into that upper bracket semis up against. Taking a game off Boom alone is kind of commendable in its own part. I don't think Boom is a meme any longer as it was maybe at the start of the year where it's a little bit shakier. It has smoothed out quite a fair bit. So this should be an interesting one to watch, Mike, but that's going to be after quite a fair bit of a wait.
It will be, Jonathan. It certainly will be quite a bit of a wait, but we aren't ready to go to that break yet, sadly, Jonathan. So you've segued me into a throw here, but I've got no throw to make, sadly. So now I've got to awkwardly come up with a new topic to make sure that the fourth wall is not broken, as I think my internet's also dying at the same time. Everything's going right here with this exit, Jonathan. My goodness. I mean, what do you think the odds are? I mean, we've got time, John. What do you think the odds are? Like, Ivory versus Talon. I know it's hard for you, as the Talon ambassador, I know it's hard for you to tell us that Ivory's the better team, John, but Can you shine some light here, John? Can you give us a glimmer of hope here for Ivory? I mean, you already kind of did, but maybe go a little bit more.
Yeah, what I want Ivory to do is to bring a different playstyle to Talon. Like, where we see Talon struggle the most is, honestly, in mid-game decision-making, right? Like, sometimes they get overzealous, especially if they have a significant lead at 10. Like, we've seen Talon at 10 minutes have a 4K lead, and then they throw it all away by 15 to 17. Ivory have to be planning for, not to lose lane. You play the lanes as best as you can, but you plan for this mid-game tempo where Talon can get a little bit confused what to do with the lead. Talon can get confused as to who should be farming, who should be playmaking, who should be connecting with Mikado. And I think that's, funny enough, not just a weakness of this roster of Talon, but it just feels like a curse for the organization where even with like 23 Savage, that was a sore point for this team. Like the mid game would be completely atrocious that Mikado was just lifting weights in the gym to carry his team, all of them on his back in that 15-minute mark. So that's where Ivory should look to really do the biggest damage. Like, bully out Natsumi, apply pressure top, ensure that WS is not able to farm up on whatever hero wants. Heck, it could also boil back to draft. Maybe you bait them into prioritizing Beastmaster and bait them into thinking that Beastmaster 1, Beastmaster 2 can kind of work for them here. Or, again, just completely shut down WS. We've seen games where WS is playing from such a severe deficit that the enemy supports could be ahead of him, and those games tend to be nearly unrecoverable for the guy. He's a very skilled player, but when you're equally farmed to the pause 4 as the offlane that play makes, that's when things are going really rough for you as a team. So that's what I want to see Ivory do, and they are a team capable of it. I think the direction that Grims and Drick takes this team is fantastic. I think they've been a good guiding force to Aizen/Gohan, as we've seen earlier on this year when you ran into them in Malaysia. They're a group of fellas that have been very well aware of their weaknesses and what to work on and how to synergize as a team. So I think that's where, again, they have to kind of focus their energy on.
Excellent. Where we can focus our energy on, Jonathan, is the break that is coming up. Of course, it is going to be roughly 2 hours worth of a break, ladies and gentlemen, before we do get into Ivory versus Talon. So don't go... Well, you can go somewhere. You go do something. Don't sit here for 2 hours. But when you are back in 2 hours, we'll be back with Talon versus Ivory for series number 2. We'll see you then.
Good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. and he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny balls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the balls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny balls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella bella non tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella bella non tiene a buon monterà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza quando donna mia la ride qua, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and krushki in the speak shelan.
These melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, yield your music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go, happy pipe, and ever mindful be to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe,
for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hair old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Salts and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene buon mancherà. C'ha la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora è bella bella danzare, tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, la ride un verso bello giocondo, ciascuna coccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in his beak shelan.
et corona premium. Laures candides ardiris absolvendum. Exuc vini,
lilting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. Alive with passions from his breath that flow, he'll draw music when he's pleased to blow. Thus at once the charming minstrel delights with sounds and enchanting tune, with sweet songs fill the air. Go happy by, and ever mindful be, to court my handsome troubadour for me. Tell him of all I feel, repeat my love at each melting touch, since to him my loyalty assign. Take thou care to tune his heart, tune his heart to mine. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Oh, many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. We twa hearing about the braes and put the gowans fine, but seas between us braid her old sin auld lang syne. For auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for auld lang syne, for auld lang syne, my Jo, for auld lang syne. We'll take a cup o' kindness yet for auld lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benight me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering. Tick tock, his life seconds numbering. Tick tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches a fish and brings him up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Caught fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance in faith that she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk at Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English alehouse, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a walking alone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die. Hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone. Hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bowls of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Gentlemen, DreamLeague Season 26. It is, of course, MLP Dota and Talon's best ambassador, John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. We're here for our second series of the day. Of course, it is going to be between the one and only Talon and Ivory. John X5, you must be excited. How the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great. This should be a fun one to watch. I think Ivory, they had a spectacular performance up against the Trailer Park Boys, who I actually pegged as the favorites. You know, when you have a team with 4-2-3, Chuen, 11, Narman, and Se, you'd expect them to do a lot better. But Ivory, again, they've been around for a while. We've seen them go on to smaller lands, but managed to take out a few teams along the way. And they've been slowly building up this team. It's going to be interesting to see what they can pull off up against Talon, who should be the favorites, but again, considering what happened yesterday, there's always a chance for an upset open now up against Talon, as sometimes they do goof off. Mind you, I've got some insider info here, Mikey.
Oh,
Talon did have some merienda. Mr. Lane has ordered, he's ordered some crispy pao buns, some crispy shopao, you know, like the stuffed Chinese steamed buns, deep fried, nice and crispy. So they've had some merienda.
I didn't know they came deep fried.
You can get them like deep fried. Oh, they're nice and crispy. It's really good. So hopefully that's energized the lads, and hopefully Ivory's had some merienda as well. You know, it's right around that time, 4 p.m. A nice little merienda to, you know, to pick you up after a little bit of a long break since our last series.
I mean, obviously, we wouldn't have the inside information on Ivory, Jonathan, because we don't have Ivory's ambassador here casting with us, sadly, but at the very least, we do always get the inside information on it. Do you think Talon ever gets annoyed, John? Like, you know, we know the bosses are watching. You think they ever think to themselves, this John X5 guy, he's saying a bit too much sometimes?
I don't think so. I never say anything that's, you know, that's too secretive. There's not like anyone tells me anything important. Like, that's the most I get. I was like, yeah, we're ordering some food right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big scoop. You know, just like the big scoop on Polaris before was, they've always had a Starbucks. Whoa, they always had that coffee every single match. They had to spend so much. That's why they're gone, because they spent so much on the goddamn coffee.
That's right.
And they weren't winning.
The baby boomers have been trying to tell us for years, Jonathan. You know, just don't buy the coffee and everything will go okay. You know, just avoid your morning coffee, John. You'll be able to afford a house in 2 months. You buy a brand new car, have 5 children. You know, it's easy. Easy. But these damn kids, they make me sick, John. These damn kids buying Starbucks. What's wrong with them? Can you tell I've had a really negative conversation with an old person recently, Jonathan, about finances? Because I have.
Oh, what happened to you, Mikey?
I keep saying
I'd
it.
like to be filled in. What
What happened
What's the
is,
story?
Jonathan, my parent-in-law continues to ask me why we haven't purchased a property in the most expensive country in the world, apart from Hong Kong right now, for property. And I kindly explained to her that you're not able to buy property with a $10 and a donkey to hand over to the person selling the house. She wasn't too happy about that response, by the way, Jonathan. May I just add? She wasn't happy. It was like this person bought their house for $30,000, recently sold it for $10 million, and they're trying to tell me how the hell to buy a property. I get the hell out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't buy Starbucks. Go buy as much coffee as you want, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, you can do better than Starbucks. I'll be honest. Starbucks isn't that damn good. You can go for some better stuff, but don't worry. Buy your coffee. $5 a day. I'm gonna buy a house. You're getting me upset, John. Can we talk about the draft? Ivory versus Talon. Ivory versus Talon. Here we go. Draft number 1 of this best of 3 series. John, I could go on forever. You know what she did to me the other day? She got upset with me because I used the dryer. I washed some clothes and used the dryer. And she said, you can use the washing line. It would save you money. And I said, sweetie, it's raining outside, hence why I've turned on the dryer. Thank you.
You know what? Not gonna lie, she sounds like a Filipino.
She's from the islands, John, so she's almost there.
It's the same bloodline. All our ancestors who fled to the islands, Mikey. It's all one bloodline. As we do have one bloodline leading us into this bloody match later on of Talon up against Ivory. And welcome to the John X Mike podcast, featuring some sort of game in the background that we occasionally refer to, Mikey.
Is this a game?
I think this game is called Dota 2. I think it's supposed to be fun. I think a few odd people enjoy it, but I think we'll manage with this little distraction in the background. As we do have the bands Nature's Prophet, Magnus, TA, and PA from Talon. Ivory take care of the DK Tinker. So they are leaving this option for the very tempting first pick Beastmaster for Talon if they want to go that route. As someone cleverly pointed out in chat a while ago, maybe Talon goes to first pick Beastmaster. And, if Ivory don't do it, Talon could certainly be tempted to do so. And maybe they'll find a way to run support Beastmaster. Mike, that would be entertaining.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. You know what I'd like to see, John? Where's the Cuckoo Mancer? Last series it was banned twice in a row. Where's Cuckoo? Cuckoo, it's time. It's time, sir. Bring out the Cuckoo Mancer. Time to get serious.
I'd like to see it. Or what happened to Clockwork? We haven't had Clockwork in a while, as we do get the tiny opener for Ivory, and Talon will take out the Monkey King. So, pretty open pick. We've seen Joe can play this. We know Mikoto can play it on mid. We know Natsumi can play it on safe. Although I will say, Natsumi safe lane. Monkey does bring flashbacks to the never forgotten CDPC where he did jump through minefields. I mean, that was Boom Esports. Who knows how many times he went upstairs. He's a changed man, Natsumi. He's not going to run through mines. But it just brings flashbacks. There's something about Monkey King and our players that just, in Southeast Asia, that just makes it mildly traumatic. Like, do you remember the time we saw the mid one Monkey jump into an arena as the trees were being cut?
Don't say that,
stuff
John.
like that.
No, you can't remind me of these things, man.
Or Eternal Envy in the trees for 10 minutes, not more.
Yeah, don't speak about Eternal Envy right now. For anyone following him on X, formerly known as Twitter, he's not having the greatest time, Jonathan. In case you haven't been updated on old EE Summer, turns out the 50-50 is still well and truly alive, John. Well and truly.
I bet you if he somehow got a gig making hedging odds on a coin flip, the coin would land on its side. 100%. That's Eternal Envy right there. I would not expect anything different.
It's unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Anyway, you've traumatized me now with this Monkey King reminder. Final bans to come. I mean, MK really is one of those picks. If we see an SCA team on LAN and they choose Monkey King, we do start to get very concerned. As Talon are going to go for a Jakiro pickup. There we go. That should be a pos 5 for Cuckoo, I dare say. Unless...
And it should be.
Unless we see the reveal of the core Jakiro, Jonathan, which I believe is now possible.
Oh! Don't get me too excited. You get the right-click talent, you go safer mid, you run heroes down. It's actually ridiculous if you get farm. Thing is, this is, you know, our admin did not set this lobby to be turbo, so hey, I don't think it's that viable whatsoever. It would be fun if we had, like, turbo pro matches as the Phoenix comes out with your Ringmaster. That would be exciting. I know there was a turbo tournament around TI, community organized.
You know why it wouldn't be exciting? Because they'd still find a way to pause for longer than the game. They'd be like, guys, mic issues, Discord. It's like, it doesn't matter if the game lasts 10 minutes, John. I guarantee pause time would be at least 30.
That it would be. Again, don't tempt fate, Mikey. Last night, our last series had some pauses and some delays, all right? So hopefully fate isn't tempted by your mere presence, knowing your luck, Mikey.
I'll fly over to the game houses and sort it out myself if I have to, Jonathan. I don't want to stay up that late tonight. Talon, they're going to go for a Wind Ranger pickup. Here we go again. I mean, look, I was going to give a lot of crap to Talon for picking this up as a support, because I thought laning stage-wise, the Wind Ranger from Jokam just did nothing. And I believe it was WS Centaur. Mind you, it was a pretty strong lane. I think it was, Gyrocopter Ringmaster they were up against, but still, the Wind Ranger support to me just doesn't really do much in laning phase. However, if we see Jokam, I know, they're doing it again. If we see Jokam performing like he did throughout the mid-game, just landing endless shackles and really abusing that Gale Force, then I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
Certainly not, especially as the Atos starts to get online. I don't mind the Wind Ranger Centaur lane. Fundamentally, it's a pretty fine lane to play. Shackle into Hoof, or Hoof into Shackle, whichever kind of pick your poison. And it just really depends on what lane matchup you're expecting from Ivory. They can still flex this Phoenix around 4-5 along with the Ringmaster. More than likely, probably just running the Ringmaster 5. They could look for the Gyrocopter pickup as well for themselves and make that lane hellish for WS again. Instead, they will opt for the Storm first. They will shift the Tiny into what seems to be our pause 1. Run that Storm Spirit mid. Storm Spirit matchup versus Monkey King is, again, for Storm, it is pretty playable, but Monkey King generally doesn't lose out. I think this lane is still very much manageable as long as you do manage to mischief dodge a couple of those overload charges. So you can still dance around here on Makoto if you will want to pick this up and not Natsumi. I think the one thing as well, which is very interesting for Ivory, is that you have the Phoenix, and having this counter pick of Jakiro already feels like it's going to be a hellish game to get your egg online, right? Like, the double hit on Jakiro means that this measly support will be able to contribute in a big way in taking down the egg, especially at early levels. It's not going to be too safe for our Phoenix to actually just use Supernova in the middle of these fights. Maybe you get something in the offlane that helps you team fight, but Sand King's gone, Mars is gone now as well. You banned out Tidehunter yourself. There's nothing really to kind of create a blockade for this Phoenix Egg to go off. And again, it's not like you're going to apply Fire Spirits to Jakiro. That's not your priority as a Phoenix here.
No, it is not. Final banouts to come. Ivory, they'll get rid of the puck. Fair enough, you are up against Makoto. We've seen this draft before. Very recommended they just ban out the puck in this scenario. Ivory. I mean, at this point as well, John, I might add, I'm kind of anticipating that Makoto might just take the mid-Monkey King. Even if the mid matchup against Storm can be a little bit awkward at times, you still do have the flex, and I don't think it's that bad. It's just not great.
Yeah. It's still manageable. Mischief dodge is still a thing. You still have that extra reach as Monkey. You can still leverage the lane a little bit. If you weren't going for the Monkey, I think Natsumi on Monkey is also fine. Again, I may have traumatized us by recalling certain things, but it should be fine. This is one of the last ways to kind of protect that egg with a Pit of Malice, provide a little bit of team fight. It's a pretty sound answer, especially into Wind Ranger, right? Especially now that Whirlwind's gone. So even looking for the single target focus with Focus Fire, as long as the Underlord's around with Atrophy maxed out, you're not really going to be melting heroes with Wind Ranger. Not that you tend to go damage nowadays anyhow. Like, its output's just heavily nerfed, but the Underlord is a very good kind of cover for both the Wind Ranger and the Monkey. Along with that, like, you have this global presence coming out with a gate. You've got a really solid aura carrier that can beef up the durability of an already tanky Tiny by his mere presence. And again, protect the egg in a good way. Lane matchup against the Monkey King is pretty alright. I would say the Monkey King is better off now on safe lane. That is a lane that he doesn't really mind, even into level 3 or 4. Monkey King should still be able to manage. You're very reliant on the Firestorm here as the Underlord to kind of shove Natsumi away. So Talon might just, again, go for that idea of going for something else on mid. Up against the Storm, Monkey King would have been fine, but you end up with Monkey King Underlord, which is kind of ideal. If not, then what Natsumi heroes are there? Lifestealer is still kind of there if you want to go that route. You don't really have great vehicles. You could infest Monkey King while he's jumping in trees, but it doesn't feel safe. Maybe the Centaur with blink timing could be good. You rip through the Underlord. You kind of do fine against Tiny. You've got some inbuilt debuff resist. They'll go with Lina. So we will get the Natsumi Monkey, and we will end up with the Mikado Lina mid. This has been severely nerfed, but I honestly feel like it still works out. Like, the damage output's still good. The hero can still melt a lot of others. It's maybe not as threatening as it once was, but it certainly still has a spot in the meta for sure.
Yeah, I mean, earlier it was just completely busted, I want to say. Like, now it's kind of like, it's fair. It's more fair than it was. Certainly still it is going to be a Makoto Lina at the end of the day, and we know how great this man can play this Lina from the mid lane. So, not too much doubts here for Talon. I think Ivory certainly looking to be the team to prove to us that they deserve to get past here, past this situation, and get past Talon to move on to the next round. I mean, I think you said it already, John, earlier, but Ivory certainly is one of those squads where you could see them knocking out Talon here in this best of 3. At the very least, I do anticipate that we are in for a third game.
Yeah, I can see it going the distance, right? Like, in this draft, it can work out. It's a very specific style of game that they have to play, right? Like, Ken's connections with Drake isn't amazing. It's a little bit better with Grims, especially as level 6 comes out here for a Ringmaster. But I think for Talon, this is the one concern I have for Ivory in this game, is that Talon's set and run is pretty damn good. You've got the Wind Ranger to follow through or set up for the Lina. You've got Stampede to get in and out these fights, especially if the Pit of Malice isn't out. You know, you're just going to be able to run away and not really care for the catch out from the side of Ivory. And it can be a little bit dangerous, right? You're running Tiny. Tiny's a very high-tempo sort of core nowadays. You'd want Blink, you'd want Echo Saber. It looks like in this case it's Echo Saber into Shadowblade / Silver Edge to line up here for Aizen. And if those timings fall off, then, I mean, Tiny's still going to be tanky and a nuisance, but you miss out on that burst window with Avatos. You're not going to be able to instantly nuke heroes down, especially as WS starts to build up some barriers himself, get some utility going for the team. So I do feel like for Ivory, they're going to have to really finagle around. Like, it's kind of down to Ken. Ken's mid has to draw at the very minimum equal to Mikado, and he has to work himself out some good angles to rotate and to start snowballing with the Galvanize.
Well, look at this, Jonathan. Smoke on smoke situation. Ivory hanging around the bottom side. You do have Aizen still hanging around that top side, but it's going to be by that T1 tower. He's okay. Talon's still wrapping around onto the high ground of that dire jungle now. So Aizen hopefully has the sense to not move in, and in fact, he'll see the Watcher being taken anyway. So they're very well aware the smoke was there from Talon. They'll just completely avoid them. And Talon don't bother trying. I mean, you do see Jokam and Aizen fighting over a bounty room, but it does go 2 for 2 anyway. Nice little start for both sides. Very even kind of start. Of course, I suppose we can start with the mid lane for once. John, you got Ken here up against Makoto. This should be a Lina favored matchup.
And it should. For some reason, Drake giving a laugh react to Huku's have fun.
Smiley
which is rather
faces.
interesting.
Oh, here we go.
Smiley facing. Already starting with the pauses, as is traditional, and start ahead with the go. This matchup for Mikado shouldn't be too bad. Again, you poke pretty nice with Terminal Runway, and you poke really nice as Lina in general. You were nerfed out on your Shard, so the damage output in that key timing would say Shard Kaya isn't as amazing, but I feel like this hero is actually just a little bit tankier. That barrier on Laguna might actually solve a lot more of her issues and not really take away from her burst potential, as it felt like the added damage on Fiery Soul was a little bit overkill anyhow. So having Lina that can just walk in with Shard, Laguna later on, is pretty scary. In lane, again, Ken can just keep playing with a Static Remnant, slide him forward, and get some CS, but you're not stopping Mikado. Unless he severely oversteps, you are certainly not going to be zoning out this Lina anytime soon. And he'll always have the poke back with the Dragon Slave and a couple of right clicks with that range advantage. So rune control is going to be key. We haven't really seen it in these qualifiers, but we used to see a lot more emphasis into the even just 2 and 4 minute water runes for the top-ups, and that is going to be pivotal for both sides to maintain their lane. So I'd like to see if Ivory has any sort of commitment to try to make that hellish for Mikado, at least in terms of refills here.
Well, we'll find out. Of course, looking up at the side lane, top lane, or rather bot lane, at the very least, Drick and Rupido. We up against Natsumi and Cuckoo. For now, things going pretty okay for Natsumi, but it's certainly not the freest lane in the world. Rupido's having a pretty good time as well, and as you can see, Drick being pretty annoying as the Phoenix, and it does start, like this Blinding Sun innate, I keep complaining about it, but I think people really underestimate how stupid the mischance gets after a bit of time.
Yeah, it gets ridiculously high, considering how often, say, Fire Spirit's damage procs. Like, that burn is constantly applying more stacks on you, and it does make it hard for Natsumi to farm up. That is mitigating some of these shortcomings for Rupido in this lane. Like we were talking about, Monkey King enjoying the melee matchup, as WS does manage to clean top. A little bit of a misstep out from Grims, but you will have to be careful. Like, every single time Brick doesn't have Fire Spirits, that is a little bit of an opening for your Monkey King to actually look for that leverage into the jungle.
Absolutely. That top lane certainly not as hard as it would have been last series around for WS and Jokam. I mean, you're up against a Tiny and a Ringmaster. As I say that, they are trying onto Jokam, but they just don't have the damage output. Nice little stun from WS to ensure there was no real follow-up, though. Aizen's still trying for maybe a tree throw. In fact, it was a toss into a tree throw, but doesn't actually end up throwing the tree in the end. Now he's fighting for a Healing Lotus, but WS will happily take that fight. And Aizen, I don't know if this is really the smart move here, sir. It is not. He's gone. I appreciate Aizen. He's trying to play on the edge, trying to snipe Jokam, trying to snipe a Healing Lotus, but you're playing against a Centaur. It's not that easy.
It's not an easy hero to burst down. You do have good magic damage, of course, but not nearly enough at this point to try to melt through. When going 1-1-1, maybe by 4 with a level 2 Avalanche, it starts to feel a little bit better. Even then, so much HP on WS, and now he's got the room to kind of get some more going for himself, as well as he has his second Bracer flying in off the back of those kills, and full wand. So, you're going to have to set your eyes elsewhere. Looks like there is a rotation for the 4-minute water rune, so both sides are emphasizing about the pop-ups just a lot tad bit here.
Jokam. And Grim's going at it. So both are going to just back their way out. No problems here. Mid lanes turned out to be very even, by the way. 21-5 and 21-6 for both the mid laners. So very even affair between the Storm Lina. Which is probably really good news if you're Ken, because it should have been an advantageous matchup for the Lina. It seems like Ken has still managed to even out very, very nicely. It seems like Jokam is hanging around, annoying Ken. In fact, Ken, as I say, that might just be dead. Makoto, Dragon Slave, it's going to connect. Was that my fault? I don't know, John.
Yeah,
that might have been my fault.
Always the caster's fault. It's always the caster's fault, you know?
Bottom lane?
Talking about player. Oh.
I didn't say his name. Rupido, he'll be fine. Thank goodness for that.
I will want to make mention. Shout out to Mr. Lane for some reason calling me in the middle of a cast. Thank you.
Oh,
that ringing tone in my head. It's amazing.
I've done it here, John. This one's actually my fault. I thought you were safe, sir. I promise. I promise. I thought you were safe. Lane's calling you right now, is he, John?
Yeah, he rang me up, accidentally, instantly dropped it. Like, sorry. I'm like, dude, I'm working. You're working.
Pick it. No. Pick it up. Put it on speaker. Put it to the mic. I want to talk to you. Put it up.
Wouldn't that be a tale?
Next time, immediately pick up the phone. Don't even hesitate, John. You have my permission. Pick up the phone. I want to talk to you.
Can you imagine next time in a pause we just call the managers up and it's like, hey, what's up? Welcome to the John X Mike podcast with some game running in the background. As it's starting to pile up for Talon, right? 4-0, 2K lead coming in, all the lanes looking fantastic. Again, we're not seeing those weaker
Ken.
lanes as Ken.
Oh, these are really nice rotations here from Talon. Very smart rotation. Ken still a while away from level 6. At least Grims does take the invis, but they had a sentry here from Joe Cam, and Grims is going to narrowly avoid the power shot. But it won't matter in the end, will it, Jonathan? It will not. Makoto with a double kill on the Lina. And Ken again, Jonathan, he's stuck at level 5.5. Makoto now level 7. And if you're Talon, you're just hoping to find Ken one last time before he hits that 6. But he should have it with this creep win.
Should find it. You know, at the least, the silver lining for Ken, because he's dying before 6, he's not losing his free galvanized, right? Like that's a silver lining. He has 3 from leveling up the ball lightning. So
you can't lose what you don't have.
Yeah, exactly it. And he's just going to have to try to recover. This is going back to the issues we were talking about at the draft. Like, all of this game, this entire game for the side of Ivory is kind of dependent on Ken. He's the guy that needs to connect into the side lanes to look for these kills. And when you just hit 6 on Storm at 7 minutes in, no rune control to speak of, you're not really in a position to get that done. Being aggressive down bot again.
They are. Rupido definitely has no out of this scenario. He's gone. Another nice pickup here for Natsumi. It makes me think as well, while we're on the topic of the galvanized stacks and having nothing to lose, what if, John, because at some point the devs are going to have no idea what to change, right? What if we just added like a debt dealer or something, like a loan shark on the map somewhere with really high interest? No, but think about it. Think about it, right? You take some debt out. Hold on a minute. Cuckoo's in trouble. In fact, Drick's in trouble now. Bottom lane, Drick is going to go down. Cuckoo will survive. Very nice kill here for Natsumi, but think about it, John. You go to the loan shark. You take out 1,000 gold. He's charging you 20% interest, right? And it's like every 5 minutes. So every time you get a bit of gold as a support, it just instantly disappears back to the bank. Think about that, John. How great would that be?
It would be great. We've had this discussion in a previous episode of the John X Mike podcast, Mike. We were even theorizing, like stocks, trading commodities. Like maybe branch value goes up and down depending on how many people buy it. It's supply and demand.
They should do it. They should do it. In fact, why not make the items in Dota 2 NFTs, John? That's the real genius move. That's the real move. Think about it. How great would that be?
That'd be amazing. Mint everything up on the blockchain right now. Can you imagine? No, you know what? Why do we even bother with Dota? Just let Dota be running, I don't know, some sort of a miner. Just let it mine.
That's right. It. Maybe that's what gaming's secretly doing to us, John. Every time we load up a game, maybe we're actually mining. Maybe that's why my GPU is sitting at 90% right now for whatever reason. Maybe that's what's happening. Joe Cam?
You know what?
Joe Cam going for that Watcher. We'll just wind run away. They'll lock him down with the Pit of Malice. Surely he dies here, Joe Cam. He will go down. Zip it. Ken wants more. He's found Makoto, but Makoto has a shield rune active, and there's no follow-up to it. So they do get Joe Cam, who was completely out of position, but that does cost them 4 heroes down to the bot lane. Just look what Cuckoo's doing in the meantime. Just casually pushing the mid lane with that liquid fire. Nothing they can do about it.
One of the strengths of that Shakiro, slow whittling down of objectives, of course. And I have to say, it's fascinating to see Makoto's build. He's just going back for the Maelstrom now. So you get rid of Magic Lina, you're getting right-click Lina back into the picture, which is fantastic, is it not?
It is.
In as much as this game changes, it kind of stays the same, because I remember casting a lot of NEDPC, casting a lot of those times, and we were seeing right-click Lina. You got the next year, we got Magic Lina back. Now we're back to right-click. The cycle continues, Mike.
Hold on a minute. Jump in. Ken wanted an Arcane Rune for himself. Sadly, it spawned bottom, so Makoto will find another bonus for himself here, and of course wants the mid-tier 1 tower while he's around. Nice light strike array. Ken, be careful, sir. Ooh. I thought he was going to Laguna for a second, honestly. I thought Makoto might just pop the Arcane and go for it, but I suppose Ken would have probably been able to dodge it with the ball lightning anyway. So in we go. Talon, easy secure on the tier 1 mid. Only Grimm's around to defend, and obviously it's not going to be enough. In fact, Drick will make his way over as well, but it's just a waste of time at this stage. Does try for a deny at least, doesn't get it.
This is opening so much map space cross the side lanes for Natsumi and WS to just freefarm. You know, Natsumi's pretty much been uncontested, working onto a Battle Fury and the Monkey King. WS has had so much free space up top, invading the jungle. Has his Blade Mail up, not too far off from the Blink. Has the Stampede in case things do go really bad for the side of Talon. And for the side of Ivory, they're just not at the point where they can kind of play just yet. Echo Saber for Aizen still a ways off. Again, he is going for Shadow Blade over Blink. So you're going to need that on top before your Tiny's expected to rotate in. You've got the Fiend's Gate, but who do you really tie that into with? There's really not much available yet for you to even consider a play. Ken is somewhat ready. 4 Galvanized stacks up, has the Soul Ring for emergency mana. Can kind of connect, like they have an option to try to play with Supernova and say Pit of Malice, but there's no clear opportunity really presenting itself. And you're not durable enough to cop through a lot of the damage from Talon if they do decide to clump up. Again, your lane matchups just didn't go the way you'd want them to. I think this Underlord pick throughout these qualifiers has not looked too sharp. On the side of Ivory, though, we'll try to go out with a smoke and try to utilize and get some action out on Ken. WS would be a juicy target, but he has 2k HP with a Blade Mail. Not really the safest target to go on.
I mean, Jokan broke the smoke anyway. They're going to try and zip forward, but yeah, it's a lost cause. I think Ken would probably be lucky that the Centaur wasn't there. They're obviously trying to abuse the fact that they've got the egg available on Drick as well, so would make life very hard in terms of just trying to deal with Ken if there's an egg right behind him, giving all that mischance on top, but they just don't find the opening. And if you're Talon right now, like considering you've already found almost all the towers for the tier 1s, the only one standing now being the bottom one, that you can just sit back and relax. In fact, look at this, mid lane, they're going to try for Jokam. He wind runs his way out. Do they dive? They will, and now they want to fight. They'll take down Jokam, but what's it going to cost? What's it going to cost? Oh, Ken, what are you doing? What are you doing?
That was definitely a little bit too greedy. I think they got carried away a little bit. They've been happy enough to just kill off Jokam. He's the 2 deaths, the 2 kills that Ivory has found. But it's just diving into a tier 1, still a very healthy tier 1 as well. Not something can clear out with a lot of TPs on hand. Talon's just been very laid back. No TPs having to be expended. It's optimistic. Again, you could argue this is space. You could argue you're building up on Aizen. He's got the Echo, but
this could be a good one. This will be a good fight. If they can get at least someone worth getting. Cuckoo's not really worth getting, but they'll take it. Issue is, Jonathan, that's your whole team down at bottom lane to secure a Jakira.
Yeah, Talon's ready. They're still in position here. Blink on WS.
Egg drop. Makoto's probably going to have to ignore that. Zip forward from Ken, but he's a little bit short, so the egg is going to explode, but catches nobody. They're still trying for Makoto. Boundless Strike off the mark. Makoto, he will die. A good start to this fight so far for the dire end, but the fight does continue as Natsumi goes down now. Aizen with the Avalanche toss taking him out. A very nice fight from Ivory. And for Talon, I mean, they went into that 4v5. They knew Cuckoo was dead. So, you know, I appreciate the confidence, but maybe a little bit too much confidence.
And it's a good read from the side of Ivory. Right? Like, they forced the fight, not just because Cuckoo's dead, but they know Stampede's down. There's no easy bailout for Makoto to run away from the egg, even though they don't have Pit and Malice to entrap him.
They're going again. I mean, WS does have that Stampede now up with Blink Dagger ready. So it looks like he wants to play with that power spike he's got. He's going to wrap around. In fact, never mind. He'll go back down to the bottom lane, trying for Rupido. Just wants the quick snipe. And they should eventually have him, and they do. And with that, of course, the tier 1 bottom tower going to be easily dealt with.
You compensate a little bit, but you have managed to recover quite a fair bit here on the side of Ivory, right? You're getting some early activity out from Aizen. Suddenly he's coming out with Blitz Knuckles up. The Shadow Blade's not going to be too far off. You can start to join these initiations. They get some decent value out from the first egg of Drick. And you are recovering some of those galvanized stacks on Ken, despite kind of jumping a little bit too far in a couple of these fights. They will surrender the Tormentor, which is another big gold injection coming out here for Talon. And the free shard out for Cuckoo is always a welcome addition as well, with Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost now. But Ivory is still keen to play. I mean, I like this understanding they have. even though sometimes it does fall flat in its face, they know they have to keep that pressure up with the smokes. They're just playing with Ken on the 2 supports, and it's a hit and run. Although WS is a little bit too tanky.
He's a big boy. I mean, that blade mail is not going to make it easy. Cuckoo's behind him. He's the target. They'll jump in on Cuckoo. They'll take the easy one. But WS looks like he wants to jump. He will not, though. So nice little pickup from Ivory. I mean, this is the kind of stuff you like to see. Just the quick pickups for Ken. Don't overextend. Just take what you get and get the hell out of there.
Just rinse and repeat. Buy that time for the rest of the team. Hold out until some ores are built up in Rupido. I think that's where the game starts to complicate a little bit for Talon. Like, he's got the Atos up now on the Underlord. You've got the double root coming in, and the stack root, of course, as you stay in that pit, which can start to make it pretty tough, especially for Natsumi, who is relying on kind of trying to jump in and out of these fights. He doesn't quite have his BKB up just yet. So there's a window where these forced fights from Ivory will, again, catch her Monkey King out in an awkward spot. And the side of Talon aren't really able to cross the river as confidently as we've been seeing them with some of these gold leads early on. Like, we're 17 minutes in, they're relatively stuck on their side of the map. There's still a lot of area for Ivory to try to play this farm game on. And again, even though the lead is at 6k for Talon, which is a significant amount, you are building up an Aizen, you're recovering on Ken to an extent. Kaya's up, the Sanj isn't too far off. Locking in the Storm can be a little bit of an issue because you don't have those stable stuns for yourself. You're reliant on a Hoof Stomp, you're reliant on maybe a really good Shackle out from Jokam. Easier said than done.
Well, Ken thought he might get caught there for a second. He does zip his way back from WS. Doesn't seem like they're going to really commit for anything too big right now, Ivory. They're just going to back off. And again, Talon are more than happy to play a slower game. They understand they are well and truly in the lead, and probably understand they've got some power spikes here with some big items that they can wait for. Power Rune, though, could be a big deal considering you do have a Storm, and they are going to at least find an illusion first. Not exactly what you want for Ken, but he's hoping for another, but he won't get it. Haste Rune picked up by WS. He wants to fight. Could he find a big... Oh, he has! Oh. He has! He found the 3-man! Oh, no! I'll tell you what, John, you could see that coming from a mile away. You saw it. It was slow motion. Perfect stunt from WS.
We have a beautiful readout from WS, and the side of Ivory just not clumped up enough, I would say. Like, if you had Rupido a little bit closer, not within the stun range, of course, but just close enough to get the pit, just close enough to maybe back up this egg with a little bit of movement backwards there for Drick. Could have been a decent turn potential, but still having that option in Aizen to reveal that Shadow Blade. Instead, you lose a couple of heroes, you lose Aegis now as well. Natsumi has a backup with that secondary life. He's only about 900 gold away from the full BKB, and you're gonna hit critical mass in Talon soon. Double BKBs coming out for Mikoto and for Natsumi fixes a lot of the issues they have in these fights. Suddenly that egg, the mischance, isn't gonna be feeling so great. You're not concerned about the fire spirits, you're not concerned about the storm burst damage, or the tiny burst damage either, and you're just free to control these engagements. So for Ivory, even though they're playing into Aegis, they still have to kind of take these chances. Like, they've got to try to slow down these BKB timings, because once it's up, you're fully reliant on just Aizen trying to thwack heroes down, and he's just not at that point yet where Tiny's just a big mean beast. And he's got his shard, he has the permanent tree grab buff up on him. I mean, it's a decent amount of output, but not enough to really burst, considering what Talon has on hand.
The smoke up. Ivory with the 4-man smoke. Aizen's going to join his team. Of course, they always have the Fiend's Gate to join in here with Rupido. Big wraparound through the mid-river into that Radiant Triangle for Ivory. Talon, though, they're hanging on the eastern side of the map. They're more than happy to just farm that area. In fact, they found an Arcane Rune. Cuckoo's just standing by. Jokam's going to go ahead and take it for himself. It almost seems like they know the fight's coming. The Talon very well prepped if they do start a fight from Ivory's end of things, and they're not going to go for Jokam again, are they? I think they learnt from last time. Though Aizen might try to blow him up.
Oh.
He sees him. Jokam's out of there. And Ken thought better of jumping in. He's not doing that another time.
Even though the Joe Cam kill wouldn't have been the biggest kill anyhow, but rather unfortunate. Aizen smoke breaks under a sentry with just enough vision on the edge. Trying to give Joe Cam that info. So a lot of time wasted. Lead built up to 9k for Talon. Looking to pressure up top, still working as a unit. Using Cuckoo as bait. See if someone bites.
We shall see. Cuckoo not going to get caught. He'll just take the Shrine of Wisdom. They are still trying to contest. Here comes Aizen, but WS again. Double stun out. Ken, though, in the backside does get shackled up here. This could be a pretty horrible team fight. They'll drop the wheel, but is it going to matter? The chase is on. Stampede has been committed. Ken's going to zip away. Looks like they have caught themselves a Ringmaster, and that'll be Grims to go down as now Aizen also being jumped. Barely avoids the stun here from Makoto. And it might be time to leave now, because Ken has regened a little bit. He can come back in for this fight. In fact, he's been caught now. The ice path from Cuckoo. Not going to really hold him down long enough, though. They'll move on to Aizen once again. Aizen dropping low. They'll get at least the Aegis off of the monkey kicks. And Natsumi's down. Meanwhile, WS, he's having a look for Aizen, but the Invi's going to save his life, so instead they'll take Ken's life. Aizen? Oh, Joe Cam. He's got a power shot. Does he want to try? No, he does. Aizen gets away. Yes.
I wish they just gave back the global power shot range for the kill shot.
True.
Why not? Right, like you would take the chance if you had global range. You're like, all right, let's give it a shot here, see if it works out. You're happy enough. Again, Talon has just been pretty ready, using Cuckoo as bait. They've got great strategizing. They had vision in the area. They're playing around where they have solid control.
Oh, he might be tempted again, John. Gale Force gonna drag back Aizen. I don't believe he was underneath the sentry until they just placed him. So maybe Joe Cam playing some mind games with them.
I think he walked into the edge of the left side sentry as he was going to the creep wave. So he got clipped again. And that's going to lead into a little bit of smoke for Talon and see if they find a position. They don't have much forward vision up top, but they chance upon Ken. Keeping the storm down, keeping him away from even more galvanized attacks could be good, but they are getting rear-ended here just a bit.
Jump in, WS. Gonna find a nice quickie. Grimm's trying to buy himself a bit of time here. Does get the escape act off. A bit of time being bored here for himself, but nothing to write home about. They'll take his life away. Ken desperately just trying to clear out the creep wave before he leaves, but oh, Joe Cam's gonna catch him. He doesn't back off in time. Man, I don't want to be critical, John. He cleared the creep wave and then waited for like 2 extra seconds instead of just getting out of there. I guess he must have assumed Talon wouldn't be coming. But it feels like the Storm's game is just too important to be kind of dropping like this.
It really is.
Well, at least maybe they'll find Natsumi. And that's a big maybe, John, because Joe Cam's here. Never mind, John. They're not going to find Natsumi. It's not going to happen. Don't worry about it.
Almost going through the gate, Cuckoo, wanting to find out what's on the other side as WS finds a little bit more for himself here.
Run, Grims, run. He's alright. Bottom lane is the push starts again from Talon. I'll tell you what, as much as I hate complimenting Wind Ranger, Joe Cam's doing a brilliant job in every game we've seen it in so far.
He has. He's been setting up well. He's, again, just going back for the reliable Rod of Atos, for some chain control, maybe for some setup into some decent shackles coming in. And I think it's also just down to Ivory not being able to play to their strengths. Again, lanes didn't go out the way they'd want. You had a really atrocious time for Rupido down bot, considering it's a melee matchup for Monkey King. He's always going to feel good. I think the key thing is we haven't really seen the combination, right? Like, we haven't seen Egg work with, say, Pit of Malice. We haven't seen maybe a good zip out with Avalanche Toss connecting onto bigger targets. And that commitment just hasn't been connecting in the way you want it on Ivory. And if you can't play to the strengths of your draft, you're really just banking on someone to make a mistake here, which it does feel like you are now.
Grims barely avoiding the stun from WS, but the Gale Force going to lock him in. Oh boy, it's just so rough for poor old Grims, who's going to get caught another time, and there is no one to help the poor guy out. He's gone. Just the Gale Force is just kind of dumb, isn't it, John? Like, I think people forgot about how much utility that Wind Ranger Shards provides.
Yeah. I remember when it was first launched and people were laughing at it, but it also had global range back then.
It did?
It was the most busted shard at that point. Maybe not the most busted, but it was hilariously insanely strong. Because you just cast it anywhere.
That was when Seb came out of retirement for the 20th time and played for OG, and he just picked Wind Ranger every single game. I remember that.
Okay, to be fair, I think that was the first of Seb's returns from retirement. His first one.
Sure?
So,
Ken?
yeah, the first into a chain of him.
Ken might be retiring soon if he's not careful, John. Ken will zip out of it. Talon. 18k advantage now. Very confident kind of lead. I mean, you look at the net worth graph and the way everyone's just stacked up. Like, Eisen, yeah, he's found some farm, but it's still a pos 1 tiny. He's just not even close to the BKB yet. Even if he has the BKB, it's... Yeah, you can stand there and fight, but you just got to be concerned about how much damage. And now you've got the Ags up on the Centaur. Workhorse is available now.
It's beautiful. We've got the Hitcher ride on Mikoto. Gonna be able to ride around. Heck, WS could save Natsumi whenever he does something. Pretty sure he's doing this as insurance for good old WS. He's like, I've seen this before. I've seen it.
It's important.
Eisen.
There you go. Speaking of the devil, Natsumi gonna find Eisen. But Eisen's the one being targeted here as Grim's going to try and help out, though I don't think there's any help in poor old Eisen. He's gone and so is Grim. It's a grim game, Jonathan. Excuse the pun.
And it is. It certainly is a grim game for Ivory.
And
for
to repeat
in particular.
Not necessarily
no,
repeat. It was pretty bad.
Just want to make sure. Just wanted to make sure people heard. People heard that 100%. just in case they were tuning out a little bit. This is to wake you up. Got a big one from Michael Phoenix.
How dare you say they
You double down. You should. Oh, they never do. You know, because they were never tuned in anyway.
Ken's all right for now, but he's going for the creep wave. Ken, Blez, get out. Oh, they didn't see Makoto either. Ken, it's a. Oh, you're right, Ken. Get out of there. Oh, here comes the real problem though. Joe Cam's on the hunt. Ken's okay. He's fine.
No.
Although no, I've done it again, haven't I, John? Ken? Oh no! Not Ken! He'll zip into the base, but it's the wrong base, Ken. Get out of it! Oh, poor Ken. He got his BKB, John. That's the good news. Bad news is he has no buyback, so that could be problematic.
Respawns are fairly short, at the very least 40 seconds for Ken. Bigger issue is that he has no galvanized left. He's going to need to take a loan out from his aunt to build his 1.1 meter home.
Well, we need the
still a ways off for him.
I'm telling you. That and dynamic pricing. Oh, dynamic pricing 100% should have been in Dota a long time ago. Rupido.
God.
In trouble. Oh, Natsumi pops the BKB. Has no stun to speak of, though, so a bit of a win here for Ivory. Meanwhile, at the top lane, Cuckoo's being chased down by Eisen, who has no Blink Dagger up, so it's a bit of a slow process, but he'll finally get there. Cuckoo, actually still alive, but finally will go down. There's now the Stampede, and the turnaround. Escape back committed. Is it going to matter for Eisen? He's still trying to make his way out, but he's just completely surrounded no matter where he goes. But he will make it barely, though. WS! The stun in again, even with the workhorse. Eisen barely escaping, but not for long. He's gone. Maybe they find the Centaur, or maybe not. WS just tanks through all the damage. Natsumi finding Drick. Escape back to try and help out. But it was all an act, Jonathan. Drick. No, he's actually okay. He's out. He's made it. But it's not getting any better, John. What is it, John?
Nah, I mean, you had WS surrounded by 4 of their heroes with Egg and Sunray right on top of him, and he still won't die. Like, he didn't even have his pipe barrier up left. It was already melted through. It's just not enough. There's no output here if you can't right-click with Eisen. And Eisen, again, he doesn't have big, beefy crits just yet. He has to finish his BKB. He's going to go for the Revenant's Brooch, which in this game is all right, although you're already playing into pipe, so chances are it's not going to feel as amazing as compared to, say, a Daedalus, but it is much more economical, at least for Eisen. And again, that's going to give a little bit of a boon in terms of output, but you're 25-7, Roche is open.
I love this Roshan throwing thing. I feel like this is the best addition to Roshan in a long time. Just starts throwing people. I love it.
You know what I wish? I wish he would I wish he'd start walking at 5 minutes. Spice up our mid lane a little bit. You know,
I agree.
If you know, someone's farming up. You know, you're having a duel. Roche stomps in and decides no fighting while I'm walking through and kills
You know these mid players, John. You know, if one of their creeps gets touched, they get upset. It's horrible, dude. You know, every time I try to gank the other mid laner, if I touch the range creep, like if that creep loses 1 HP, I may as well disconnect, John, because I'm getting trash talked the whole game by my own mid lane. It's horrible. Imagine Roshan could do that, John, just deleting creep waves 5 minutes in. Imagine Quinn on Twitter. We don't want that.
I can't imagine Quinn. I don't need to imagine Quinn on Twitter. I remember Quinn on Twitter. I also remember the many faces of Quinn. I don't know. I love Quinn. Yeah, we've met him in person, but whenever I think of classic CCNC, I just think of Optic Gaming for some reason.
Oh.
I always go back to that. It's not even his Pango comments. It's just him playing Death Prophet and Lush as the catch one.
Yeah. Escape Act at least going to buy him a bit of time to find a way out. Aizen actually jumped in, but he can't sustain himself. Makoto just stands his ground. Says, where you going, boy? And with that, tier 3 tower under siege now. Gale Force Rupido just trying to get away. Right of Atos to lock him down. Oh my goodness. Makoto now getting jumped, but the ice path onto Ken. Ken's going to pop his BKB. Makoto, he's still mad fighting. He doesn't care. Grims is down now. Call it, boys. Enough. Throw in the towel. There you go. GG. My goodness.
Yeah, I feel like...
Did I say we're going to a third game, John? Is that what I said?
That's
I
what
say
you did,
that?
Mikey. You did say that. It's on the record. You know, we were live. We weren't in the back. Our faces were seen when you said could go into game 3. I did approve of your message, so I'm equally as guilty. But I will say Ivory's draft didn't do them that many favors. This Underlord pick into the flex Monkey King. Like, we were terrorizing this Monkey King versus Storm. Storm can kind of do it, but you just throw Monkey King into the Underlord lane, and then suddenly you have a nightmare to contend with on offlane. Rupido had no impact. And Rupido is one of those offlaners you and I love to talk about. He's a big playmaking off. He loves making these big plays. He loves setting up team fights. He loves dragging heroes his way. As an Underlord, you don't really do that, especially if you're off to a slower lane. You're going to need to farm, you're going to need to build aura, and you're going to need coordination to play with the Fiend's Gate. None of that really kicked in. They tried a couple of Fiend Gates play. All that did was just give 2 kills more to Talon, especially in that play near the Tormentor bot. So I want to see some change in ideas here for Ivory, because we were kind of theory crafting what Ivory has to do, right? Like, they have to surprise Talon. And I don't think that draft was surprising in any way. I think it was a fairly standard draft. And this idea with Underlord, again, has not been panning out in the Southeast Asian closed qualifiers. So something else has to come out, especially in the offlane here.
It sure does, John, because that Underlord, I kind of want to defend Rupido by saying that it just never felt like he had those big aura items to really say to the team, let's play as 5 and go. But yeah, I mean, if you're not going to be able to guarantee the lane for him, and he's just playing 4v5 anyway, it's just, yeah. I mean, maybe drafting issue, doesn't matter, John, because game 2 will be coming up after a short break. We'll head off to that break and we'll be right back with game 2 between Talon and Ivory. We'll see you then.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was none to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell. And it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had two horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind, a covey, a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second game of the best of 3 series between Talon and Ivory, and it is MLP Dota and DreamLeague. Jonathan, I'm not going to lie, I didn't even know we were coming live. I'll be frank with you, Jonathan. I was kind of worried we weren't. But now we're here, Jonathan. That's because I accidentally muted the producer. Look at that, Jonathan. Turns out it's my fault again. My apologies to the producer, who's probably been trying to tell me for the last 2 minutes that we're going live. Go on, John. How are you going?
Yeah. Doing great, of course. We're into game 2 here. Ivory looked a little bit rough around the edges in that game 1. Talon looked like they're sharpening up, but they're also having a little bit of fun. WS going for the Centaur Court is always fun to see, of course. We'll see what sort of shenanigans come in and whether or not we'll get that Underlord for the nth time that hasn't really paid off for every single team that we've seen. We'll see as the draft is ready, and we should be able to see it. The adjustments here for both sides. Talon do open up with a Nature's Prophet, and Ivory take Mr. Conehead himself. Darkseer does make its appearance after a while. Haven't really seen this in our qualifiers yet here in Southeast Asia, but Darkseer does still feel really good. Push out the lanes. You can always course correct when something's being shoved out. Just a couple of Iron Shells coming in. You have some decent combinations to play with it, although I would say the Nyx Assassin combination has fallen flat now, mainly because you don't get that insane farm from Nyx anymore, with Mind Flare not really killing creeps any longer, so that might be a little bit less valuable, but I'm certainly curious to see what Rupido will get to pair up with a Darkseer of his own here.
So upset they changed that, by the way, John. You know, for the first time in Dota 2 history, I enjoyed playing Nyx Assassin. That Mind Flare just deleting creeps over and over again. I can't believe they changed it. I can't believe it. Why? It was fun. It was fun, John.
It was. I was honestly a little bit surprised they sniped that way. But, you know, now you just got to play like Nyx Assassins used to. You know who used to play Nyx Assassin before Mind Flare killed creeps and you could farm like an insane maniac? Mr. PPD himself. Oh, I mean, it was all the way back. That's the last time I remember it being relevant, when I was watching a PPD stream when he was still active, when he was still on the team.
There was a lot of things that were still relevant back when PPD was around, Jonathan. Ivory. They'll go for a Ringmaster pickup. You know what would have fixed that Nyx Assassin problem real quick? Dynamic pricing, right? Because if you had to pay a dynamic price every time you bought Clarities, because that's what you did, right? It was Clarities and Mango spam throughout the jungle. Now imagine Clarity suddenly went from 50 to 100 to 150, Jonathan. Right? Demand. Supply and demand. Shopkeeper can't keep up. Think about it.
It's painful. What if you had a stock system, not just for the consumables, but even all the items? You know, like only one person can buy a BKB.
I agree. I agree.
You know what? That would be interesting. I don't think it's good, but I think it'd be really interesting to see how people adjust. That would be fun.
The only item that should ever go on sale is Divine Rapiers. Like, just as the minutes go by, they slowly get lower and lower in price. That's what I think.
That would be beautiful.
Unsurprisingly, Jonathan, they'll go for the Wind Ranger pickup.
Can't fault them. Jokam had an amazing game. He's doing pretty all right in lane. He's copying all the harassment. He's freeing up the lane for WS to play in. So I don't mind that whatsoever here for Talon. I am curious as to what they'll want for WS in this case. With the NP on hand, that should just be Natsumi's here. Although we have seen some pause for NPs. Jokam can maybe consider that, and you toss Cuckoo on a Wind Ranger, but that just sounds really awkward in lane. So you're likely just sticking to the Natsumi NP. For Ivory, again, this Darkseer, we're not seeing its lane partner yet. You don't have the option for Tusk. And here comes the clockwork for Cuckoo that we've been asking for. The old rickety player gets the old rickety man in a suit for Talon. And, you know, Cuckoo plays an amazing clock. Clockwork didn't really get touched up too badly in this patch. It still does what it does. And I am keen on seeing how much Cuckoo can bring out. Because it was this hero that we saw from him when he just joined Talon that I was like, wow, Cuckoo's really shut up since the last time we saw him on, like, Blacklist or, you know, one of the random Cuckoo stack. He certainly looked to be in top form. And it always just kind of connects to me now. A recent Cuckoo, at least. You know, the classic Cuckoo combination is always Venomancer, of course. No wish for that. No luck with getting that wish fulfilled, Mike.
No, certainly not. More picks to come.
You know, Mike, going back to your point about, like, supply and demand and economic system, do you reckon you can, like, make shorts on these purchases as well? Make like a market predictions and get some gold back? Can you game the system that way as well? Do you reckon?
You got me thinking now, Jonathan. You've got me thinking now. Because this is a serious topic, Jonathan. This is something that could happen in game. I don't know. I've got to do the math, John. I've got to do the math. I don't know yet. If Valve want to contact me and hire me to make some patch changes, Jonathan, at any time, I am available. I'm available as we speak.
Could you eventually buy a home through Dota 2 in game? Eventually, just skip out. This time they won't tell you, "Oh, stop with a coffee." They'll be like, "Oh, don't buy tangos." You could just do without. You have natural regen, right? Like DK has natural regen here, so you do get that picked up along with a Ricky. So it's a rather eclectic draft from Ivory, mainly because we tend to see DK mid nowadays. DK safely and still works. Aizen has played this multiple times, of course, and all the facets feel pretty good. People have recognized that the Frost facet is decent enough, and we've seen a little bit more of the Corrosive Dragon as well. And Talon, seeing that it's triple melee, go for the Tidehunter. You've got your team fight. Anchor Smash is going to be annoying to deal with for the Ricky or the Dragon Knight. And you're establishing, again, a very stable lane for Talon. In fact, Talon has established something even more important, with only Cuckoo's Clockwork ruining it. If they went for Venomancer, it would be perfect. Almost a green draft, Mike.
Oh, that's very true, Jonathan. Almost. Not quite there, but almost.
They should have gone Venomancer. It would have been perfect. And then you last pick like a Mikado Viper, and that's it. You're done. You've got the green draft.
It's all over.
The green wall.
More bans to come. Ivory looking to ban out a mid laner, I'd assume, for Makoto. Should definitely be a mid lane.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting, a secondary team has gone for this Ricky pickup in the second game against Talon in a row. Obviously, we saw the first game around with Execration running it. It did not look very good. There was moments where the smokescreen did certainly pay off, but it was against the Storm after all, John. You kind of expect it to pay off.
I feel like they're going to run it support. Pause for Ricky with Darkseer. That's your lane combination. They're banning out safe lanes in Talon. They're expecting the mid DK to come in. I wouldn't mind it as much in Pause 4. Because you can just be annoying, you jump in, you level up Smokescreen a little bit more. Tricks is still important, but you can't afford to invest across your skill points just a tad bit better. And again, you have this decent enough Iron Shell combination that's not too shabby, so I'm keen on seeing what comes out there. And it's also interesting, Ivory ban out the Beastmaster with a Monkey King. So are they expecting some sort of weird flex with Tide? Are they expecting Mikado to have considered Beastmaster mid? Were they expecting Mikado to take the Tidehunter mid, the NP mid? It's rather interesting because, again, that Beastmaster is flexible for Talon, as they've run it 1 and 3 and 2. Talon,
I think that's
again,
just the idea, isn't it? It's just like it's too valuable to give to Talon. Too valuable.
Yeah, I mean, I can get that. It's just that I was not filled with confidence when I saw like the safe lane for Natsumi, and quite frankly, even Mikado looked to fall flat on that mid. So I don't know if the flex is really there. And again, if they do flex here for Talon, it's going to be interesting to see. Because if you did run Tidehunter mid against DK, if you are expecting just DK mid, that's still a decent lane. You walk up, you anchor smash, and voila, you just farm. You're not going to die. You're not going to get outpoked in the lane. You're durable enough on the Tidehunter. And no one cares about runes, so that's certainly a possibility. They covered their bases here on Talon. They just banned Puck, and nothing silly like that. Just the Storm slides out. You do not have the best stuns for the Storm. Smokescreen can be annoying. I think it's all right.
I mean, I think so too, based off what we saw last time around. But yeah, I don't know. I guess the thing is for Talon, they're probably just feeling so confident right now. Like, they haven't dropped a game yet today. Game 1 between them and Ivory, just let's be frank, John, it was pretty one-sided. Did not look very challenging for Talon. I don't know. Maybe this is the game where Ivory show us that they're not going to go down without a fight. Maybe.
Yeah, I think this could be it. I mean, Ken has a pretty free Ember game, all things considered. There's not much to really keep him pinned down. What you have, Shackle Shot. That's really it. Maybe a Ravage or a Hook Shot, but those are ultimates that you're going to have to commit to catch the Ember. The mid matchup is a little bit slower for Ken. I would say Storm Spirit is pretty happy in that lane. Ember, I mean, double impact is always good, but you are still susceptible to like overload charges. You could get that 1-1-1 on Mikado, although we rarely see it nowadays, but it's certainly feasible in the melee lane matchup. The thing I'm most curious about from Ivory is whether this Gambit on the Ricky support with the Darkseer is going to pay off. Again, on paper, it makes sense. You Iron Shell Ricky, he Blink Strikes in, he just becomes a nuisance on that lane. It's just that level 1's going to feel awful. Level 2 is still going to feel mildly awful as well. And I think that's where Talon can just keep that lane in their control, get the initial farm and levels on Natsumi, get some pulls going with Cuckoo. It's double melee into a Clockwork. Sure, it's Darkseer Ricky, it's an Iron Shell combo, but you're going to get entrapped in the cogs, and that just complicates that lane. And even the lane for Aizen, you still end up with a DK versus Tidehunter lane, which, again, for WS should be a pretty manageable lane, all things considered. It's a melee matchup, you anchor smash, there's really not much else to it. The long-range poke from Grims is going to be really important, at the least, in terms of trying to poke at the Tide before he gets too much out of the lane. That's going to be the key thing now for Grims, just relying on the Impalement, or it's maybe a couple Team the Beasts when the opportunity arises. But for Ivory's sake, their lanes have to go a lot better with this kind of draft here. If they start to fall behind, you're going to get split pushed down by Natsumi. You're going to have this big, beefy Tidehunter up front. You have a lot of ways of connecting with the Storm as level 6s come up. You know, Hookshot for Cuckoo. You've got a lot of ways of just bursting these heroes. So Ivory has to shape up in lanes with these heroes they've picked up for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we'll see what happens. Ivory, again, backs against the wall. They lose this game, they're out of the qualifier. It's going to be a big smoke already here from Talon. Natsumi will not join his team. He'll head down bottom, but Talon will head off as 4 through the river. Meanwhile, a 3-man smoke from Ivory down on the bottom side, and they're actually running directly towards Natsumi. But Natsumi, still on the high ground, should be okay to scout out eventually with these treants. In fact, he does back off at the right moment as well. Being very careful not to say the wrong words here in case I jinx either of these teams here, Jonathan. Vision will give them the info that Natsumi is there, but seems like Natsumi just going to let the Greater Treant do all the talking. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade, though, in terms of bounties, so this time around, a bit of a better start already for Ivory.
And it is. You're going to be happy enough with the gold injection. Going to be pretty important, especially in the mid lane. Right? It's the classic Storm versus Ember. It's a race to bottle. It's a race to how well you can secure your runes for yourself. How much contention is there for the water runes.
Look at that bottom lane. Just completely cleared out the creep with double Iron Shells, and even Grimm's just hanging around with the Impalement arts. Not allowing Natsumi to feel too confident. It's Cuckoo. Oh, very close. Doesn't quite get the TP cancel, but I'm sure the butt cheeks of Grimm's were clenched in that moment.
Oh, yeah. Like, getting that punishment out, leaving that lane top solo, a DK into Tide just, again, doesn't feel great. So you will need that presence out. They have done the damage, and this is one way to get things going, right? Like, you get a faster level 2, you play a little bit greedier, you get the pulse consistently out from Drick. Drick can be punished quite hard. Natsumi's just keeping track of a creep wave, as Cuckoo's also getting an awkward pull to make them meet in the middle. That's going to lead to quite a fair few shenanigans. And of course, the end Nature's Prophet doesn't mind this as much because he does have a treant that can tank these creeps for him. So you're still going to be happy enough to farm on Natsumi, but they are doing their best to just keep these creep waves stacked up. Like, Drick still has an entire wave on him. It's going to just be some good free EXP to get.
Oh, Aizen. That's a lot of damage on Aizen. Is he just dead? Power shot? Off cooldown in 2 seconds, so Jokam could try to snipe him. He will try, won't land it. Would be pretty hard considering, you know, Aizen knows it's coming. But I do appreciate how aggressive Talon are already being at this top lane against this DK.
Yeah. Again, this lane matchup for Aizen is already pretty poor. It's very reliant on Grims to actually just keep applying that harassment back with the Impalement turrets, with the Tamed Beasts. At the least, Aizen does have, you know, some durability with a Dragon Blood innate. He's getting some few tangos out. He is still finding some farm. And considering how much is being committed from WS and Jokam, the fact that he just regens back up and farms is happy enough for the side of Ivory. Like, he's above WS's farm in terms of CS. He's managing to still get some levels up, just get that slow, steady ride up. And as long as Grims isn't caught out, killing off Aizen, it will take a lot more commitment in terms of spells. Like, it's going to take maybe two spell casts to actually kill him off from, say, Power Shot plus, say, double Gush or double Anchor Smash. And catching Aizen that far forward, not going to happen too often.
Bottom lane going very well for Natsumi, all things being said and done as well. Like, considering they did skip the first creep wave with the double Iron Shells, he's had a pretty good time. Natsumi top of the CS board, not threatened whatsoever, and it's kind of the thing as well, like, this Darkseer into Prophet always can feel like a little bit awkward considering they don't care about the Iron Shell spam on the creep wave. Because this Greater Treant can just tank the creep wave anyway. Cuckoo. Be very annoying here towards Drick, who's copped a couple power cogs. And that's another thing as well, right? Like, for this support Ricky, sure, you get an Iron Shell placed on you, but Cuckoo probably won't care if he gets jumped by Ricky with Iron Shell, because you got battery assault cogs. You just fight back.
Yeah. Again, that's the big weakness of going all in on that Darkseer early on. Like, this Clockwork option was open, it wasn't banned out. We haven't seen it all in the Southeast Asian qualifiers, but it makes sense up against a double melee. You're a good front line to cut off the spacing for Natsumi, to just allow the NP to play a very AFK game of just farming up. Your lanes are going very well on Talon, and even the mid lane, it's a little bit slower for Mikoto. Ken has managed to catch up a little bit, but the mid lane's not being crushed either way.
They try to jump in on Natsumi. Rupit is actually stuck here between the creep wave and the trees. And now he's in big trouble because the chase is on from Cuckoo. Rupido, he does not have any points in Surge. I appreciate the desperation of play of trying to jump in with the Iron Shells onto Natsumi, but it's just level 2 Iron Shell at this stage is not enough. And now Drick's in trouble. He'll be able to trick the trade out of there, but at this stage, this combo's already been lost for the laning stage. Like, the kind of pressure you're looking to apply as this Darkseer, it's gone.
You're not going to be able to hit those times you're really gunning for as well. At the least, you've got the Ring of Health. A Vanguard's going to come out. You can get this time to just try to build some stacks for yourself, get some steady farm, but Natsumi's gotten his game online. You know, Power Tread's flying out, Maelstrom not too far off. All the lanes for Talon, again, looking pretty sharp. Maybe mid lane, again, just slightly favorable for Ken. They're trying to constantly poke at WS, but he's got a nice little buckler, a little bit more armor to play with. Very hard to zone out, and he cuts down the damage on Aizen every time he comes in with the Anchor Smash. They are focusing mid a bit here.
Cam trying to snipe Ken. Actually, they've got Ken as well. Ken's just dead. Natsumi even joining in. In fact, Drick trying to play the game does take down Joe Cam. Has another Blink Strike ready, just needs a target and does find Grims. It's a nice little trade at least for the Ricky, but you're going to lose your mid-ember for that, and that is never going to really be good news. Because it's going to be Ken once again stuck at level 5. And chances are, Talon might try to take another life away.
I think he will. And there are some wards at least to watch if anyone's still hanging around the area. Haru?
Maybe they can hope for Makoto. There's the silence out with the smoke screen. Fear out as well. Makoto, he's unable to get away. Very nice play here from Drick and Grims, just ensuring that they had barely enough to find a bit of a revenge kill. Meanwhile, Drick narrowly avoiding the power shot that was incoming, but Cuckoo's still on the chase. Looks like Cuckoo just going to have to settle for a courier. He will not be able to find himself a real hero. And, well, that was a very important kill. Finding Makoto on that Storm, it pretty much allows Ken to actually out-level the Storm once again.
Yeah, just get some equilibrium back his way. The one big blessing for Mikado is that he did manage to pick up the region read, so if he wanted to play fast, they could. Aizen?
Yeah, that's a bit problematic. Natsumi just easiest TP rotation. Aizen loses his courier as well. So no treads for the next minute and 15 seconds. And of course, more importantly, Jonathan, you lost your POS 1 and a tier 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's that pacing again. You've got the Nature's Prophet on your side here. You have that leverage for push. It is providing some space for Rupido to play catch-up, right? Like, he gets a free lane. He manages to soak up level 6. He's got that Vanguard we were talking about. So he's a little bit more durable. He's not going to die to the pokes of Natsumi with his raw right clicks at the very least. And you are giving yourself some ways of hitting some spikes to play with. Like, again, the team fight of Ivory isn't too shabby. A vac wall with smoke screen on top with some chains from Ken can make a big difference when you do have the value point from the chain. But the tools are slowly coming together. Mind you, they need to do something about Natsumi. 201 on the NP, 4K net worth right now. They'll try.
They are giving it a crack. This will be a big pick-off if they can get it. Again, the smokescreen making life very hard, though. Natsumi getting in the Sprout. Will not be able to get away, but... my goodness, it felt somewhat close as Cuckoo now also being chased down. Should be dead. I mean, it's 4 versus 1. Eventually, they'll catch him. That'll be a very nice couple of kills here, especially the kill, of course, onto Natsumi. Very important for the side of Ivory to try and secure, and they do get it.
It feels like one of those games where they are just giving WS as much as you'd want, so they're willing to sack Natsumi a bit. Again, he's been more than willing to rotate into these fights as well. And him dying is a pretty big boon for Ivory. Again, they're getting gold, they're getting farm, they're getting good usage out from the first wall, out from Rupido. Getting that catch-up you'd want to see on the Darkseer. And they're somewhat buying space out for Aizen. He is still a little bit behind in terms of net worth on DK, but catching up shouldn't be too big of an issue in some Maelstrom himself. Natsumi heads back bot again. They are still here.
And more TP's coming this time. WS trying to get there in time to help out. Does have a skill point saved for that Ravage if he needs it. Shackle gonna land Ken. He's low on mana. He's out of remnants as well. Oh, Ken playing with fire a little bit too much, I think. Does get taken down. And this time, Natsumi will fight for another day. In fact, more kills coming. Brick being caught. He's got no way out. He's down. Have they seen Rupido? I think they may have. But no, Makoto doesn't quite have the vision. We'll let him go. But that's another tier 1 tower, Jonathan. In fact, it could be 2 tier 1 towers because they've all headed into the mid lane now.
We've got the output. Kuku's still in a good spot to try to scout out. Gets a nice block as well onto the camp, cutting off some of that farm here on the side of Ivory. And they've got some really good forward vision. Maybe doubling up on these forwards by mid. Still.
Yeah, Drick just desperately trying to get a bit of farm and XP in while he can, but looks like it may cost his life. Though for now, he'll barely make it. Cuckoo unable to finish the job yet. The escape art saving, but no, the power shot from Joe Camp. Allowing just enough, though. In comes Rupido now with the wall drop as well to ensure that they come out on the positive end of that fight, and they certainly do. And with that Ivory now, they can go after the tier 1 mid tower themselves.
They've got the room to get that damage out. Talon not in position to defend. Again, they're happy enough to just let Natsumi farm, let WS farm as well. Like, he has not used his Ravage, he's filled up. He is just going for his phase boots. Maybe looking for the blink afterwards. Once you have that initiation, gets a little bit simpler overall for Talon to kind of play. They still have control of their triangle. They've got stuff to clear out. The one thing for the side of Ivory is that even with all that room, that opportunity to push, they don't really have great pushing heroes in terms of tower damage. At least not until you get Aizen actually joining in with a dragon form, which they didn't quite fully commit to. So you do still get to hang on to these tier 1 objectives. And Talon still gets to play this farm game for Natsumi and WS. And phase boots are flying out for WS. Already has the full Vlad's up. Starting to feel pretty durable on the tide, providing some good amount of regen as well with the aura. And he did go for the Kraken Swell facet, which normally we see the Plankton Eater, the scaling up into the late game, but the shell can be quite annoying if W starts to find more and more kills and assists while spamming away Anchor Smash. This tide could be nigh unkillable if this game goes on very long, but also stacks up.
I can only imagine how stupid this could get if he does find enough kills, but... yeah, it's funny, that's for sure. I kind of want him to get a bunch of kills so I can see how ridiculous this looks as Ken. Saying we'll get a remnant away. Makoto unable to get the Vortex in time. Ken's still going to hang about, of course. 12-minute power rune about to spawn up. He will smoke along with Grims. It's more just about denying it away from Makoto. Ken, they're going to risk it. They'll take the top. It's going to be bottom, though. Illusion Rune as well, so it's not really worth too much. They're still going to try and jump in onto Makoto. Makoto dropping quite low. He's just trapped in the wheel and does go down. A big Ravage, though, connecting onto 2. But where's the follow-up? Natsumi's trying to deal with Rupido, but Rupido's surging out of there, so instead he has to turn onto Ken, who does go down. Oh, Ken not getting the Remnant off in time. It's still not the worst fight in the world. It's a 1-for-1 on both mid laners. But Grims, he decided he wanted to make it a bit more uneven. He'll be okay though. He'll jump onto the high ground. So 1 for 1. Both mid laners dropping. I mean, it felt like you probably should have gotten away with that if you were the dire end. In fact, now they might even lose more because Makoto's back up and Drick's in the middle of nowhere. So Drick will go down. It still feels like Talon, they're finding the better end of all these fights.
That they are. I think the key factor in these kinds of trades for Ivory is you are preventing a big snowball in Mikoto, right? Like his galvanized stacks keep going down. He's not getting the most plus mana regen on the Storm. However, the Soul Ring kind of compensates for that anyhow, but it is making it a little bit slow going for Mikoto in comparison to his other games. The big thing for Ivory is that they are just stalling for Aizen, right? Like he's been stuck in the jungle. He has Maelstrom up. He's trying to get that farm. And he's slowly working to that point. They did force out Ravage as well, so they know they've got about a minute where you don't have to worry. Still, Rupido.
Oh, stranger here, Rupido. Oh, he's there. He's gone. He is gone. Natsumi with the killing spree now. Grimm's also getting caught out. Cuckoo with a beautiful setup. Boy, oh boy, it's just not getting any better, is it, John? Not for Ivory, at least. Now 4K advantage the way of Talon. I'm trying to find the brighter side, you know, like Aizen is free farming while all this is happening, so you could make the argument the DK could become a problem later on, but it's just, he's so far away from being that problem I'm speaking about. You know Talon are going to have full control for quite a while of this game.
That they will. Like, even with this DK fully farmed up, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Like, Frost Dragon's cool, right? Like, the healing reduction, the move speed slow. You might be able to try to kite around, especially on the melee heroes, while they're kind of just trying to work their way in and out of these fights. It can be quite punishing. We need to see them actually connect in team fights. And again, it's not like Aizen's ready. He needs his own Mjolnir up, trying to match that pace on Natsumi. But he is at least 3k gold behind, almost, maybe around 2.8k gold behind. Caught out again.
He is. And that's not going to make you feel too much better about the Dragon Knight, that's for sure. A bit of rotations here from Ivory. They've got 3. Rupido, Ken, and Grims trying to have a gander. See if they can find themselves something for all this trouble. And Grims, they're going to see Cuckoo going through the the twin gates, but it won't matter. In fact, now the Torments are just going to casually be taken.
Another big gold boon coming out for Talon. Free shards for Cuckoo very early on. And feeling good about having the jetpack set to go. And another, again, big gold injection from Tormentor. I think the gold is almost insanely unnecessary, but considering it is an objective you have to contest, it's, you know, not mirrored on each side. It does need a little bit of a premium on it, but it is making the situation much worse for the side of Ivory. They do have some of the auras slowly being built up, right? Like, Rupido has the mech, he's going into the Guardian Greaves, just lacks the Buckler at this point to have that fully up and running. The Mage Slayer on Ken can help mitigate some of the damage, especially from Mikoto if he does manage to get his hits off. And eventually you're going to try to hit the shard on Drick.
Hook. Oh, it's there onto Ken, but Ken's still okay. There wasn't enough follow-up to it. WS trying to find a nice Ravage. Meanwhile, Rupido, he'll drop the wall. It looks like they've caught Ken again. Ken trying to get a remnant out of there. Now a Ravage committed, catching 2 of them. Rupido still in huge trouble. Finally will die. Meanwhile, Ken barely escaping out. But the chase continues. Talon still want a bit more out of this. In fact, it looks like that should be it. WS, has he stuck around too long? Aizen will move in. He's a tanky boy, but not that tanky yet. Though I say that. They're doing no damage to him. In fact, Drick comes in now. They've got to get the hell out of there. In comes Makoto looking for Ken, and he's found him with the Vortex. Ken is down. They'll try for Makoto, but he just gets out. He just zips away. Drick's lost vision. Drick's still looking. Oh, he's not going to catch him in time. No. Does he want to try for WS? I don't think he does. Empowerment arts do land at least, but it won't matter. Instead, they'll try for Joe-Cam, but he'll just win run out of it. The chase continues, but who's going to lock him down? Aizen? He'll get there eventually. The surge will ensure he gets there. But now Talon want another fight. Cuckoo's having a look for a hookshot target. They're not going to find him.
Again, it's just a awkward set of circumstances. You're trying to poke and prod right around that rune area.
Ken, if he pops the Hawk, in fact the Vortex to start, the hook angle's not there, but it may not matter. Ken's just down. I forgot WS has the Dead in the Water shards up now, so times are tough for Ken. Rupido, speaking of tough times, he's going to drop to boot. They still want to fight. I mean, Cuckoo, he'll get caught, but Talon is still ready to go whenever. In fact, it was just Makoto. So the Cuckoo kill does work out in their favor. No real punishment here from Talon. That Dead in the Water, though, from WS, it's going to make life a little bit challenging if you are Ivory, that's for sure.
And it is. You don't have an easy way of clearing it out, especially as an Ember. Ringmaster can't really right-click as fast as well. It's going to take a concerted effort to kind of clear that out and allow Ken to actually play his game. One big benefit for Ivory is that you are getting a lot of these kills on Izzy. Right? Like, he's alive, he's managed to soak through EXP, he's managed to get some even gold bonuses for himself. He's got the Mjolnir up and running. He's going into the Hurricane Pike next. On our DK is somewhat keeping up considering the game state. He is top net worth for his team. He's matching WS's farm at the very least. Still lagging behind in comparison to Natsumi, but that is a nature's prophet. Speaking of, though, they are going into the Roshan. And they do have the damage output with that Mjolnir. Not as quick as you'd expect, but they will take it eventually. The side of Ivory do have some angles you can try to play, but it is very well protected by Talon. The wards still stand right around the ramp. Scan is there. The opportunity just isn't that clean for the side of Ivory. They're just going to have to surrender another big objective. With a secondary life up for Natsumi to kind of take some riskier plays, you start to feel better and better. In fact, Mikado's looking for someone to try to respond to clear out the bot and keep that shoved in. No one going quite yet. And the pushing pace of Ivory makes it that even mid isn't really under threat. They're not really able to get much for that Roche exchange here.
They got nothing, really. Well, Ivory, they farm a little bit while that was happening, but that's all they got. You're still seeing Drick and Rupiter be annoying with the Iron Shell spam, just keeping the waves pushed out, but it's not really amounting to too much. I mean, you're up against the Nature's Prophet and the Storm. They can clear it out very quickly. Not going to be one of those games where you can sneak in a Rax, you know? It's you haven't got the draft for that. Mid lane. It's like they are quite close by Aizen, but they don't see the DK. I mean, if you're Talon, you might just commit for the tier 2 top tower, considering you've got an Aegis up. You know they don't want to fight right now, or you know rather that they can't fight right now. You may as well get started.
And not much stopping them. Again, there's this team fight potential that can come in. It's reliant on like a big vac wall with a smoke screen on top. You don't have the follow-through control to pin them down there outside of Chains. Talon, though.
Oh, not Ken again. See, the issue is once you're leashed by Dead in the Water, you're just screwed. There's a hook shot now, perfect from Cuckoo. Nowhere to escape to for Grims. It's just such a big headache for this Ember. Like, as soon as he gets leashed, it's just like, you're just dead.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's in the skill name, Mikey. You know, it's living up to it. I feel like that should have bonuses in the rivers. They keep chasing here.
That's a good point, Rupido. Still running. Has another Surge up now, but the Vortex will land, and you've got the Rod of Atos as well. So that Surge is not going to be doing too much work, as they will be able to secure another kill for Jokam. 13k advantage now. Of course, Age is still standing for another 3 minutes for Natsumi. And that just means another tier 2 tower. In fact, it might just mean a pickoff. TP's towards Drick, but Drick does continue to run, and it seems like Natsumi decides better off.
Isn't quite. WS is just running across nearby tree heroes as well. But he knows how tanky he is. He's got the blink flying out now on that Tidehunter. So the initiation with Ravage becomes a lot easier, or the follow through with a Ravage becomes a lot easier to find here. He is spotted.
Can they deal with him though? Here comes Natsumi. Oh, what a hook! What a hook from Cuckoo again. He threaded the needle that time, Jonathan. Makoto finding another. It's a beautiful hook, John. There's 3 heroes right around that hook angle, but he found.
Yeah. Again, this is why I love seeing Cuckoo Clockwork. I think he's been on fire on it. It was his return here when he joined Talon, and he's looking amazing. 20-9. Ivory, again, it's another rough game. The lanes didn't go out the way they'd wanted to. This Gambit with the Darkseer and the Ricky hasn't really amounted to much.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice attempt, but no escape for poor old Eisen. Doesn't have a BKB yet either. The BKB TP is now Drick. Has been spotted by good old Joe Cam. Still dusted up as well. He's got a pretty tough time ahead of him, I think, here, John. Tricks the trade onto the high ground. TP away. Oh, is he actually going to make it? He does.
Oh.
Well, isn't that just lovely from Drick? Meanwhile, Rupido, mid lane, in trouble, gets saved by the escape arts, but it's not going to matter too much unless he can run away, and he cannot. Cuckoo's in with the hook shot. Ken just needs to get the hell out. Another nice set of kills here, John. As Natsumi narrowly TP's away.
Yeah, he has Aegis if he does die, so he's got a safety net for some of these riskier plays. I'm trying to think of what Ivory can get, or what timings they can look for that simplifies his game a little bit. The double BKB on Ken and Eisen helps just a tad bit. It doesn't feel like it's enough. It feels like there are damage issues that they can't really correct for. There's the shard up now on Drick, so the no targeting in the smoke screen can be nice. The added minus armor can maybe soften them up for the Ember and the DK, but you're playing into Tidehunter, you're playing into a very slippery Storm. You're playing into an NP who's normally not that far up front anyhow. Reaching out onto any of these heroes just seems like a tall order for the side of Ivory to try to leverage the shard spike. I'm not sure. I think, again, it just boils back to, can you actually play with Vac Wall? Can you try to maximize some of these Ion Shell combinations you've lined up for themselves? And it feels like the answers to all of that has just been no. It hasn't been able to amount to much. It's just a hard game to play. You don't have hard control. You don't have that hard hold that really utilizes Vac Wall in a meaningful way. Outside of Smokescreen, even then, that's not enough.
Well, at least there is vision around this area. I say vision, it's a Sentry Ward. Gonna say, you know, at least they've got that, but with that, as Ivory just gonna play very safe by their own base as Talon. They're looking to move in again. No Ravage up for WS for 40 seconds, but dead in the water is more than enough to feel confident in locking somebody down. And Makoto's just going for a Hurricane Pike now on the Storm.
Yeah,
because
showing a lot of respect for the Ricky. Yeah. It's really that smoke screen, right? Like, you normally don't want to, but with a shard, they know something's going to be up. They smoke up on the side of Ivory, but jumping WS is really not what you want. This guy's so damn tanky. 19 additional damage block on his Kraken Shell, which is already at 75. You have the active of that. You have the Glimmer Cape already up as well, so magic damage won't melt through him as much. And their own Force Staff. Like, everyone's just going for the Force Staffs now on the side of Talon. This just makes sure the Ricky's useless. Like, this short timing, oh wow, it's amazing, until everyone has a Force Staff. It's like, what do? You don't have hard stuns.
Go Ken. Oh, they're going to find Ken. A perfect target to start off with, and let me tell you, John, it really doesn't take too long to deal with Ken, as now Drick also caught by Cuckoo, and Cuckoo actually did that blind. I believe that was an accident on Cuckoo's part. Won't really matter, though, because it's still going to pay off. The Centaur getting involved now, trying to stun everybody up, but there's your Ravage now, committed by WS, catching 3 heroes. However, Makoto getting a little bit low, does need to back off, but here comes Natsumi. That's the big one you got to worry about now. Natsumi just hitting away. Rupido trying to run, will not make it out. WS? So he'll get started into that tier 3 top tower on his own, basically. And he's taking no damage from this tower.
And this is only with 19 stacks in the Kraken Shell. I remember when this was a talent, I'd see players at 40, at 60, almost doubling just the blockage. And it just gets kind of silly at that point. Ivory, I don't know. They don't have Vac, they don't have that combination. Even with a combo, again, it's looked pretty rough. The Force Stabs are starting to form up. No one's going to be annoyed by the smoke. Your damage with Eisen isn't great. Cuckoo.
Oh, they found the big one! What a Cogs pushback here from Cuckoo. Eisen, he's barely out of there for now, but no, the power shot. The execution from Joe Camp. Makoto, has he gone too far? Answer is no, Jonathan. He certainly has not. Another execution here. They call GG. They've had enough. So have I, John.
Yeah.
Talon. 4 games, 4 wins.
They managed to get it going, and Ivory, unfortunately, again, just falling a little bit short. Look, they try something different in the draft. I do appreciate that. They prioritize Rupido's pickup. They prioritize that Darkseer. The combinations left weren't really amazing. Again, Nyx doesn't feel great. Tusk was already banned out, so you had to go for the Riki. But again, the lane is just not good, and I think that was the weakness for Ivory in this entire series. Rupido just really had no game in both games. Ken had a decent enough time in game 1. Game 2 was also not bad. They just had to pour a lot of resources for it, but he had no one to connect with. Like, what is this Ember supposed to do when you don't really have a stun to help hold heroes down, to help him just try to burst someone down? You didn't have any sort of strong combination. You had a good save from the Ringmaster. You had Smokescreen, which you were really counting on with a shard timing, but by the time Drick's shard came out, you had like 5 Force Staffs. What do? You really had nothing to do there.
You certainly didn't, John. I gotta say, I'm kind of tired of support Riki already. I don't want to see it anymore. I don't think it's that good. You know, it's all right.
Wow.
It hasn't worked. You know, I appreciate the idea, but I think it's probably time to let it go. You know, put it back in the bin. Let it have its time to simmer and cook up, and maybe later on we'll have a Riki worth playing. Apart from that, though, props to Talon, Jonathan. 4 games today, 4 wins. They're off to what round is it now? Let me have a gander at the bracket. Lower bracket semi-finals where they're at now.
Yep. They are one step closer into the lower bracket finals for that second slot into DreamLeague Season 26, the last EPT tournament, I believe, before the Esports World Cup, where all of these points matter. You know, that's why Talon was, I believe, after that loss yesterday for a little bit of a smoother ride into that slot right in the upper bracket, they were not too happy with themselves, but they should be happier now. Just 2 more series to go for them, which will happen tomorrow. For us here, we do have 1 more series lined up later on, Mikey. That is a ways later on. You've got Mongols and Boom Esports, and that's going to be a fascinating one to watch because Mongols has been steadily improving throughout the year, right? Boom, they've looked pretty solid. You know, they've got Armel in, they've got Jabs in, replacing FBZ and Mac, and this iteration does look sharp, and this is the first time we've seen Jabs away from Sunby in a long time. That combination was really stuck like glue together, so I'm curious to see how much they get done, how Mushi's working with these new players, but again, that's going to be a ways off. For your information, Mikey, I did just get a meme from Mr. Lane. He quoted, "I anticipate a potential third game," and he says, "Okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed," with the image. I will attach that image for you. Can't share it with the stream, unfortunately, but you will see. This is what he said. So there you go.
Don't send me, Lane. You can call us anytime on stream right now. You call Gen X Fire. I promise you, he'll pick up. You can talk to me directly. I don't need these stupid memes. Thank you, Lane. I hope you put some effort into it. I haven't seen it yet. Here we go. Let me have a look. It's not even good, Lane. That's not. It's low quality.
He had the timestamp. He had the timestamp for it there. I copy pasted it as well. Okay. I anticipate a potential third game. Michael Phoenix, 4:28 p.m. Talon versus Ivory, game 1. Very specific. Very specific. He's been taking notes.
Yeah. Oh, I appreciate the cockiness. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering why I haven't thrown all a break yet, I don't know if we're meant to be. I'll be frank with you. Have I muted the producer again, John?
No.
Okay.
No, you haven't.
All right, good. That's okay. Producer, you take your time. We can talk forever. I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything. Always so... Oh, now we... Okay, well, you know, we'll go break in a second. I got to tell you, John, Talon...
Yeah?
So confident when they're winning, aren't they, John? But let me see that confidence from Lane if they get to the LAN. Send me memes at the LAN, Lane. Show me how great Talon Dota is.
We've seen him depressed. We were in the LANs when he was with Boom. We've seen the face he makes when they're losing. We've played with him in TI in the team room because they were gone. They had free PCs because they were out. So we've seen it. We don't need a repeat of that era. Those were some. They were interesting times. Hey, you know what? It's fine. He's chill, right? He's chill enough.
Yeah, he's cool. We love you, Zach. Don't you worry. With that, we also love a break, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to head over to a break, and right after that break, we're going to be back with our final series of the night, which will be between Boom Esports and the Mongols. We'll see you then.
Then we sever, a farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheer for twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would ne'er been broken fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilk joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again its pendulum swing to and fro. Many hours had he spent while a boy, and in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place, not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was pluming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nests in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, Just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind a covey a flake, cake and tea for supper. Codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. And I's a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She she'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long until we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was "Ho, the bowls of London." The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bowls of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non tiene buon mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella non tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, presto in danza quando donna mia va riderò, un verso bello giocondo ciascuna copierà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those Jews fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the two, fall the tittery item day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. On many danger toils and snares we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pu'd the gowans fine, but seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. and surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll tak a recht get wally wacht for old lang syne, for old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne. We'll tak a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken hearted. Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilka joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in hair-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb. And we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come. Still the clock kept its time with a soft and muffled chime, as we silently stood by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. Yes, it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died.
As I was going to Derby, 'twas on a market day, I spied the biggest rancer that ever was fed on hay. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His rammy had full hooves, sir, and on them he did stand, and every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. Eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This rammy had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes, to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I.
I's the boy that builds a boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper. Cod fish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl until it doth run over. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. Here's to the man who drinks strong ale and goes to bed quite mellow. He lives as he ought to live. He lives as he ought to live. he lives as he ought to live, and dies a jolly good fellow. For tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. Here's to the man who drinks water neat and goes to bed quite sober. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. He fades as the leaves do fade. That drop off in October. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and goes to tell her mother. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She is a very foolish girl. She'll never get another. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. Here's to the girl who takes a kiss and comes back for another. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She is a boon to all mankind. She'll very soon be a mother. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. For tonight will merry, merry be. Tomorrow we'll be sober.
Where the wind can cut you like a knife, and nights are colder than the purser's wife, sir. Do we dream of sunny skies of blue and sipping on some fancy foreign brew, sir? No, sir, no. We long to sail where greyer English skies prevail, and we would face the wind and snow and hail for just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Just one pail of good old English ale, sir. Did we choose to fight the foreign foe for England's glory? We must answer no, sir. An English ale house, that's where we would be, not dodging cannonballs upon the sea, sir. We're only risking life and limb because old England's too far to swim. But we would chance an iron arm or leg for just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Just one keg of good old English ale, sir. Many days and many lonely nights without one woman hoving into sight, sir. Now it won't be long till we see our wives and sweethearts lined up on the quay, sir, with their arms all open wide. But we will push them gently aside, for they will have to wait for us until we've had our fill of good old English ale, sir. Had our fill of good old English ale, sir.
There were two little sisters a-walking alone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Two little sisters a-walking alone by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And the eldest pushed her sister in, hey, the gay and the grinding. Pushed her sister into the stream by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, she pushed her in and she watched her down, hey, the gay and the grinding. Watched her body floating down by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. Oh, they laid her out on the bank to die, hey, the gay and the grinding. For with the fiddle came riding by the bonny, bonny bowls of London. And he made some strings from this yellow hair, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made some strings from this yellow hair by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Made fiddle pegs from a long finger bone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. And he made a fiddle out of her breastbone, hey, the gay and the grinding. Sound would pierce the heart of a stone by the bonny, bonny bows of London. But the only tune that the fiddle would play was Ho, the bows of London. The only tune the fiddle would play was the bonny, bonny bows of London.
Mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon mancherà. Ciao la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, l'ora in bella speranza tiene buon mancherà. Già la luna mezzo al mare, mamma mia si salterà, resta in danza donna mia, venite qua, un garzon bello giocondo, ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo una stella e la luna splenderà, il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà, fringe, 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 mamma mia, si salterà.
As I went down to Galway town to seek for recreation, on the 17th of August, me mind being elevated. There's multitudes assembled there with tickets at the station, and me eyes began to dazzle. I'm going to see the races with me whack, fall the tittery and dame. There's passengers from Limerick and there's more from Tipperary. There's lads from Connemara and a flare of married ladies, and people from Cork City who are true and loyal and faithful, who brought home the Fenian prisoners from dying in foreign nations. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the pipers and the fiddlers competing, the nimble-footed dancers a tripping o'er the daisies. There's others crying cigars and likes and bills for all the races, with the colours of the jockeys and the price and horses' ages. Me whack, fall the tittery and dame. And it's there you'll see the jockeys and they're mounted out so stately, the pink, the blue, the orange and green, the emblem of our nation. When the bell was rung for starting, all the horses seemed impatient. I thought they never stood in ground, their speed was so amazing. With me whack, fall the tittery and dame. 500,000 people there of all denominations. There's Catholics, there's Protestants and Jews and Presbyterians. There's yet no animosity, no matter what persuasions, but sportsman's hospitality, those induce fresh acquaintance. With me whack, fall the tittery and day. Agus foy marish and crushki in the speak shelan.
these melting tones which soothe my soul, soothe my soul to love. leisure toils and snared we have already come. Was grace that brought us safe so far, and grace will lead us home. Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' we'll take a recht geduldig wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup of kindness yet, for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy. Nathan could resist my Nancy, but to see her is to love her. Love but her and loony other. Who shall say that fortune grieves him, while the star of hope she leaves him? Meany cheerful twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. Had we never loved so kindly, had we never loved so blindly, never met or never parted, we would never been broken Fare thee weel, thou first and fairest. Fare thee weel, thou best and dearest. Thine be ilke joy and treasure, peace, enjoyment, love and pleasure. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, alas, forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears, I'll pledge thee. Warring sighs and groans, I'll wage thee.
My grandfather's clock was too large for the shelf, so it stood 90 years on the floor. It was taller by half than the old man himself, though it weighed not a pennyweight more. It was bought on the morn of the day that he was born. It was always his treasure and pride, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. In watching its pendulum swing to and fro, many hours had he spent while a boy. And in childhood and manhood the clock seemed to know, and to share both his grief and his joy. For it struck 24 when he entered in the door with a blooming and beautiful bride. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. My grandfather said that of those he could hire, not a servant so faithful he found. For it wasted no time and had but one desire, at the close of each week to be wound. For it kept in its place not a frown upon its face, and its hands never hung by his side. But it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. 90 years without slumbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, his life seconds numbering, tick-tock, tick-tock, but it stopped short, never to go again when the old man died. It rang an alarm in the dead of the night, an alarm that for years had been dumb, and we knew that his spirit was blooming for flight, that his hour of departure had come.
Gentlemen, we are, of course, here for DreamLeague Season 26 closed qualifiers for the SEA region. And it is MLP Dota and the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, no anti-bias from you here in this third series here today, because we don't have Talon anymore. I'm sick of hearing you talking crap about Talon every single game we have to cast. I'm glad to see that we can finally move on. Boom Esports versus the Mongols here, Jonathan. What are you thinking? Now, you know what, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. This will be a 3-game series. Now, I'm saying that. And you know what I'm trying to do? But I actually believe this will be a 3-game series.
Yeah, this is the one to turn it out. You know, we had Alphon quoting you, I believe this can go 3 games, and then sending the meme. This is probably the most likely one. Again, Boom had this iteration does look good. I mean, the old iteration looked stable enough, but it does look like the team thought there were issues with Mac and FBZ. So having RML, having Jabs, of all people, again, separated from somebody is going to be interesting to personally watch. I haven't been able to watch any of the Boom games, as they have been running in parallel. But they have, for the most part, gone 2-1. At least the last time in the upper bracket semis up against Ivory, it did drag into 3 games. So we'll see if the Mongols can give them a run for their money here as well. I would not count them out. I think the Mongols do have the capabilities to kind of back that up. Of course, it's always going to be a joy to watch Bob versus Armel. I think that's also a little bit of a fun one, as Bobby, you know, he's not really hanging out with the Kukuis. He's in the same sphere of influence, but you know, like, Bob is a talkative guy, so it's always going to be fun to see. We'll see what is in store for us in this game 1. Yeah.
Why is he not hanging out with the boys? What happened?
I don't know if he. I mean, I don't know. I've never seen him on the server. Maybe it's just a timing thing, but I don't necessarily see him in the server. I'm not sure.
Saying,
you know, like,
are you saying Bobby's been left out? Are the boys ignoring Bob? Is that what's happening?
I don't think he's. I just don't think he's in that clique. Like, he's not friendly with him. It's just that I think he has his own group he hangs out with. Mainly, I think he just, you know, the execration boys like Tino, They're all popping off. You missed out on that board games we were playing in Manila, which was a fun experience to really see how crazy Filipinos can get, Mikey. That was a shame. But at the very least, we do have the insanity of this draft. Whatever may be in store for us in this game one, whether or not we get 3 games here as well. Yes, Mikey.
First of all, I'm a bit bothered by the fact that Bobby isn't part of the, the group. And secondly, John X Fire, more importantly,
yes,
it's pronounced click, not click. But, I appreciate you got that one wrong. It's click, Jonathan.
I don't know.
He's
I just
not part of
hear
the click.
it's just what I hear when I'm growing up. I don't know, Mikey.
Click.
We don't speak English here.
What's a click,
we
John?
were Spanish before we were American, all right? Okay? And we don't speak Spanish either. Thank you very much. As we do have the Tinker coming out for the side of Boom Esports.
How great, son.
That should be... Yeah, it's amazing. John Newell is going to be playing that hero. You're going to have an overwhelming amount of healing. The Mongols do pick up the Night Stalker, and I believe the Mongols are one of those teams that kind of do enjoy running this in pause 4 that we have seen a little bit more often. I'm not sure if that's the way they'd want to lean into it. We haven't seen that much Night Stalker. I believe the Mongols are maybe the only team in this Southeast Asian qualifier that has been picking it up. So it's going to be interesting to see what their game plan is. Last time they picked it, it was pause 4. So I'm curious to see if DJ does decide to bring that out here. It is a very durable hero. Its new facets does make, or its most popular facet, the daytime switch, does make it so that laning phase isn't as painful for the Night Stalker building into that level 6. And Dark Ascension can kind of help you hunt down the Tinker. The silence is going to be big as well in shutting down Zhao. So I kind of like this from the Mongols. It's a good idea. And I'm curious to see how they kind of build up on it. I think the last time they ran Night Stalker, it was with a Magnus offlane. That lane it does sound pretty passive overall, but it can kind of pan out. And it is durable enough to kind of clear out waves and just stand against the march and not really care too much. Still, we'll see what ideas the Mongols will lean into. They do ban out the Slaughdar. They banned out the Terrorblade Magnus themselves along with a PA. And Boom took care of the NP, Kotl, AA, Ember, and Darkseer. So Jakiro is still there. Dazzle's still there if you want any of those options here, as they have been one of the more popular supports on hand. We haven't really seen it too much, but we have seen some Respect Silencer bans as well. I don't think it's going to be too big of a factor. It could be a nuisance for Boom, but running a Night Stalker Silencer support duo can also be a little bit awkward in terms of control. So maybe a little bit of overkill with Void Silence on hand anyhow.
One thing I thought I was anticipating that we'd see a lot of, John, is Dazzle. We have not seen it yet, at least for today. And I gotta say, I'm kind of shocked. I thought Dazzle was a pretty busted hero right now, but apparently these teams don't think so.
I think it's because of the nerfs. Like, I've been playing it a little bit as well, and you definitely feel that cast range nerf on Nodal Projection. I don't think it's even about the Ags. Just that range means that it's so easy to find the actual Dazzle. He's going to be right next to it for the most part. So even with something like your Aether Lens and your cast range enchantments, you're not really going to be as sneaky with the Dazzle. It's going to be easier to punish. So I can understand why teams lean away from that, but I think down the line, eventually people will realize, oh yeah, you know what, Dazzle, it's still playable, pop right back in, but we're not quite at that point. And so it's better to just run whatever may seem stronger at the moment. The Mongols will just pick up that Tiny again. We've been seeing this hero all day, along with a DK out for Boom Esports into the Muerta. This is a support that we've been missing out on in the past 2 series we've casted, but Muerta has been showing up a lot more still in that pause 4. However, I do like the build-up nowadays, right? Like, it's still the same. You can still go Atos. But the utility you get in, like, a late-game scenario with Ags, it's kind of crazy how strong that Deadshot is. And it's so funny how we went from Muerta Ags being a weird meme to being legitimate with how big the Deadshot and how much that fear can do for you.
It is pretty good. Mongols? They will respond with a Jakiro, which, I mean, this hero has felt very potent as of late as well. Happy to see it coming. Probably not going to be that core Jakiro you and I are looking for, John, but you never know. There's still a chance. It's Mongols, 4th pick for themselves. See where they want to go with this. I gotta tell you, John, I really hate the support duo of Boom Esports. Can I just say that? I mean, the Muerta's not that bad. I just looking at this support duo makes me sick. It really does. Like, where's a stun? At least pick a stun. Well, it's
No. No such thing, Mikey. You have Dragon Tail. You'll enjoy Dragon Tail. That's it. It's
I hate it.
surprisingly enough. I'm thinking back in the support duo, it's not even that new, right? Like, I think we were seeing it at TI qualifiers. Maybe a little bit less so with support Tinker, but right after TI quals last year,
Just hate it.
this was something we were seeing. I get you. It's very much like if you went into a coma in, like, say 2015, and you woke up today and you saw, oh, Tinker's picked up. Oh, that's gonna be a great mid matchup, and you're like, oh, it's a support, and then you're like, who's this ghost lady? Why she is support? She does so much damage. She can scale. Someone's going to be very confused if they just woke up then.
I'll tell you what, John. While we're on the topic of complaining about heroes, the one hero that I really can't stand right now is that stupid Kez hero. Till this day, till now, I don't know what the hell that hero is doing.
No.
Till now. Every time I verse that hero, I have no idea how my whole team just got wiped out in 2 seconds. I still to this day, I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I'm on the same page. I'm going to hate when it's actually added to Captain's mode. And I don't even think the hero is strong, right? I see it scale off very fast because it's all flat damage values, but man, I don't even understand what it does. Like, I just see it, I'm like, all right, I'm probably going to die by level 3, but I know I'm going to kill him by level, 15, so it's fine.
There was a clip on Reddit the other day where they, like one team's trying to take a Rax, and this Kez just jumps in by himself and wipes them all out by himself. No problem. I was like, well, what did he do? What happened? Till now, I don't know. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting old, John. I don't need every hero to be Invoker. I
Yeah.
don't need that.
Look, Mike.
Just give me a stun, give me a crit. That's all I want.
Look, Mike, all you have to know is that he crushes like 15, 20, 25 minutes, and then you go late game, and then you can kind of kill him if you keep on farm. That's all you need to know. That's the basics of it. Very high tempo hero. And we've got a pretty high tempo draft as well. The Mongols going into Dawnbreaker, Boom Esports into the Beastmaster. So you do have some good push options on Boom. This should be our Jabs hero on offlane, unless Boom Esports are feeling frisky and decide, Jackie, you know what? Play Beastmaster 1. We'll last pick a Jabs hero. Hey,
Jackie.
Yeah,
Poor
but
Jackie.
you think about it. In a lot of Jabs teams, that's what tends to happen. I don't think he has that kind of call here. Mushi.
Oh, he
Mushi
definitely
and Timps are steering the wheel.
He
No,
definitely
Mushi and Timps are there. He doesn't have Sunby backing him and like, hey, last pick me this
Okay.
hero. He's
You know
going
what
to
it
be
is,
called
though?
upstairs in the middle of a draft.
The thing is, though, Jackie's a really shy guy. You and I know this very well. He's a very, very quiet man. So I feel like Jackie's the kind of guy where you tell him he's going to play Beastmaster Pos 1, he's not going to say a word. He's just going to do it. Jackie's a soldier, John. You tell him to go to the front lines, he's going to do it. He's a soldier.
That is true. Funny enough, Jackie is a Solia. That is his first name. So. There you go. There you go. He really is. In name and spirit. See, the Sand King being banned out, this is something that...
My goodness.
Yeah, Mr. Hairy Freak, the actual Hairy Freak, was talking about Sand King being a potential pick, never showed up, wasn't even banned. Does get some respect here from the Mongols as the Bristleback comes out for the side of women. That should be our Jackie hero, unless I say that, but you could be funky. You could shuffle these heroes around. Chances are you are really just running DK mid, offlane Beast, and Bristleback safe. But you know what? Jabs could feel frisky.
You
could
think
say
Harry
Jackie.
Freak's watching? You think Harry Freak's watching and heard you just talk crap about him, John?
I didn't talk crap. I was saying that Harry Freak was looking for it.
You said that he talked about Sand King non-stop and it never got picked up once. Harry Freak, if you are watching, I apologize, by the way. I apologize, Harry Freak. John gets a little bit cocky sometimes when he doesn't work with me. He just thinks that any play-by-play that gets to work with him is blessed because they get to cast with the lovely Donix, but that's what it is. He's just so egotistical now. I apologize, Harry Freak.
No, but I found it interesting because out of all the teams, I think Mongols would have the mindset that is a little bit more different in comparison to other Southeast Asian teams, mainly because Coach JL, again, former Execration coach, moved into the Mongols. He has a very different outlook on the game. I think he just has some of these heroes that don't necessarily fit in. Like when he had Lewis, they were running that mid-Veno stuff, and I think he's still somewhat of a Sand King believer, so kind of makes sense there. We do get the Bob Storm to treat us here, and no shenanigans. It's just a Jabs Beastmaster and a Jackie Seeing Red Bristleback on safe.
Excellent.
Mongols are running the much more different draft, right? You're running the Almq Tiny 1. You're going for the Bob Storm Spirit with Static Slide, the DJ Night Stalker with Night Rain, as you tend to have. I'm always fascinated when you have Night Stalker done, but that interaction doesn't actually work, unfortunately. Like Dark Ascension into Daytime again doesn't repop it, if I recall right. So, not as funny as it could potentially be, but it's a rather interesting draft. You mentioned lack of control here from Boom. They are solely reliant on either this Atos timing from Tim's with the calling, or Jab's just roaring and getting a blink timing on Armel's DK to jump onto Bob. If you don't manage to lock the Storm down, he is going to run away with this game. Like, he might not be able to burst through a lot of heroes. The supports are your best bets. The cores are way too tanky for a Storm to kind of even just consider getting a jump on. But when you have the backing of a Dawnbreaker, when you've got this potential angles to take these fights, there are a lot of openings here for Bob to kind of make things happen. So I feel like for a lot of this game, for the Mongols, it is kind of depending on this mid, as we do get the good luck DJ from Jackie. You mentioned him being a quiet boy, Mikey. He can't help himself. Gotta say hi to his old teammate.
Yeah, of course, Bleed Esports. Speaking of not getting paid, there you go, Jonathan. That's teammates. So, today we've gone through SEA DPC. I forgot the ePulse is what I was meant to say. If anyone was wondering, ePulse was the company that paid nobody. And now Bleed Esports, Jonathan. Look at that. How great's that? Nobody's getting paid in this lobby. How great's that?
It's outstanding. It's great stuff. Just the way it's meant to be, you know? It's not about the money.
I mean,
They decide that for you.
If the ePulse manager is listening, by the way, I assure you, I'm never going to let you live it down. By the way, you're never coming back to Dota. I promise. I'll stay here casting just to make sure you never run another event again. Go on, John.
You gotta
Is that
do
too
your
much?
research, man, you know? No. Companies change name. Just a little tip. You know, you got to look up new registrations, watch the newcomers, and make sure that it's clean. Mike is our auditor. The great auditor Le Phoenix.
Oh, I'm the
Mike Le Auditor.
I am the judge and the executioner, Jonathan. Trust me. I'm doing everything. I'm judging everything. Here we go. Bob? Yeah, he's out of there. Never changes, John. You see that march of the machines, you run for the hills. Don't play around in that crap.
No. Just have to back it off. And this is going to be a very annoying time as well. Playing Bristleback plus Tinker just means there's so much regen coming out for Jackie, so much area damage and control, right? Like Quills going off, Marches flying away. You can't really sustain that too well for JGs. You have to work double time in that lane. Still taking a gander on mid. You've got the classic DK versus Storm lane. And this is probably the most passive lane there. Armel's not going to get shoved away. Bob's still going to have some play with the Static Remnant, with the Overload plays down the line. Still going to be able to farm up. Every single time he does cop the Breathe Fire, it is fairly annoying in trying to chip back. But it's manageable. A little bit more important for Bob to get the Walk Runes going. A little less important for Armel overall, of course. I'm going to be keen on seeing if you do have some opportunities to maybe just drag DJ down or drag Castaway down to help secure one Walk Rune for Bob if possible, but I'm not expecting the same commitment out from Boom. And again, overall, this should be a pretty basic farming win for Armel and Bob. Unless Armel severely oversteps and Bob gets a double overload chance, this is going to be the most quiet lane in this game.
Absolutely. The top lane, Jackie going against JG. Of course, Zhao going to be there on that support. Tinker and DJ on the support Night Stalker. It just sounds so ridiculous to say this crap. Support Tinker, support Night Stalker. But here we are, Jonathan, 2025. What a year it's going to be. I mean, I kind of like it. The Pos 5 Night Stalker makes enough sense to me, especially with this new map. Because there's just so many little kind of crevices, and there's, you know, low hill going up to uphill, and just the vision game is going to be kind of ridiculous, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and I think the value is really in just scouting out Johnny well. Right, you get Dark Ascension, you get that Crippling Fear out, you just stay on that Tinker, remove the heal, and remove the defense matrix, and there's really nothing Zhao can do. It's not like you build a BKB on support Tinker, unless the game goes extremely long and it necessitates it. For most of the game, Zhao is not going to feel as effective as long as DJ is right in his case. And right now, Zhao is just constantly being poked out. And it's so hard to shove a Night Stalker out of lane as well. Level 3, 800 HP with just a wand and a Blood Grenade. You can't really stop him from just putting his body forward. No early kill threat whatsoever. So you are getting that safe lane for JG to just farm up and avoid the bristle and this melee matchup as much as possible. So last lane, we haven't really taken the gander out. Down bot, you've got Aunq on the Tiny, with Castaway on that Jack up against Tims and Jabs, and that Beastmaster Muerta lane. Again, this is a pretty stable lane. Castaway can kind of deal with Boars, just spit some liquid fire out. He has to be a little bit cautious about getting shot down as well. Can never underestimate the dead shot in the calling. Once that Boar slows on top, once you get a little bit of diving off on you from in the wrong spot. At the same time, a melee matchup for Aunq is just steady farming. He can cleave through the Boars if they're too close. He's going to be able to just build up. If Tims doesn't land the dead shots, then Aunq is just not under too much of a threat here.
Certainly not. He's now, though, dead shot gonna land. Aunq take a fair bit of harassment, but he is on his way out. Of course, you did have Castaway going for the small camp pull in the meantime. So, yeah, creep wave is incoming. So far, pretty even start for either team. Lane's going pretty well on either side as well. Like, everywhere it looks pretty even, if you ask me. Maybe just the top lane is where Jackie's taking off a bit faster than everybody else. But in terms of mid and bot lane, it is a pretty even affair thus far.
That it is. You do have a slight advantage on Boom, mainly from a little bit slower of Aunq's farm. Again, there is some good poke coming out, and it is leading to just a slightly better time for Jabs, but not by a huge margin.
Mid lane.
They are
Bobby in a bit of trouble, barely surviving thanks to the stick charges. In fact, not even stick charges. I believe it was a fairy fire he managed to eat away at. So barely surviving with his life intact, but even just the rotation out from Tims is more than enough to apparently almost secure the life of the Storm.
And that's the one thing I was curious about coming into this matchup. How much emphasis were they going to give onto mid? And when you're playing with Beastmaster, it is fairly self-reliant, especially as the levels go up in your axis. So Jabs is free enough to farm. Tims can try to make some plays. And they can kind of repeat that into the 6-minute mark. I think that's the big one. The first power rune tends to dictate whether or not your Storm will have some early tempo to play with. And that's not something you want to freely give out. We'll see as the 6-minute mark comes if you have that space here for Tims. Or if you have that space for the side of the Mongols to kind of counteract that movement. As we do have our pauses. You know, we've been pretty good with short pauses today, but we've got the dreaded mic issue.
Yeah. And it's the last series, John. Naturally, we've got to get all the pauses in now. You know, hate to have in the earlier series. We've got 2-hour breaks in between. That's all right, boys. Fix the microphones up now. We'll wait. It's all good. Again, so far, pretty even affair. Not much to really say here with this game, as we do have the go-ahead. It's just, laning stage has gone pretty evenly. Slight net worth lead for Boom Esports. Laning stage slightly better for Boom. Jump in top lane, though. It could get worse pretty quickly. Jackie in trouble. Jackie's going to survive. In fact, he's going to try and turn. He's got plenty of mana to play with, and I think JG might actually be in pretty big danger here. He's got a Celestial Hammer in one, but it won't be enough damage, and he's going to try to get away. Oh, that's a real shame. They were very, very close to picking off Jackie, but instead they feed away first blood to the man.
What's already a good lane here for Jack, he's just going to get even better. Has the power treads up, has a little mana sustain with the null. Is at level 4, level 2 quilts up, into the level 5 with level 3 quilts. Starts to become a pretty big nuisance for the side of the Mongols to have to contend with. You do not have enough damage yet on this Dawnbreaker whatsoever. Maybe by level 5 it starts to get a little bit smoother, but really you want to kind of start to pump points into Starbreaker, and that takes some time here. The power rune's forced to be picked up by Castaway, so you don't have that shield rune for Bob to dive in. But again, the side of Boom is doing a great job of just forcing all of that out. And with first Dragon form for Armel, he can start to at least keep that lane shoved in. Keep Bob having to balance out mid lane, prevent him from getting some open rotations out. So without this Storm moving across the map, the Mongols game is just slower. Like, they are just forced to focus on farming, and when it comes to focus on farming in these lanes, Boom is doing a fine job still. You're not able to really stop Jabs or Jackie from just getting that build-up they'd want. And this is just all playing to that tempo that Boom would like. They want a little bit of a stalled game. They don't want the Storm to be active. We talked about the downsides of dealing with the Storm for Boom. You don't have to deal with him when he can't leave his lane.
I just saw Jackie try to get a large camp pull off at that top lane, and completely whiffed it, by the way, Jonathan. Just standard carry player. Can't pull the creeps on his own. It's all right, Jackie. You know, maybe Mush will have a chat with you about that. A bit unfortunate now. He's in the, kind of close by the enemy tier 1 tower. Doesn't really matter though. Mid lane, Armel, of course, abusing that level 6 mark. Dragon form up, has the corrosive dragon. So towers are going to melt relatively quickly. I miss this dragon, John. I still feel like this is the way to play. Bob?
Yeah.
Have I jinxed Armel now? DJ? Oh, here we go. Armel's in trouble. He'll make it out. I don't like the green dragon that much, John. My goodness.
Just not enough damage coming in from Bob. Again, he was forced to go for the value point in the Vortex, lacking a little bit in the Overload. Even then, you don't have output just yet on DJ, and no Dark Ascension to bank on. It is still a DK. I do like that Red Dragon was nerfed so that you would get the other dragon forms coming out, and then Frost Dragon's been getting some play as Castaway gets caught out.
No, if we're talking about Red Dragon, I mean, that was just kind of dumb. You know, it's just like, here's a free Battle Fury. Enjoy it. You know, what was that? Anyway.
It was dumb.
It was dumb.
It's like, you want to play Sven? No, you play DK instead, and you like it.
It's quite literally.
It's better than Sven.
It's got more armor, more damage. He's got cleave. What's the problem? It's Sven.
You know what? While we're on the DK topic, Mickey, I'm still disappointed that Breed Fire isn't necessarily changing throughout the pass. It's like, yeah, you know, Frost Dragon kind of changes that just slightly. I mean, it doesn't really change. I feel like Breed Fire should change with each facet. It shouldn't just be this all the time. You know, you have so many opportunities with it. Like outside of just changing its damage type, right? Make it interesting.
Would it be acceptable to just change the color? Like, what if it was just the color change? Would you like that?
No, it's not enough.
We can't do much better.
Red Dragon keeps. Red Dragon gets to keep standard Breed Fire. Corrosive Dragon gets something like, I don't know, just something toxic, not something akin to Nether Toxin. And Frost Dragon, I don't know, something akin to Cold Feet, to Ice Vortex. Right? Like, you could do that.
So we're taking Dragon Knight from Sven to Invoker now. Is that what you're telling me? Like, we've got Invoker as Dragon Knight now?
You're not swapping them around middle of the game. Although that could be a nice Ags. Swap your facet. You're giving us some ideas, Mikey.
Aghanim's hilt coming to a store near you, ladies and gentlemen. Just that's the third piece of the Aghanim scepter, John. It's coming. Don't you worry. Every hero. Change facets whenever you want.
Every hero?
Aghanim's hilt, John. You gotta be fair. Mid lane. Oh. They've made the jump in. Nice calling from Tim's, though. Gonna force them back. In fact, Armel just so tanky. JG still trying with the Starbreaker, but it's not enough. The zip board from Bob also not enough. Armel is walking his way out. Oh my. I mean, that's gotta be a little bit demoralizing. That was 4 heroes jumping Armel, and he just casually walks out of there with thanks to the defense matrix, plus his own tankiness.
Just double bracer is all it takes for Armel. Not enough throughput yet from the side of the Mongols. And the side of Boom, again, in a very slow game like this, they're happy. The Storm is stuck mid. He's not rotating to the side lanes. I'm surprised they're committing so much on Armel rather than anyone else. Like, say, Jackie, who's running away into the Ags, which they're trying to surround now with the amp damage up on Bob.
I mean, Jackie's not that easy of a target either. He's just going to leave anyway through the twin gates, and they're not going to be able to catch him in time. So he'll just connect with his team. Amq could be in a bit of danger if he's not too cautious, but it looks like he is looking to retreat. Jabs has got the Helm of the Dominator up, so it seems like the push is well and truly now underway. And this is classic Jabs for you as well. Like, the Jabs Beastmaster prefers to play the micro style if he can. Is still going to go back for the Aghanim Scepter anyway. But I appreciate the Helm of the Dom, even if it's just the Helm of the Dom and it never gets to the Overlord stage. I still like it.
It does have a lot of value. In fact, I feel like with the new map and new creeps, there's some interesting things you can pick up. Like some of the new water creeps are pretty funny with Tendrils of the Deep. Right? Like, it is fairly entertaining if you manage to catch those out. Nice courier snipe from DJ. Just taking away that blink. But it's not like it matters, because Armel's just camping mid anyhow, and action across the map is still favorable for Boom. They're still farming. They don't need to initiate on Boom Esports end. And the pressure is really on the Mongols, because they're just getting outfarmed. in this slow game. Right? Like, Omq's somewhat keeping up. He's got Echo Saber ready. He's going to go for the Shadow Blade that we tend to see. Still a ways off from that. He scales pretty nicely as well with the insurmountable facet rather than crash landing. So he's got some stat resist as he gains levels here. Jabs, though.
They're going to try and hunt him down. Solar Guardian will come in, but this is by the tier 1 bottom tower, so he does have a bit of help incoming. But it's only Tim's, so the kill will pan out. Really nice pickup here for Amq, of course, and that really is the strength of this combo between the Night Stalker. In fact, hold that thought, because now they are making the jump in onto Tim's. More TP rotations incoming, this time from Zhao. But this is kind of the strength of this combination between the Night Stalker and the Storm, just being able to jump in and have the follow-up of JG. Always going to feel very nice.
And it will. You've always got some opportunities to at least just back off. And that pick-off was pretty good for the side of the Mongols. Again, you're just trying to find some tempo. You finally get a connection out that you'd want. Really just utilizing your support ultimates. But what are you really losing here on Boom? Like, the Beastmaster already took the bot tier 1. This Bristleback up top is one part away from Ags with no contestation. Like, no one's bullied Jackie. And he's just free-farmed his entire laning phase. So you have to deal with Bristleback Ags on Seeing Red Fast with a lot of output if you're not too careful. Your damage has shown to be lacking up against a DK with double Bracer. What more would it be up against a Bristleback with Ags? Like, that's just going to be an even worse time. I don't think the targets that the Mongols are finding are important enough for Boom to feel any sort of pressure.
It is Amq finding Tim's now, so another great pickup here for the Tiny. You know, while Jackie's been free farming, I suppose you could make the same argument for this Tiny. Like, he might be a little bit behind. The power spike's certainly not as strong as Bristleback Ags is, but he's going. He's getting some work done here at the bottom lane. Hasn't really needed to leave the area at all. And is forcing a defense out from Jabs, so I suppose you could kind of make the argument that at least the Mongols have this guy having a good time.
Yeah, they're going to have to pin a lot onto Amq. Like, he's got to be able to work these angles out. He can naturally go for the Silver Edge to break Jackie as well, which is why I do enjoy the Shadow Blade pickup for him, or at least just sticking to the Blitz Knuckles for some attack speed. But that eventual upgrade should provide some solutions for some of their issues. Boom Esports going for a little bit of a smoke. Blink does get delivered to Armel with Courier respawning, so they've got an angle, but
smoke,
also
though.
smoke up in the Mogul.
This could be a horrible fight for the Mongols. They're going to find Zhao first, so that's a good target if they can take him down. Zhao, though, still not actually dying, is still getting the March of the Machines off in time, and now the fight's really bad. The Mongols did not want this. They did not want this. That is, well, the fight's not over, but it certainly feels over as they are trying to at least kite out to allow JG a way out. And in fact, they do a good job of it. JG gets away. DJ has been left behind, but it looks like he should be fine. And Boom Esports, they're still hunting, but it's all over now. They'll go for a Tormentor instead.
Nice and quick take for themselves. Free shard to come out. A little bit more of a gold injection. Widening that lead up to 6k with a shard plus gold. Free shard as well for Zhao of all heroes. Warp Flare for free at 15 minutes in.
How great.
Tell me how that feels good.
How great's that?
It's awful to play against. It's just amazing. Amazingly awful to play against. So now you have to contend with that little flare being thrown around, teleporting you away, reduced cast and attack. Not fun.
Do you think the devs enjoy making this hero like the worst possible hero? Like,
Oh, no.
Why is every aspect of Tinker always been like annoying? Isn't it just every aspect's always been annoying? It's never been fun. Never.
True. But I don't think they're actually trying to.
You don't think
boost
so?
him to be that annoying. And I remember when Yoa played Tinker mid and they nerfed it after the qualifier.
But
I literally owned the Yoa playing it mid.
Have you read what Warp Flare does, John? Like, it's pretty stupid.
Yeah. I think. I mean, I get that. You know, I want there to be annoying heroes. In as much as I call a lot of heroes annoying, it does make sense. But Tinker is a lot of annoying things, all in one annoying package. Dr. Kleiner has never had a worse reputation since Dota 2's come out. I don't know if you get that reference, Mikey, but there it is.
I guarantee Tinker was a middle child, John. I guarantee it. Nobody cares about Tinker, you know? There's that child you forgot about. Didn't get enough love from the parents. Boom Esports. I should know, John. I'm a dad now. You know, it's never even the love that we distribute. It's not even. I'll spoil
Hard
it for you
truths with
guys.
Michael Phoenix.
It's the truth. It's not even. They have to fight for my love, John. I'll be frank with you. That's it.
This number 3 is coming on its way, Mikey.
She sent me a screenshot of an old pregnancy test to fool me on April 2nd. She gave me the biggest. I'm like, you're not being serious, are you? Come on now.
Number 3. We'll see how much of that holds true for number 2. Mikey.
I don't like odd numbers either, John. So if I get number 3, number 4 has to come. We are going for Roshan. I'm not joking, by the way. Roshan started.
Nice and quick. You've got the drums banging off. You've got the Mongols not really in a position to contest. They also don't have vision. You have to appreciate Boom's vision, just protecting around the pits, protecting around that mid-river area. Smoke out from Mongols, hope to catch a straggler. Jabs could be a decent one, but whether or not they have enough damage here is a different question.
Oh, MQ, he's facing front forward. Problem is there's 2 sentry wards watching this movement. Very well aware. In fact, the fight's broken out on the other side in the river. Tim's is going to get jumped here by Bob, but Tim's is still okay. Is now Armel making the jump in on DJ. DJ will survive. Still chasing down Tim's. Is this DJ and Bob Stormspreader Night Stalker. Tim's will finally end up going down. Now the Raw committed out into this Dawnbreaker. Castaway will drop. So will JG. Looks like Bob's going to try and jump back in, but there's no target for him. In fact, they're going to lose AMQ as well. And they're not done yet either, John. Armel looking for another follow-up, but doesn't really have the stun-off cooldown. But that fight was very awkward. Like, DJ and Bob were both chasing Tim's for 3/4 of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to coordinate a little bit better here in the Mongols. Again, we've been seeing these damage issues since those gank rotations on mid. There's just not enough for Bob. There's no one really squishy to pick off. Only Tims and Zhao, and even Tims can take a while if Zhao is just left to pop defense matrices, pop these marches off. No one's melting. And that holds very true for the cores. These are 3 tanky melee heroes that you have to frontline here on the side of Boom. There's really not much to worry about from the Storm jumping in, even with the Solar Guard on top. It's just too much commitment. There's not enough output as well on AMQ. Like, rather unfortunate. You mentioned these sentries. They've been very good again with a vision here on the side of Boom Esports. But even with him coming in, I don't know if you have enough. Like, you've got to be able to connect AMQ and Bob a lot better, because it does feel like that's the one thing that's lagging behind. This connection of the Tiny and the Storm just isn't amounting to much. And it really needs to work as a unit to find these pickoffs, considering how tanky Boom is as a draft.
Castaway gets caught. Does tank the gank at least for his mid-storm, so will allow Bob to get away with his life. Cost him another support pickoff here. Oh. Mid lane. In fact, bottom lane. Jackie being caught by himself will go down, but Jabs is here to try and at least get a bit of revenge as he does take down AMQ. And JG as well going to be left behind. So Jackie, I mean, yeah, he loses his life, but they get an even better trade. And it's kind of the name of the game right now, isn't it, John? Like, the Mongols, every time they get something, Boom take triple.
Yeah, they do. They still haven't lost that Aegis on top of it. They're taking these fights much more staggered, right? Like, you had Armel just playing top to get that chase on him Castaway while they were isolating out Jackie. They're working the entire map on the side of Boom Esports. There is no way you cross that river right now on the side of the Mongols. And again, all of these issues still stand. Bob's not able to pick anyone off. He's not able to build up the galvanized stacks. He's not able to really snowball into the point where more damage is flowing through. You haven't had the smoothest starts for ARMQ. His lane was a little bit slower. He's having to go back for the BKB before considering a Silver Edge or even just a casual, say, a Crystallis for some damage here. So physical burst isn't quite there. Into these tanky heroes you have from Boom. I just don't know how you kill them unless you go 5v1. Like, it almost feels like you need a 5 or 4 man rotation onto one target just to find a clean kill. And Boom is just not going to let that happen. Again, look at their position on the map. All the waves are constantly being corrected and shoved out. They're the ones crossing the river. They're the ones stealing some farm in the triangle. They're the ones with really aggressive wards. And the Mongols, I mean, they've been trying. I appreciate that they've been trying.
JG, I mean, he's in the middle of nowhere farming this area, John. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out for him. He'll try for the Solar Guardian and does get away, but problem is Jackie's waiting right there by him. They won't be able to pick him off, though. JG will survive. Jackie, though, he's found another target. It'll be Castaway to go down. No hesitation from Jabs either. Just roar out, commit for the kill. Tier 2 tower. I like this, John. I'm going to say it. This is the kind of Boom Esports I like to see. This is what I like to see. They don't look frigid, John. They don't look like they're scared to do anything. This is what I like.
It is very reminiscent of peak Boom when we were on top of the DPC. And it's good to see that the moving parts in the new moving parts in Armel and Jabs have been fitting nicely into this lineup. To be fair as well, the Mongols, again, their draft just hasn't achieved much. I think going back to even just the lane, it hasn't been looking too hot. They didn't have a laning phase to establish a stronger start for themselves. And now they're here just kind of picking up the pieces. Like Bob, again, he's just not able to play active. There's no one for the Storm to try to bully, despite there being relatively few Storm answers. And now with the Atos up and Tims, you really don't want to have to risk it on Bob. Take another outer tower. No outer towers left for the side of the Mongols. Might be able to catch.
Well, they do get Zhao, but he's actually pretty tanky here, John. Oh, not Amq. No, man. Not for a support Tinker that you didn't even get. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a holy locket past the Essence Ring, John. He's not dying that quickly. Even just the passive cloak's going to make it pretty hard.
Yep. Yeah, again, just the same story for the Mongols. This has been the story the entire game. Damage hitters. Drag 2 heroes, you certainly don't have enough. Even getting Aunq to play, you don't have Crash Landing. Remember, you went for the scaling insurmountable.
Didn't we just see this? Zhao, he uses the warp flare and they can't do anything.
What a
you
hero.
see that crap, John? Did you see that crap?
Yep.
That was warp flare. Here we go. Here's Armel. Castaway's trying to run. Zhao's down the way chasing them. Oh, it's just... I'm convinced. People changing Tinker, man, they've got issues. I'm gonna say they got problems. Someone came up with this stupid ability. I know it's not that broken. It's just so stupid. Why is this ability
really
exist?
Do you want homing missiles back, though, Mikey?
No. No, I don't.
There you go. Then the warp flare stays. The warp flare stays.
I'll take
Sad
it. Sad
reality.
I'll take it. It's all right, though. I almost forgot about those damn rockets.
You are right, though. Every single part of Tinker is just annoying, eh? What if they get... Okay, what if we took out... Take out warp flare, take out homing missiles. What if he had a chain gun? That made him into a turret.
Why?
With defense matrix. Because he needs something. You take off both of them. He needs an armament, Mike. Give him a chain gun. What do you think? Thoughts?
I mean, you know what? Anything but this current bloody spell, whatever the hell that he's got right now, it's just yuck, man. It's defense
caveat.
matrix plus warp flare. Why?
The caveat there, Mike, is that Tinker will become a right clicker.
I'd rather that.
No, actually, we don't really have like a, like think of Team Fortress 2 characters. I don't know if you've ever played the TF2 characters. We don't really have like a full-on engineer type. Like you could argue, Shadow Shaman has a ward, Venom has wards, but we don't have a turret. We need a turret as they jump.
Jabbing into the turret right now. John JG just copping so much damage. Tries for the Solar Guardian, cannot make it out. I did play TF2 for a little bit, John.
Yeah. Just what if Tinker was just the engineer? So you'd have to constantly twack at his turret and just hold the lane.
That was the one. That was the one class I was really bad at as well. Engineer. Now that you mention it, really bad.
Yeah, it
just couldn't.
It takes a specialist to kind of finagle the right spots. I've seen some crazy engineers before. It would be fun. Think about that. Tinker on mid drops a turret that has like 900 range, and just repairs. How about that? That's my trade-off with the Tinker.
We can't call it turret though, John. You know how I get with these that word, turret.
Fair enough.
Right? We're not lowering ourselves to that level, John.
What shall we call it? A gun sentry. Not to be confused with Sentry War.
I think you could just say Sentry, John. Pretty sure Sentry does kind of indicate what it is. Hold on a minute.
Oh.
Jump in. Bob. Oh, DJ, he's getting just destroyed.
Ooh.
DJ's gone. A nice ice path from Castaway. Not gonna matter so much though, is it, Jonathan?
No.
He's down to boot. I think, and I hate saying, but we are coming
really
to
don't
the
hate
stage,
saying it.
Jonathan, where I think you might want to just call. Because
They are coming to that point.
yeah.
That is true. Look, the only reason, I'm fairly certain the big reason why they picked the Night Stalker is a theoretical counter to Tinker. It hasn't really panned out that way.
I don't think the
And-
Night Stalker was that bad. I think it was okay.
I think it wasn't that bad, but you saw what the rotations of DJ ended up being. There was no damage on mid. There was just no damage, no control. You had to catch them out with a crippling fear. And even if you did, like, you have no tools to keep them pinned in place outside of Ice Path, maybe the Vortex, but you also lack damage. Like, the Night Stalker just isn't providing enough of any of those to feel good. You know, arguably, you could have had a bit of a better time with anything that held a little bit more. Right, like Shadow Shaman could give you the hold, a little bit of damage as well, even some push. Not quite the same thing with Vision Game, which is where Night Stalker does have that edge as Bobby.
Oh boy, Bob, no! Oh, goodness me. It's hard to watch sometimes, John. Even Armel just, there's no will to tip him, no all chat, nothing. Just too easy.
Yep.
Too easy for the Merienda boss.
And it is. And they're just gonna clean up the racks, wait for the call. Whoa, Silver Lining, Silver
Yes.
Edge is up for Q.
Okay.
So that's something. You have break, nothing else.
I was wondering
That's
why you
it.
emphasized the silver lining, but there you go. You had a pun ready. I appreciate that, John. It's so sad that I know you're about to say something stupid, but I just know every time. Jackie? Look, how do you fight into this crap? What are you meant to do?
No.
Like, he's healing his whole team. You're all getting damaged by the same crap. What are you meant to do?
Nothing. You're meant to do nothing, Mikey. What if, another theoretical, what if Tiny had an alternate mode where he would plant himself in the ground and become a ranged building?
What?
Think about it. Think about it.
MQ, this could be the last team fight. They're going to jump in on Jackie. Solidarity now just trying to burst down the bristle. He's not dead yet though, Jackie. He'll make his way out. No problem thus far. Just needing a BKB and now the turnaround. JG's in trouble. JG is down. MQ, he looks like he's completely out of gas. He'll try and get onto Jackie. Maybe at least finding one. But guess what, John? Defense Matrix is a thing. Nobody's dying. GG's called. We are seeing Tinkerband in Game 2. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
It's not making it true. And Boom Esports, I mean, not to sound harsh here, but they sail right through this game one. They didn't break a sweat. All the lanes won out. There was no challenge. They picked the Tinker. They're like, all right, here it is. We have Tinker. What are you going to do? Night Stalker. Okay. And, I get you. I don't think the Night Stalker itself was the issue, but the draft around it just didn't really support it. Like, you didn't have enough hold. The Storm Spirit of Bob had no one to follow through with. Armel just had a steady lane. You had these foundations built up. They went with 3 tanky cores, and you had no burst damage on hand. And the ideas there from the Mongols just fell flat. Boom, for their part, again, they're looking great. They're playing like we used to see them at peak back in the prime days of the DPC. This almost is reminiscent of that prime Boom Esports. The hungry beasts are there. Very hungry beasts with Armel on hand. So I want to see that hunger maintained. I mean, look, I'm not meaningfully taking shots at Armel, right? But
you're not meaningfully doing it. What do you mean? You literally took the time out to interrupt yourself to say you're really hungry with Armel. Well, why are they really hungry with Armel, John? Can you break down the joke for me, please?
He has a point. He has a point to prove that he can still go to lands, Mikey. It's been a while for Boss Armel, okay? That's why he's hungry.
Okay.
That's why he's hungry. And, Boom Esports, they're one game away from qualifying into DreamLeague Season 26. So, they want to do that clean. They want to send a message, Mike. The Mongols don't want to go down quite. They're going to have to re-examine the draft, re-examine their ideas, perhaps, and figure out some holes. Number 1, ban Tinker. Number 2, figure the rest out. I think that's a good step 1, though, like you said there, Mike.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for that. With that, I thought I heard a voice. There we go. There's the voice. We can go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. And right after that break, we're going to be back with game number 2 between Boom Esports and the Mongols. We'll see you again soon.
Amazing grace, amazing grace, amazing grace, our Lord. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. I was blind, but now I see. Was grace that full my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieve. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first beheld.
Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and old lang syne? For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae paddled in the burn fae morning sun till dine. We've wandered mony a weary fit sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. We twa hae rin aboot the braes and pooed the gowans fine. But seas between us braid hae rolled sin old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. And surely you'll be your pint stout, as surely I'll be mine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. So here's a hand, my trusty fear, and gie's a hand o' thine. We'll take a recht good wally wacht for old lang syne. For old lang syne, my Joe, for old lang syne, we'll take a cup o' kindness yet for old lang syne. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever.
DreamLeague Season 26 SCA closed qualifiers here with MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back. So it's been a pleasure casting with you after so long. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great, Mikey. We saw a pretty strong performance from Boom in Game 1, to say the least. The Mongols just not really finding a footing in that game, so I'm curious to see what their course correction here is. What is it, Mikey?
John, before we do get off the cameras, can I just ask you, right? You haven't seen me in a few months. I had 2 kids. Is my forehead getting bigger or not? Be honest with me.
No.
Am I balding?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Okay.
I don't notice it. It looks about the same as I remember, yeah.
It is, let me know.
Looks the same, Mikey.
If I start balding, let me know.
Yeah.
That's all.
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, I expect it to start thinning from you grabbing your own hair, so I don't think it's going to be natural causes, Mikey. You just wash your hands, you know. Don't reach up here, and you're fine. You have good genes, Mikey. You have thick hair. You have a nice beard. It's not fading away anytime soon.
My dad was bald, John. Daddy was bald. Granddaddy was bold. We all had great genetics once upon a time. Draft started, by the way. You can head to the draft screen now. I'm getting kind of depressed looking at myself at this point. Thank you, Mr. Producer. We're all bold, Jonathan. We all started with great genetics. We all did. You know? Then we had these kids. And everything changed.
So you're saying, yeah, it's correct. It was your fault your dad grew bald, and it's going to be your kid's fault you're going to get bald. Is this the implication?
I don't know if it was my fault. I had 2 younger sisters, so I'm pretty sure they did it to my dad. And now I've got 2 daughters, and they're doing the same thing to me. So I think, I better not continue this conversation because I know where it's heading. Right? There's some gender arguments happening here. Let's move on to the draft. Of course, we've got Warlock versus PA for the opening pickups. Boom Esports going right to the PA. What is it, John? Conversation's over, John. I realized where it was going.
Conversation's over.
Enough's over. Enough's enough. What do you think about this Warlock
It's
first
done.
pick?
Well, I think Warlock first pick is brave for the Mongols. I don't see any particular reason why you would want to pick the Warlock into the PA. They must have some idea as to what they want to get in the lane. As Warlock does hold steady lanes, right? Like, now you can go for something like Spectre if you so wish. Lifestealer is kind of fine with that as well, always regenning up. So there's quite a few options here for the Mongols in terms of safe lane with Warlock. There's some great combinations with Fatal Bonds. Like a Bob Ember could be really good with a Warlock here. A Keeper for Light 4 with the Ember plus a Warlock. We've seen that before. A lot of damage that can fly out in the middle of these team fights. A lot of sustain. Granted, these are 2 very squishy supports that will get crushed by the PA. Boom already covering their bases. They ban out the Ember beforehand. They're banning out the Tide. So you don't have that, at least one hero that can kind of play with the Fatal Bonds. Mongols also banned out the Magnus along with the Tinker, TB, and DK themselves. So taking care of some of the issues in the last game with the Tinker and the DK taking out. But I guess they could also think about like a Jakiro here on the Mongols if it's not banned out by themselves. They can take Jakiro Warlock. It does still lack control, but Fatal Bonds and Macropyre is deadly. You have some decent team fight with the Chaotic Offering. Ice Path is still useful, and you can kind of build up from there. So I'm just curious what the foundation, or what they're building on this foundation of Warlock, because normally in first pick you get something that really changes the game. Warlock isn't necessarily that hero. He helps other heroes, change the game. And again, there's still a few options there, but it's a rather strange one. I guess they're trying to keep their cards close to their chest here on the side of Mongols and try to pocket out what they want to combine with a Warlock. Maybe make Boom think twice about some of their bans and picks.
If there's anything Dota's taught us, John, it's how to talk about absolutely nothing for as long as it possibly takes for the next pick to come out. I mean, I asked you about this Warlock because I had nothing else to ask, and you blabbed on for at least 5 minutes. I appreciate that, Jonathan.
Mike.
What is it, John?
Look. It's my art degree. Okay, it's not even my art degree. My animation, my time in university in animation, I had like Western art history, I had Asian art history, and I had history of film, experimental filmmaking. We had to study stuff, man. Like, there's this painting, or there's this mural, and you zoom out, and then there's, in a little corner, we were made to talk about this guy waving a towel. Like, it takes you like a 10 times zoom into that picture. And I had to dissect that. I had to make a 5-page report. So I can, this is easy.
Sounds like
there's
an arts
something
degree.
to talk about here, Mike.
I know you're not lying, because that is literally what an arts degree is, talking about
Yeah.
literally nothing. Whatever ridiculous crap they can come up with. Boom Esports. Chen and Tiny being picked up. Very interesting, by the way, John. We don't get to see Chen too often. Does get picked up. What are you thinking about it? I feel like Chen games are so 50-50.
Now they are. Mind you, are picking a Zhao, or like a Zhao Newell Chen, maybe a Jabs, not a Jabs Chen, maybe a Tim's Chen as well. Certainly a possibility.
Should be Zhao.
It should be Zhao. I think it's kind of strange because Chen's summon is now a creep hero, right? So you can't just kill off his facet creep, but his converts are still susceptible to just being traded around and kind of deleted, so they're not part of the exceptions, if I recall that patch right. It can boost the tempo of your game. PA is not necessarily a fast push hero. It does give you some sustain, and I think it can be devastating in lane. I'm curious to see which facet you take. What if it's just the wolves one again, or if you take something like the crawlers, like the new creeps with, say, tendrils of the deep, that could be quite fun as well once they evolve. The Mongols, for their part, very bog standard. Beastmaster TA. TA can kind of play with the Fatal Bonds quite nicely with the Psyblades. Get some decent lanes coming out here as well. TA Tusk is likely what you're going for, and now just Beastmaster Warlock. So the Axe spam plus Fatal Bonds is pretty high pressure. That's one way to kind of slow down PA. It's rather interesting to pick Beastmaster into Phantom Assassin as well, because it does feel like that is, you know, it's normally, PA is normally the Beastmaster counter, because you just play dagger, you stand back from the lane, but they still pick that in here for the Mongols. So I'm curious to see if they have that much confidence in, say, flexing Warlock into 4 just to play with Beastmaster lane. Maybe some shenanigans would say early upheaval instead, right? Like Borislow upheaval in the back. If you're not worried about being stunned, there is some decent chase down potential there, although that might be a little bit of a reach.
5 seconds remaining.
Could be. Final banouts to come here between these two sides. So this time around, like this, for Boom Esports at the very least, every time I see China, I just don't know what to think anymore. I just don't know what to think. I usually err to the side of the opposing side, because I don't think Chen wins that many games. We'll see. Even Darkseid today. I feel like we haven't really seen many Darkseid wins today.
5 seconds remaining.
Been a little bit more touch and go, but I do feel like this is maybe a bit more decent of a Darkseid game. Like Vac Wall does have the Avalanche Toss to kind of tie into it. And again, with Chen, Tendrils of the Deep on some of those creeps, you have a mini Ravage. There's some follow-up stuns that you can play with. There's auras from the Darkseer that can tie in with the Chen nicely. Or, in fact, with the Chen going fast mech, your Darkseer can focus on other things if you want to. More utility to come out. So I do like this for the side of Boom Esports. We are seeing, I mean, how else they'd want to tie it out? Probably just eyeing a support / mid. And there is still some flex on this Tiny for our Mel. The Mongols as well, looking for likely their safe lane, as it does look like Boom Esports are anticipating the mid TA with a Sven ban. And the Mongols just taking care of the Death Prophet, which Armel was running a couple of times in some teams he's been playing in, along with a Slardar. Taking care of, again, further combinations to tie in with Vac Wall in terms of playing in that mid lane as well. It can kind of hold its own. And a little bit of that flex. There's some weird flex that you can do, but it's a little bit too much for Boom. Also, just removing the Corrosive Haze combination with PA is always a sound call. You don't have the option for Tied on Boom, so you don't get Tied PA online as Boom Esports banned at themselves. What else could you want here for good old Armel? Into a TA matchup, you know, why not do this? Why not be extra toxic and say Viper or Razor on mid? I don't think it's too bad. Holds lane fine. Either one's going to win out. Could be a nice way to go about it. If not something like, say, Monkey King's there.
I like it. I kind of agree. I think you could just pick something like Viper and just ensure this TA doesn't have a game. Even Husker, you know, if you wanted to Husker it up. I don't know if it's really viable right now, but there's plenty of heroes you could choose to just completely decimate this TA throughout the game. Problem is, Boom Esports are going to have the last pick first. So chances are you can flex the TA, and instead they're just going to go down the puck route. That is an Armel puck, though, Jonathan. You know, it does bring some confidence into you.
That it does. It's a more boring pick, but it's a very stable pick. Can lane into TA fine. You can dodge out the strikes. You can just keep regenning up. Rune control. Maybe a little bit more important for the puck, but not necessarily something you ignore in the TA either.
I mean, Vac Wall plus Dream Coil is going to be pretty disgusting.
Yeah, just more layers on top of the set combo with the Avalanche as well. So just more hold, kind of compensating for the last time we saw Darkseer. There was just not much follow-through. You have that in spades here for Boom. I'm wondering what the Mongols will want for OMQ. Okay, it's just going to be a mid-shaker, so they will run an OMQ TA. And shaker into puck is honestly somewhat fine. Like, you get brown boots, it's almost like a Monkey King. You kind of try to get brown boots, run forward, and apply as much harassment as you can. Enchant Totem is not to be underestimated. It does give you some team fight here on Mongols. You can use the wall illusions against them, just have more stuff to Echo Slam on top. Can be nice. And it does course correct nicely from the Mongols in that they have much more stable hold, right? You can always rely on Fissure. You can always rely on the Blink Enchant Totem or the Blink Slam. You've got Vision coming out here with your TA with the traps. You've got the Shard as well with the Silence that can be devastating. So I like this kind of draft for Mongols. It's a lot more straightforward to play. I will say that Boom Esports, their draft does look pretty high tempo. You know, like PA is not necessarily a slow hero. Once you get Battle Fury, you can join these fights. You've got a Chen with a Satyr convert. Nothing too crazy there for Zhao, but that does mean a stable lane for Jackie overall. And you end up with the Darkseer tiny lane. So you do have a good front line to run in, play with the Iron Shell. You've got some tossback opportunities. You've got some burst damage to apply pressure onto OnQ and Castaway. And I think when it comes down to that, I think the well-roundedness of Boom's draft does land a little bit more confidence out, but I think the Mongols draft is certainly a lot better than what we saw in Game 1.
I agree. I agree. In fact, I dare say Mongols have the better draft going into this matchup now against Boom Esports. I would certainly be looking towards their draft if I was a betting man, Jonathan. So, see what Boom can do. Again, it's always back to the Chen for me. I just have no faith in this hero. We'll see what Zhao gets done. Boom Esports Mongols. I mean, Mongols, they are one game away from being knocked down to the lower bracket final. And of course, Boom Esports currently one game away from being able to proceed straight through to the qualification. Straight through to DreamLeague Season 26.
And you know, I remember when we were talking to Gary in ESL1 Bangkok, he was like, yeah, we need the points. You know, he's like, we need to keep going to these EWC tournaments. We need points, you know. My team, they have to play better. You know, stuff like that. I don't know if that does any justice for Gary. Apologies, Gary. But
it's a very good imitation. Pinoy Puck is the call here from Bob. Here we go.
Oh my god.
It is a Bob Shaker, by the way. Yeah, what are they saying?
Yeah.
Go on.
Armand saying, don't be scared, Bobby. Daddy Paps. Daddy Bob. Don't be scared. Don't be nervous. It's fine. Bob saying, the face of Chen makes me nervous.
What?
Oh, Lord.
Here we go. Smoke on smoke situation. Both sides running opposite ways, but you do have Zhao and Jackie hanging by the top side, which is exactly where the Mongols are currently running. Satu Mindstealer will kind of give it away, though, that they are incoming as Zhao. Yeah, he's fine. Of course, Bob's not going to want to skill up Fisher to try and get someone by the tier 1 tower. And they even drain a bit of it. They give Bob the old mana burn. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is.
Just being a nuisance. Unfortunate that the Tusk Innate gave away that smoke. Otherwise, they would have had a freebie. Don't even get the bonus rune. Instead, Boom manages to secure a tree for themselves. A little bit unfortunate, right? Like, Januel's microwing, he sees that bitter chill, he sees that aura effect come in, and you're like, yeah, alright, smoke's there. And the Mongols are like, what can you do?
Oh, this could be a first blood, Johnny.
Ooh.
They've got double iron shells. In fact, they've only got one going so far. It's all just on Tim's, but AmQ took so much out of that. In fact, oh no, Tim's now the one in danger. Tim's might be feeding his life, and he does. But Jabs didn't really seem to want to commit. He had Iron Shell off cooldown for a while, but he didn't put it on himself, and it seems like maybe a bit of miscommunication here between these two.
It certainly was. Would have been a big opportunity to put OnQ on the back. They still managed to at least get the creeps under the tower, so they've got the creep setup just coming back to equilibrium for themselves, but a missed opportunity.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, Tim's was trying to pull the creep wave, John. Committed the avalanche, missed the creep, still got 3 of them. It's a pretty rough start here for the bottom lane of Boom Esports, just a couple of awkward mistakes happening. He still get away with 3 creeps, but this is a pretty awkward start because they missed the creep skip with a double iron shells. Now they've missed the creep, the wave going. It's still going, so Tim's has to wait for another wave. Meanwhile, top lane, Jackie and Zhao are going at it. Of course, JG and DJ. This is going to be a bit of an annoying lane, I think, for the Mongols, considering Jackie here just has unlimited mana regen thanks to that Satyr Mindstealer coming in. So you got that going for you, just constant daggers to be thrown out. But then again, I suppose JG and DJ not going to be too concerned. Of course, both having sticks ready to go whenever.
Yeah. Still, just getting burned down means that you're not really leveraging. And again, you pick the Beastmaster into PA. Normally, that's considered a great lane for the PA, as they do
DJ.
isolate DJ a bit.
Big jump in. Oh, the shards not going to lock him down. Can he get away? He can. They won't have the damage. But I appreciate how aggressive they are being here at this top lane as Zhao just not letting up. Another penitence out. JG not going to die, I don't think, but they'll keep him quite low on HP.
Okay, well, just apply that pressure in lane. Again, get as much as possible for Jackie. Early top of the CS board already. And it's going to be a smooth ride for him into maybe even just the Orb of Corrosion, maybe just a casual Orb of Light, not just going for fast treads, no messing around. Into the battlefield with an Orb of Light coming, although.
They're really just not giving any kind of access to the creep wave for JG at all. And again, I think Jackie just knows he'll have unlimited mana regen coming in with the Sati Mind Stealer, so who cares? I'll just spam this dagger off cooldown.
Yeah, nothing to be concerned about. Again, you're just keeping the side of Mongols down. You constantly mana burning away. You got Lotus control up as well. This great lane, in theory, of a Tusk and Beastmaster really isn't coming together. You can't even go for the boars. You just have to go for the Axis, because the PA will just get extra form of the boars up. And yeah.
Now a tornado is here. I mean, this tornado is just... The amount of damage it does is so stupid, honestly. Like, you really can't underestimate it. It's just so annoying. JG had a tango going, by the way. That's why it didn't look that bad. But it's just so annoying.
That it is, but it's also, like, accurate, right? Like, it's a tornado. If it's not lifting you up in the air, it should be doing a ton of damage onto you. So try.
He'll blink strike away. They're trying so hard to snipe these creeps as well from Zhao. Like, we saw that just how much emphasis they're applying to ensuring this Sati monster just dies before it becomes a big nuisance. Because it's so annoying. Like, your mana drain... In fact, it dies again now thanks to DJ and the Wild Ring Ripper, but the mana burn is just so... Like, it's such a nuisance for a hero like Beastmaster who just wants to spam axes.
It's not feeling great. Yeah. Just, again, you're getting a lot of value here from Zhao, which is what you like to see. And again, this is leading into Jackie having a pretty free lane. Can take a gander back at mid. It's been going pretty damn well for Bob. Again, this is a lane where you can get a little bit more as the Shaker doesn't even have brown boots, but has been able to just apply some pressure onto Armel, maintain his presence here. He does have the infused raindrops as well to kind of sustain from the poke of the orb. So this is the one lane that does feel pretty stable for the side of the Mongols. Not by a huge margin, but certainly is their best performing lane. You're not struggling at all on Aonkyu at the least. Again, you're somewhat matching Jackie. You're keeping JG, or you're keeping Jabs a little bit further down. Armel.
He's pretty deep right now. He'll have the orb to draw him back to. He's going to be just fine. It was a bit of a cheeky rotation coming in from DJ to help out. Obviously, very hard to catch the puck, though. So I think Bob will be pretty happy with the way this lane's gone. Like, he's ahead in CS. He really hasn't been threatened out at all by Armel, and in fact, he's the one threatening Armel's top lane. Zhao finally going to get caught. Stick charges up. It's not going to matter. In fact, Jackie jumped in pretty aggressively here, but it was already too late. Zhao has gone down.
You finally get that punishment they're looking for in the Mongols. Mid. Poking and prodding Bobby and Armel.
Yeah, Armel's trying to get the better end of this, but it's Bob constantly running at him, threatening him with the right click of that enchant totem, and even the slugger. You really can't underestimate how much that slugger does if you just keep getting hit by it. Very annoying.
And it is. Even with the values nerfed down, still constant presence out from the Shaker that allows him good poke. 6-minute rune, not going to be spawning here down bot for Bob to contest. A regen for Armel with no deny from DJ. So Boom, again, just pretty much finding everything they'd want. Again, apart from maybe Aonkyu running away from the lane and Jabs having a slower start. This is what you tend to see from Darkseers anyhow if you're not killing the lane off. You just kind of have to sit back and farm into initial auras, but you have some foundations here for Boom. Side of Mongols, though, I mean, they're slowly reaching that point where, you know, they can start to play a little bit more. They're rotating more heroes down bot here.
You want Jabs. Jabs just committed Surge, so he doesn't have it available right now for this escape, and he will not be having any chance. As Tim's did move in for an avalanche, but he might be going down to boot. They're bringing people in through the twin gates to try and help out. Tim's, he's still alive. A coil out from Armel and a toss back into the tier 1 tower. Onto this tusk will mean DJ should be going down eventually, but they're healing him from the shadow work. Keeping him alive. Here comes Zhao now. Zhao actually taking him down with the creeps, and well, now they can continue. Castaway being chased, but so is Tim's. Castaway will drop. Tim's will be okay. And with that, it seems as though Boom Esports do still come out on top.
I think they do. I like what the side of Boom are doing. They're applying pressure on Onq's lane. They know that this TA, even if they don't kill her, they have to kind of put a dent in her farm progression, right? Because the TA will naturally, for a while, outfarm the PA until that Battle Fury is up and Jackie can start to catch up. But before that, you're playing with Psyblades. You've got protection with traps. It's going to be a hard hero to gank up. You need to kind of nip it in the bud as early as possible, and they at least try to apply some pressure there, freeing up the top lane for Jackie in the process. However, the Mongols, I don't think they're feeling too bad, right? Like, again, Onq's still farming well. He didn't die. He's still crushing this lane with jabs in it. The issue is, for the Mongols, that your other lanes are just a tad bit slower. You have three cores kind of tied up in farm, Bob, Jabs, and JG, but the fact that Armel is kind of getting the steady progression into, say, the Witchblade down the line with power treads, phase boots can be troublesome. Again, we were talking about hold options from the Mongols. You do have the Roar ready on JG, and it's still relatively open as to whether or not he wants to commit for something like, say, the Helm or the Axe buildup. You've got some big stacks for Bob to play with on that Slam just to get a faster blink. Does know that he's not going to be able to get a big Slam without that blink anyhow. But again, it's almost the same story as Game 1, where a slower game for Boom kind of favors them. Like, even if Aonq's #1 net worth right now, the fact that the PA is not being pressured while she's farming into the Battle Fury point is already, like, immensely big for Boom. If this Battle Fury for Jackie lines up, which we know how Jackie farms, it will line up. And he's just going to take over net worth for it and just let him AFK farm for like 10-15 minutes.
Oh, absolutely. The thing is, well, Zhao's been very good at helping him clear the creep, like rather the stacks in the jungle as well. And not right now, but just earlier on, he was just hanging by Jackie, just helping him clear out all the creeps quickly, let him get back to the lane. You know, you love to see that little kind of stuff, though. Again, MQ for now, still having a better time, but you kind of anticipate that considering he is playing TA. Mid lane. Big jump in. They've got themselves a Bob Earthshaker. Bob, he's going to try to run the old-fashioned way, but the chase is on by those jabs. He actually misses the wall, but it won't matter. They will find one. Roar out. They want Jackie. Heals come in. Jackie's still alive. Has Blink Strike in one. Does get it off in time. He'll make his way out. Meanwhile, Armel, he'll take down Castaway. And now they've even got themselves a Beastmaster. JG trying to run. Can he make it out? In fact, the turnaround. Armel dropping low, but here comes Jackie again, and a triple kill for Armel. Even an amp damage rune just casually waiting for the puck when the fight is over. You love to see it.
And I really love seeing Jackie take some activity out for himself as well. Again, this is before Battle Fury comes in. Just having confidence with methodical coup de grace up, and having the Phantom Strike up at level 3, just the extra attack speed does make short work of a few heroes if they're out of position. Mind you, again, this is going to segue into a Warlock point, but you do have 3 charges in the Black Room War for Castaway. He could opt to eat it soon. Have level 6, have the Chaotic Offering up with the Fatal Bonds, with a Slam ready to go now on Bob, although no Blink. There are some opportunities that can start to present itself here if you're not too careful.
He's going to head down bottom once again. There is going to be a chase onto Jabs. Snowball not going to quite land thanks to the surge of Jabs, but he's still in a lot of danger as the shards will connect. Nice little vacuum TP attempt, but not going to be even close.
No. And it's a costly one, but they find a core kill. Mind you, Jabs again isn't the highest net worth. He's been struggling in this game. Same goes for JG, who has not had a free run on that Beastmaster. Trying to rush into the Axe, so not going for the Dominator build that we saw Jabs go for last time, which I think is fair. The Axe has tended to be a little bit more popular, just by a slight margin, if I recall right. And at that point, that's when things can start to play in, right? Like, you're expecting Ag's timing to line up with Desolator timing on Anq. That would open up Roche as Castaway dies again.
He certainly does. Not a very fun game thus far for Castaway. Good news is, though, he still has the Black Grimoire up, I guess. Doesn't really have much in the way of XP with it, but he's got it. Bob. Caught. Nice toss back here. Tim's not finding himself a creep, and now Bobby is looking to fall. In fact, it looked like they were almost going to feed the kill to Jackie, but instead Armel will take it. Why the hell not? Just escalate into that Witch's Blade a lot quicker than you need to. And sure, I mean, Umq is still top of the net worth board, still having a great old time, but he just needs quite a bit more. Like, at least BKB Deso. Here we go. DJ's going to TP in. Roar is out. They're going to try for the Chen. Golem drop even from Castaway, but Chow is actually just tanking through it. They'll finally get rid of him. That's a lot of commitment for your pos 5 Chen to go down.
That it is. The Grimoire, the Chaotic Offering down, does mean they have to commit for the Siege on mid. It isn't the healthiest tower, so Castaway should be able to at least poke and prod along with Anq on hand. Not much in the way of stopping this, although Sims is trying to eye, but no blink on our Tiny yet.
Nice
Good deny from Armel. Just holding that off. And now you can fully say that the Chaotic Offering was almost pointless. It does allow them a way of sneaking into the triangle a little bit safer, sneaking into the top jungle a little bit safer, if they did manage to set up some forward vision for it. Not quite there yet. You do have some timings lining up. Bob does have his blink flying in, so some big slams can kick in with, say, a pretty good usage from the Fatal Bonds. You're going to be able to find some nice team fight for yourself, but Boom Esports also just going for that smoke. Again, full Witchblade up on Armel, and him and Tims are just hungry to hunt for more.
On MQ, I mean, this is the thing. The TA has been left uncontested, and they must know that she's pretty farmed up. Mind you, still has the bottom tier 1 tower, so it's not going to be the easiest kill to commit to. In fact, MQ is being quite cautious here with his positioning, backing off at that right moment, realizing there's a few too many heroes missing right now. In fact, Jackie and Zhao now going to cut him off as well. My goodness, they literally brought everyone to ensure this man could not run away. I can respect that, though. It's a very important kill, and the gold will go the way of Jackie, of all people.
Yeah, that's him now showing off that full Battle Fury, just rushing into the BKB, wants to maintain that tempo with his team. That's a big kill. I think all Anq wanted to do was drop some traps to watch Tormentor area. And he was walking back, realizing it's going to be 50. He's going to need to keep track of that. Gets punished for it instead. Boom takes a tier 1. So now they can just camp this area into the 15-minute mark. Try to take Tormentor. You're fine kind of surrendering top tier 1 for that, as no one's making their way in for the defense. Maybe take a mid-tier 1 in exchange. But the safe call is going to be Torm. And Zhao is already walking down with the army to kind of keep track of it, just to make sure they get it on the dot. You do have some gate shenanigans that can come out here from the Mongols with them finding that top tier 1, but it can be a risk. You have the vision advantage here for Boom.
Will be taken very easily here by Boom Esports. No contest whatsoever. Tims will find himself a free shards, which is, you know, not the greatest free shards, but it is what it is. You take what you get. And with that, Boom Esports 5k net worth advantage. Jackie is now only about a 200 gold away from this TA, which it's just pretty funny how quickly he closed the gap there. MQ, I think at one stage was like 2-3k ahead of this PA, but it just doesn't matter.
No. Once that Battle Fury is up, you're just going to get outpaced. PA is just a lot more mobile with a Phantom Strike, and can just clear out these camps a lot quicker. You're missing out on the key timings now for Mongols as well, right? Like we talked about that blink connection being there for Bob. It does feel like there's some pressure to make a play happen as the smoke comes out from Boom.
DJ does get the invis rune for himself. Echo Slam committed as well onto Bob. They do heal him up, but it's not... Oh, maybe it does matter. Armel!
Oh.
What do you mean? How is he not dead? Armel! He's walked out of there.
Oh.
Are you... I mean... That's actually kind of crazy. Like, the fact that this Chen actually kept him alive. Now Tim's moving in, trying to kill Castaway. How did he not die? Tims?
Oh.
They'll find Tims at least. Is there going to be a turnaround? He's actually avalanche tossing DJ's about to die, and he will die. Armel able to come back, clears up 1 for 1. How did he actually survive that? He was like 1 hit away from dying the whole time.
I think Armel had a little bit in his wand. After the heal, he had a window as well to go into phase shift, so Puckish kicks in, and then he just walks away. They went all in. I was just talking about it as well. Bob with a blink, with his combination with Fatal Bonds, you're looking for bigger targets to go for. If you can burst down Armel, yes, it's very worthwhile, but the puck is slippery. Again, your chain control here on Mongols is very sensitive. You have to time those disabled just right. And they kind of stacked it a bit. They got slammed, instantly went with a baller's punch, looking for the burst. And because you stack all those stuns, there is a window for Armel to dodge out with Puckish. It's just enough.
Tim's gonna find himself Castaway. Poor old Castaway gonna have to accept another death on the board for himself. That'll be the 4th this game for him. You gotta stop being a little bit concerned now if you're Mongols. It seems like they're gonna try and force this Roshan attempt now. Of course, you do have the Desolator completed with the Blink Dagger for MQ, but mid lane, they found Bob. Oh, that's a big loss before Roshan. Oh, and JG! JG's got a haste rune. He's okay. He's alright. Just playing with fire. But that puts an end to the Roshan attempt. In fact, now Tim's revealing he's got a blink up. So, even more concerning signs now if you are the Mongols. And of course, Boom Esports, they'll happily retreat as long as Roshan's not happening. There's no need to force any kind of fight.
No.
But they might need to try and contest this. Roshan is once again happy.
They do have Vac Wall. They've got the Blink Avalanche Toss. They do get the scan off as well. They're in a good spot to contest, and Armel does scout it out. It's not the quickest. It's pretty fast, but there's a window here to play.
They could get in there. Orb is going to fly through. Roshan down. JG picks up the Aegis for himself here. Meanwhile, the fight does truly begin as Tim's about to fall, but Zhao again saving the day. The heals are just too much. Golem has been dropped. Rory's out onto Jackie through the BKB, but Jackie's still okay. It seems like Boom, seeing the Aegis go down, might let this one be. I mean, they've already had so many spells committed here, but there's still a couple to worry about, and without the BKB of Jackie, there's no need to force this.
You've done your job. You force out Chaotic Offering again. You disconnect that usage from, say, Bob looking for an angle with a slam. So that overwhelming team fight we're looking for from the Mongols is just kind of being dismantled by Boom. They're not clumped hard enough for you to kind of look for a big commitment on both spells at the same time. You're not really getting the big connections for the Fatal Bonds if you'd want to try to get out here to maximize that damage. You lose the secondary safety net for JG, and that's a big spike for the Beastmaster, right? Normally you take that Aegis, you take the fight, you lose the Beastmaster once, but you clean everyone else up in trying to commit on Beastmaster twice over. Not the case here. 5k lead maintains for the side of Boom Esports, as they've got a lot more to farm up. They've got Jabs with a full halberd up. That's going to be hellish for Omq to play into, as he's still trying to go for just a Hurricane Pike alone. Nothing like a BKB to try to dispel that off anytime soon here. You are still going for the smoke plays out on Boom. Dreamcoil is back up for Armel, and it's just the simple Dreamcoil Avalanche Toss that can kind of clean up here. At the least, JG is in a very sneaky part of the top jungle, and the vision of Boom up top isn't the cleanest, so they're not able to pinpoint exactly where this Beastmaster is, but they've got room to just siege through tier 1s. Like, top tier 1 still standing, try to take control maybe into the triangle, or sneak into the triangle first here.
Here we go, they're in the triangle. Nobody around from the Mongols, so they are going to smoke up themselves now and head into that triangle. Thing is, Boom have already left. Boom will just focus on that top tier 1 tower now. They are still incoming. Bob, he's got the blink with the echo up. There's a lot of creeps around, so they could maybe blow somebody up if they get too far. But Boom, they're playing very carefully here. Tier 1 tower will go down. Still having a look around to see if they can try to force a fight here, the Mongols, but Nobody's showing quite yet. They'll finally see Tims. Tims will actually jump in, but blinks right back out. Snowball is going to drag back DJ quite a fair bit, but he's going to be just fine. There's now Jabs. He's looking for a vac wall opportunity. He's going to drop the wall onto DJ and Castaway. A very nice vac on a 3, but the Echo. Bob's going to try and fight back. He's on a Jackie, but Jackie gets the BKB off in time. He'll be fine to continue the fight now as they'll make the jump onto the Beastmaster, but the Golem is out from Castaway now. They caught Armel. Armel's the one to fall. And this fight is over. Boom need to get the hell out of here. Just back and forth, back and forth. Jackie getting hit by a Fisher. Tim's also caught, but they want the big boy. They'll move it onto Jackie, and they've got him. Massive pickoffs now for the side of the Mongols. And that's a team fight they were waiting for quite a while.
And that's connections we were looking for. Finally getting a fight where they can commit both Slam and the Chaotic Offering, as they might find another one in Tim's. Bob is still on the hunt here, but not going to be able to gap close in the last second. Again, it's just a matter of how hard Boom committed into that area. A very tight choke spot. They did manage to get 2 big heroes in the evac wall, but that's just not enough. The backline was very free. Castaway wasn't under pressure, so he could get a good timing on that Chaotic Offering. He could get value from the Fatal Bonds. And for the side of Boom Esports, they did pop BKBs relatively early on Jackie. He was looking for the opportunities earlier on. The output just isn't quite there. And just a little bit more of a scattered fight. And a tighter clump up than you'd want into all the tools you have. You also have to respect that there's so much debuff immunity pierce here. Chaotic Offering and an AoE. The Roar is always there from JG as well. So even the BKB alone from Jackie doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be safe. He does need that Sanj and Yasha to be up for a little bit of that stat res, to have a bigger window to try to, I don't know, blur around, try to Phantom Strike out of danger, re-engage afterwards, and that's still going to be some gold out. Great equalization out from the Mongols, less than 1k or around a 1k lead left on the side of Boom Esports, as that does drag JG to the top of net worth and AumQ back to the top as well. And he's now going for the full MKB. So even if the magic damage starts to fail on Jackie, let's say he manages to weave in and out of all that debuff immunity pierce, save his BKB for last, eventually this TA right click will also start to be a problem for the PA, and that's just not a great feeling, especially since you have to go for the immaterial evasion talent anyhow. So that's just going to be negated by that. EHP shoots down by a dramatic amount for Jackie. When that full MKB is up and running on AumQ, it's just a matter of time now. For the Mongols part, you have to time yourselves around your ultimates. Like, you've got Slam back up, you're going to have Chaotic Offering up relatively soon. This could be an opportunity to start clumping up, but they are also taking time to just build up themselves. Now, Castaway is just holding font, clearing out some creeps. They're farming up top in JG, same spot he's been in for the past few minutes. Is already at the point where the BKB should just be done. Has the money to buy out the recipe. Another piece of protection here. And for the side of Boom, they don't have that much debuff immunity pierce themselves. In fact, none until you hit puck level 25. So these BKBs are going to do a ton of work on the side of the Mongols, as they will now finally smoke up with all of these ultimates up.
Sure will. Run directly east. Through that dyed triangle they'll go. They have got themselves a puck, although it seems like they'll run into Jow or Jabs first. Jow in position to break the smoke. Will break it onto DJ and Bob, so they're just going to take the quick Chen kill. Raw, meanwhile, being committed. They have also found Jabs. Jabs, still alive, drops the wall down, but it hits nothing. Now, I think it's well worth just committing immediately on the Chen, considering how hard the fights are when Jow is alive and well.
That it does. Like, just removing the heal in a prolonged fight, it's not the longest cooldown. At the very least, just committing Echo alone still leaves you with the option of the Chaotic Offering. And for the side of Boom, their team fight is really stuck on that idea of backwall Beam Foil Avalanche. And they're just not able to find a clump up from Mongols. Mongols have been streaming in a very disciplined manner. They managed to take the Tormentor off the back of that. Free shard for DJ and a lot of gold coming in there for all the heroes on the Mongols. We've got the deeper shards to worry about and blocking some areas. We've still got a long way to go in terms of farm here. Jackie's SNY is almost done at least. That's a step forward, but almost feels necessary to have to build into a Lincoln's. Like multiple Lincolns, it feels like, just to protect, just to provide some coverage from the Roar. And again, even if you block the roar, Chaotic Offering is still there to kind of catch you out anyway with debuff immunity. So it's not so clear-cut for Boom. I think they're just kind of defaulting back to farm, but look at Mongols. They're the ones constantly crossing into enemy territory. They want to keep that pace up. Roar is back up, and they just go on the hunt again. If not on the hunt, then just go for a push. They've got that tempo on their side now.
They're certainly the stronger team at the moment, and they certainly know that too. Boom, they're going to hang around the bottom side of the map for now, just completely avoiding the Mongols. But the Mongols now looking to commit for that tier 2 mid tower, and of course that is not going to take them too much time. Glyph will be forced out early. Question is, do Boom want to hang around and try to make a defense happen here? Try to force a fight perhaps, but it seems like the answer probably will be no. So that being said, the Mongols haven't exactly committed 100% to that tier 2 mid tower. It has been left. Of course, the Zhao Chen creeps are just being a little bit of a nuisance as they find the tier 1 mid tower for free. And there's no creep wave, sadly, for the Mongols, so they can't push tier 2 towers. So they'll go tier 3 instead.
A little bit of a better bet. A nice smoke angle being found by Boom. They could come from behind. The side of Mongols aren't actually TPing out, so there's an intercept course here.
Big wraparound, but it's not going to really matter. Shard's going to block in all the Chen creeps, so they know where they are. Tim's trying to find a target to toss back. Could find JG, but he doesn't have the blink any longer. In fact, JG's the one to jump in. Won't get the roar either. A lot of patience from both sides. Particularly Boom, of course, not wanting to screw up this next fight. Just seems a bit too important at the moment. Tim's going against.
They have to be so careful with position.
Oh, he's a bit he's very deep here, Tim's. He's got no help. He's got no one to toss back to. Oh boy, here we go. The chase is on the Mongols. Well, they'll leave the fight. They just want the Roshan. Much more important.
This is Rosh number 2 with a banner. And again, positioning is key here for Boom. If they clump up too hard, the slam, the chaotic offering, everything's just going to rip them apart here. Although,
JG's dropping quick. Buyback's going to be there from Tim's. Problem is, Raw has been committed on Jackie, and he's dropping very, very quick here. Jackie, he's going to try and fight back. They'll find Armel, though, already. His jab's also dropping pretty darn low. Will go down eventually. It's just so tough. There's so many ways of disabling through these BKBs, it seems. And Amq's just hitting like an absolute truck as well on the TA. So Roshan once again going to be freely given the way of the Mongols. Keep in mind, this is without the MKB being up. He'll have the MKB coming out relatively soon, and well, that's going to make life infinitely harder for poor old Jackie boy.
Yeah. And the biggest loss there, outside of just these heroes dying, of course, is they hand over the gem. So now they can't even take control of the map. They can't stop these traps from just giving all this vision out from the side of the Mongols. And a great rally out from the Mongols. You know, it looked a little bit slower in this game. It looked like, it almost felt like Boom would be able to just maintain that tempo, but they had a slower lane coming out on jabs, right? He's not really able to apply that pressure on Amq. They did get some good rotations out, but they weren't finding that PA for the most part. And it leads to this point where, yes, your PA can scale into this point where she can right-click right through him, but your teamfight control options just don't compare. It doesn't compare to the Roar, it doesn't compare to the Chaotic Offering, it doesn't compare to the Slam option you have on Bomb as well. As their own BKBs feel highly effective into the lack of debuff immunity pierce here on the side of Boom Esports. Like the sustain from Zhao as well, as the game goes on, it grows less and less useful. Like, proportionally, that HP is not going to be as much as it was at, say, 25 at 15 minutes. So it's not simplifying by any means. The Aura play from Jab's not quite done yet. Still working on the Shivas at least to have some more presence. Try to soften up some targets here. Get them to melt. There's that MKB you were mentioning on Amq fully assembled up. So even through all of this evasion, Jackie's just going to be a sitting duck. Jackie, for his part, just trying to work into a full Satanic. I think how these fights have to break out from Boom, it has to be a big back wall. You have to get the silence off from Armel. You have to get the coil. And you have to kind of keep track of Amq. You need to disarm this guy with that halberd you built up on jabs. Because if you allow this TA free hits, it's just over. Like, there's no way you stop that. Either try to pin down Bob or Amq.
Oh, jabs? Jabs went through the wrong twin gate, it seems. Tries to get his way out with the surge and the vac back, but DJ is cutting him off. And eventually they won't even need DJ, they'll just jump with the blink of Bob. Jabs dropping once again. I'll tell you what, John, just Darkseid's not really panning out for anyone today. It's like the third game we've seen of it losing.
Yeah. Again, it's just down to how it feels like the initial lane went. Like that indecision from Jabs when Timps was going all in with the Iron Shell. That's where something laning trouble started to kick in. You didn't get that early advantage. You're forced to play pullback with a Tiny. And that just gave a free lane for Amq. No pressure on that TA, which maintained itself throughout, even into the mid game. Just really nothing to poke this TA out. Still have the safety net of Aegis for 2 more minutes. Slow, steady poke onto the mid-tier tree. Does drop to half HP, or close to half HP at this point. And for Boom now, again, outside of these teamfight executions kind of being a little bit wonky, maybe your best bet now is just hoping and praying that Tims can blink toss back someone that will actually die. We have not seen that pan out just yet for Tims. It's been a tough game for him to look for the isolation in some of these key targets in the back.
It absolutely has. Multiple lanes being forced in as well. Castaway now looking to drop the Roshan banner down at bottom, and he does. Q again just going to get started onto the tier 3 tower on his own, daring somebody to jump forward. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis timing here for MQ. That tier 3 tower, it's basically just being given away for free. They don't see an opening. Next creep wave is on the way, so eventually the backdoor prediction gonna wear off as JG trying to find Armel in the mid lane. Can't quite get there, but bottom racks is still just being taken out. And they will get it for free here. The Mongols really needing to commit nothing for this, apart from a Roshan banner. Still about 50 seconds on the Aegis, by the way, so you do have time if you want to commit for the secondary racks, and it seems like they do.
There's just nothing to stop it. What's the trap? Hold on.
Jump in, Rory's out. They've already found Tims, but a nice back wall, dragging two of them back. Golem drop right onto Jackie, though, but the heals are helping Tims. He'll barely survive. They're still trying for this Tiny. Jackie desperately trying to get some damage out. Echo committed now. He's still man fighting on this PA, but he can't do it on his own. Surely not.
Oh,
he'll heal up again. Oh my, the Satanic. It just did so much work here for the PA. They didn't wait for the Aegis to expire, though. I think it was just about to. It won't matter. Amq's still completely alone. Has to fight back on his own. He'll find Zhao, but it will cost him his own life. That's Satanic, Jonathan. That was a lot of work from that Satanic of Jackie.
It's the Satanic, and it's just a well-timed halberd usage out as well. There was one more right-click opportunity coming in there for Amq, but well-timed. Again, from Jabs, just kind of hold them back. And this time they managed to get that work done. They get the vac wall. It's not on to as many heroes as you want, but it does force a very staggered response out from the Mongols. Like with Jackie having a little bit more of that stat res on Sanj and Yasha, with that Satanic to back him up, as you mentioned, it's a lot harder to burst him when he can fight back. And it does feel like you're going to want some more of that utility to pour in for the Bloom Esports supports. They are 1 racks down. Net worth lead, kind of negligible. Only 2k lead right now for the side of the Mongols. Map state is very much so in their favor. The key thing for Boom is they can't allow the next Roche to go the way of the Mongols. If it does, this game is just going to stay complicated for a little bit longer. They're going to have to try to finagle a way of just isolating Amq once more. They're going to try to push forward just a bit here.
You've got to apply the pressure when you've got an opportunity. You've seen what's going to happen if the Mongols do get the lead. And they are still well and truly in that lead, but it has closed quite a bit. Now a full Parasma up on Armel, so plenty of more damage now, and they are going on the hunt. They'll find DJ. That'll be a nice quick kill for Armel. So suddenly the Mongols, like they're 1 racks up. Onto the second racks, they just kind of drop the ball a little bit, jumping in for a very aggressive roar onto the Tiny of Tims, and it has cost them very heavily now. I mean, it's given Boom an option back into this game. That defense looked like it just couldn't happen earlier.
Yeah. Again, they just kind of fumbled it a little bit. The response out, like the usage of the Chaotic and Aurora just wasn't as clean. They managed to isolate jabs before you can really get as much done. Like the Beastmaster does want to be alive as long as possible with the Drums of Slam up, and they got their target prioritization on point here on the side of Boom. Now we're at the point where the PA is a major threat. Right? Like, if you're not able to just sit there and hit away on OnQ to try to kill off that PA, it can be a problem. Jabs.
Yeah, Jam's being chased. Does pop the shivers. Still taking a lot of damage, though, and does end up going down. So a great pickup now for the Mongols. And Roshan's an early timer, too. Roshan's up in 25 seconds. So that's a pretty important death for the Mongols to see happen. We'll see if they do spot out the Roshan timing quickly, but it's yeah, that's pretty rough. In fact, I say we'll see if they can see the Roshan. They can see the Roshan timer. John, I forgot the innate ability of TA. Of course, they can see when Roshan's spawned.
Yeah, it's a silly one, but they know they've got some room to shove in mid first with a Chaotic Offering committed. They'll take the 2-year tree. They'll see what they can get away with. Boom needs jabs to be around for that road fight and for this high ground defense. Like, these vac walls are pivotal in terms of giving them some buffer zones to play with, some area of control to kind of fight back. Really good pull still being done here by Zhao, using the army to just pull back creep waves, ensure backdoor kicks in. But Mongols actually going for a smoke. They want to snipe someone out. No one stepping outside of base from Boom, though. So they might have to force this movement out. Doesn't look like they want to back off for Roche.
Jump in. Tim's again going to be targeted. They really want that tiny down, though. Tim's healing up just barely here. The Ghost up going to keep him alive. JG jumping in for a secondary roar, though, has found Jackie. Bob will commit the Echo Slam right onto the PA's head, though Jackie does survive, jumping in for the man fight. We'll go after Bob, almost taking him down, and they do get him. The Shaker is gone. Oh my, here we go for more. DJ also getting caught. It's just the thing, like, you commit all these spells, but it's like one small mistake, and suddenly this PA, it's just going to shred through everybody and leave the TA till last. And now suddenly... Oh, I misread it, John. It wasn't respawning in 25 seconds, John. It was going to tell us when it was going to respawn in 25 seconds. My apologies. Oh, goodness, I'm getting old, John. Top lane. JG. Can he get out?
Aw.
He can. Very nice.
They were banking on a Basher, Dagger Basher. Unfortunate, no lucky proc for Jackie. They will know that's a minute away at very least on the side of the Mongols, so they are aware that they've got a little bit of a window. They're going to get respawns out. They're going to have all their spells out.
Quite literally this
Boom.
time around. Yeah, go.
There. Boom. I mean, they hold out. Again, it does cost them near range racks, but you are seeing this PA just kick into full gear. You need more physical burst on OnQ. He recognizes that. He's going for the Daedalus as well. They just need more damage. Like, even if you manage to thwack away on PA, if you don't burst her down, she's going to have that window for the Satanic. She's going to have that window to just lifesteal back up. And again, it does feel relatively forced in how they are kind of using these teamfight spells. Roche is being taken now. The side of Boom should also be aware. They haven't really gotten the vision out, but not seeing anyone on the map should mean that they need to make the play here.
Nice Fisher. That that Pyrrhic cloak, is that how you pronounce it? The neutral item Jackie's got?
Pyrrhic?
Pyrrhic
cloak?
Why am I asking you how to
Pyrrhic
pronounce
victory?
This? Okay.
It's a Pyrrhic victory, right? Yeah.
How do you feel about it? It seems pretty busted.
I think it's fun. I think it's very fun. I think it's cool. I honestly, that's my take on neutrals. I think all of them are pretty cool. Some are boring, but for the most part, all very, very cool. So I'm a big fan. Hence why they're just blocking him, stalling it out as much as possible. And they've got a little creep inside anyway, the Satyr Tormentor to watch, as Roshan hates home invaders, so that's gone. A smoke on smoke. This means a lot. If you lose out in the Mongols here, that could be endgame. Like, 2 lives on Jackie is going to be a nightmare to contend with. They need to find that proper angle with the slam, with Chaotic Offering, with a roar.
Oh, they're wrapping around from the backside here, John, from the east, but Armel's going to break the smoke and immediately jaunts away. He's perfectly fine. Some key buybacks not available right now. Of course, you do have Bob lacking buyback gold. Jab's also lacking buyback gold. And Castaway and Tims can also not rejoin a team fight if it does break out. More importantly though, again, Jabs and Bob don't have the gold. Jump in, mid lane, Tims has been caught, Ghostscepter committed, the Roar doing some work, there's your heal out, Tims is still alive, he's got a bit of time, the shields are incoming, here comes Jackie to try and help, they finally find Tims, and now Jackie, he's in the middle of a pretty awkward scenario here as he's trying to find a blink strike out of there, he'll finally get away, but he's had to pop the Satanic to survive this. Meanwhile, they do at least pick off DJ. A 1-for-1 on the supports.
That is costlier for the side of the Mongols. No chaotic offering, Slam. At least you have the Octarine on Bob, but they need to try to hold off in this Roche. They can't allow this to fall. If Jackie gets away again with that secondary life, this game changes. It's already being shifted, slowly shifted towards Boom anyhow, but you've got to stop this somehow.
Oh, he's such a noob. Look at him just trying to snipe Jackie with the Sire Blades. How annoying. Boom, he's great. I mean, it really is nice, like, to have the presence of mind to just do that crap in the middle of a Roshan fight. JG could get picked off here. Jackie's having a look around, but won't be able to get there in time. Both sides understanding just how important this next Roshan is. Of course, it does have a Refresher Shard plus the cheese on top of the Roshan banner and the Aegis. Jackie. Just an NES illusion they're trying to deal with here. It seems like neither side quite confident in trying to move in.
I feel like Boom should be a little bit more confident. Again, they don't have to worry about the chaotic offering. Roar is there, Slam is there, sure. But the Golem drop's the big one that kind of locks all of them into a very awkward spot. And you can kind of try to dance around the single target nature of the Roar. The Slam, sure, you still have to be completely aware of, but it's a little bit simpler now with Castaway still waiting for that. And the window is growing shorter. 50 seconds away, ticking down. Jack is still slowly checking Roche every single time, but also not willing to take that risk for the team. Does have the full nullifier out, a little bit more damage, tons more counter control coming in.
Yeah, but he has no buyback gold. He's lacking 950 gold for buyback. So it kind of makes this next Roshan attempt even more awkward now, because you know the PA has no way of getting back into this if she does die. Whereas you look at MQ, he has buyback. He's ready. He's held out on buying the Daedalus just for that reason. Roshan still just being teased by both sides. So many traps being placed around the area from MQ though, so it makes it very awkward to try and fight into this.
It's a classic Roche standoff at this point. In your pubs, you get the mid standoff of 6 euros. In pro games, you go at 45 minutes and you stand off by Roshan. No one's leaving this area.
No.
All the time. All the waves are just, maybe you correct mid and bot, top, you just TP if need be. But you are just not willing to give this. And again, you've waited long enough that the Mongols should feel a little bit better about a white team fight. Chaotic offering up, Slam up, Roar up. You have a Crystallis and Aumq. So he has at least the leeway for the mini crit. And he will actually just go for the buyout. Does have the full gold for it, which I do appreciate that he's kind of tired of playing this waiting game. He knows that in a late game scenario, Jackie is just going to destroy this game anyhow. They need to find that advantage now with the refresh on hand as well for JG. Double Roar. That's going to be the big one along with the double BKB. Boom might not be ready for that. There were no hints about the refresh. JG has to make sure that tool really comes in handy here.
Still blocking Roshan as well. Just making things as slow as humanly possible. So now both carries are lacking buyback. Mind you, they're both about 200 gold off for Jackie, about 300 off for MQ. So they'll have buyback once again available really, really soon. In fact, MQ already farming the gold for it. We'll be able to force Roshan now once again. Jackie's still about a creep wave off having buyback gold, so they really don't want to force this yet. Then the bounty runes will fix that problem pretty quickly. He's got buyback now. But nobody's jumping Roshan yet, John. Nobody's going to do it. They're all scared.
I feel like Roche should have an aura where if he senses heroes are stuck here for 3 to 5 minutes, he goes out and starts killing you.
I agree.
No. I think he should do something. Man, the man already walks across. Might as well make him interact with the game more. You know, so you break up the stalemate.
I agree.
All right.
Here comes MQ. This will be a quick Roshan this time, assuming he doesn't keep getting back. Boom know this. They're ready whenever, but they've got to try and get some vision here to time this one perfectly. If anything, you want to try for an Aegis still here for Jackie. It's a hard jump in against JJ. In fact, they'll jump in here with DJ. Jackie's okay. Just trying to scare him into forcing out a BKB or a Satanic usage. Not going to happen this time. Those shards make it very awkward as well, just trying to get down that staircase. Not going to be very fun. Zhao cannot send the creeps in. So it's up to Armel to keep the orbs going. To keep the vision up as Jackie now trapped on the low ground. Still has Blink Strike. He's going to jump in aggressively. Meanwhile, Armel, he does get caught by the raw route, but Tims with a nice toss back. He'll save for now. Tims will die. Meanwhile, they'll find Zhao, or rather Jabs, but Jabs is still alive. Jabs is still fighting, but they lost Jackie. They have lost Jackie, boy. And even though Bob's gone down, it's still just such a messy fight as they're going to buy back and commit. They're going to try again. Roshan's still alive. DJ, able to blink out of there. Roshan just bashing Castaway's Golem, who's just taking it like a man, apparently.
They have to make this work. This is the full commitment. If Boom lose this one, it's over. Their bot has been shoved in as well.
Roshan, it is gone. MQ desperately just picking everything up quickly. And that makes these buybacks look very bad. So it seems like Boom Esports are not really quite willing to commit for the fight once again. And well, here we go. Now you're up against an Aegis, a Cheese, or a Refresher Shard. You've got a Roshan banner up. Things are going to be pretty tough.
They will be. A double echo from Bob. Double BKB is going to be big. Tie that in with the double roar as well, although it's a longer cooldown here for JG. You're on your last ropes here for Boom. This high ground execute has to be the same thing that we saw last time. We've got to see a good back wall from Jabs when he does respawn in. They got a little bit antsy on the side of Boom. They got jumped from Armel, just not the timing you were looking for. Jackie completely isolated away, and again, it's this refresh reveal from JG that he's been very patient with. Pays off the dividends there for the side of the Mongols. Reeling back that lead at 7 to 8k, 84% win probability, but that has kind of bounced around in this game, although it has been in favor of the Mongols for a while now. Boom. They got to make this work. They got level 25 on Armel, but he opted for the Waning Rift radius and max distance instead of the debuffing to piercing Dream Coil. I feel like that, I mean, I guess you could still kind of play around that, but it does feel like that's just kind of complicating these fights. It does make it easier for him to try to be the pesky Puck, but it's just not going to achieve enough in the team fights. Although clearing out the creep waves like this does help you stay in the game, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's the idea here, just because they were losing Raxes so quick. They are still losing Rax quite quick. So now one lane of barracks left here for the side of the Mongols to secure. Again, they've got plenty of time with the Aegis and everything else to commit for this. In fact, they still got the Roshan banner of DJ. So it should be a pretty I want to say easy secure for the Megas. It's obviously not going to be that easy, but it shouldn't be too hard either. They've got all the tools in the bag necessary.
Yeah. They've got Bob up with his own full refresh. They've got the refresh shard now on Castaway.
Armel, Armel's been caught. He's going to try and find a way out. They do drop the Golem for this. Armel, in fact, getting a Dream Coil off. There are heroes incoming. Jabs with a nice wall and Vac being dropped. DJ getting low and does go down. Armel setting up a nice fight already, but that's a very awkward shard. Jabs and Tims both just trapped. They'll pop the Echo. They'll take down Tims, but here comes Armel once again. The buyback from DJ. To the outpost as a Fisher will land. Jabs in trouble. Jabs is trying to run. With the surge up, will be okay. Meanwhile, Raw committed. They have found Jackie. Jackie through the BKB just taking so much damage. He needs a way out of this. He'll go for the fight with the Satanic, but the Ghost Scepter's making it too hard. And that's going to be it. That should be GG. The Mongols I mean, they're still fighting here. Armel could make some magic happen. But it's looking pretty tough for him without a carry to play with for the next 2 minutes. And even if Armel just kind of kites them around, they can just ignore him. And that's exactly what Amq's doing. He's going for tier 4 towers now. Why bother wasting your time chasing the puck when you can just go for the objectives? Jabs forced to come in again. Armel does actually kill off JG by himself, so there is that. He's back into the fight. Amq! Alright, Amq's down the first time. Can they get him a second time? Is he even going to stick around? The answer is he wants to leave, but it may not be that easy. Amq forced to BKB to try and run. Meanwhile, we're all down onto Jabs, but he gets the 4-star away thanks to Zhao. Armel being a real nuisance here. Amq still trying for the tier 4 towers. Jabs going for a chase, but a big fish are being landed onto 3 heroes. Amq though dropping low now. Amq!
Oh!
He'll buy back. He can't afford to die another time though. Could be very risky here for the Mongols if they do lose him. JG still going. Zhao does die. Armel still fighting. Jabs finally will go down. Does have buyback. Will commit immediately. JG dropping low again. This could be a dieback, and it will be. The Beastmaster gone, but now Armel's gone. He'll buy back. Onto the tiny they'll go. Tims. Barely alive thanks to Zhao.
Oh.
In they go with the Dream Call. Armel setting up perfectly. This is all without Jackie. Bob's gone. That's a dieback on the Shaker. The Shaker's dieback, and now Amq. Oh my goodness, Armel. Armel's done it again here, Jonathan. He's done it again.
He has, and that's him with his courier dying with the Yags. He didn't have like the additional damage with the Dream Coil coming in.
Jeez.
It's him and Jabs just having all of this output. The Dark Wall, the Wall of Replica Illusions are just doing so much work with how much is flowing out in terms of farm on Amq and the other course. Divine Rapier, Armel, he knows what he has to do. It's endgame. This is it. They've got a minute and a half. They can just run through some... The issue is they have to run through tier 3s, but once you run through, take a tier 3, go straight for the end game. You have no choice here on the side of Boom. You could look to prolong. There is another Roche you could wait for.
They've got a full minute. Armel did find a task, but I think if you're gonna go for the base, you gotta go. Because I think they've got time. Tier 3 tower into Ancient, I think they've got time for it. With the Divine Rapier, yeah, they're committing. They're going for it. Here we go. The race against the clock. And if you're the Mongols, this is going to be a hard defeat to swallow. I mean, even I tapped out, John. I was about to log off Dota. I was like, oh, this is it. Next lobby, please. Oh, no. My God. GG's
they call it? Oh, my God.
The Chief has spoken, Jonathan. The Chiefs carried the game. Right? It's Merienda time. They've qualified, Jonathan. Boom Esports. The first team to qualify to DreamLeague Season 26. Of course, for the Mongols, Jonathan, they are going to the lower bracket. It's not the end of the world. Obviously, it's gonna... I'd hate to be them right now. I'll be frank. I mean, if you're the Mongols, that's a really crappy way to have to lose. But you got to give them props, John. They put up a really good fight. They lost game 2, even though they should have won. Quite frankly, John, I think the Mongols are going to give a pretty big fight against Talon tomorrow.
Well, you're saying that like it's a sure thing Talon's going to beat out Trailer Park Boys, Mike. I see what you're doing. You're cursing them. You're cursing them. You're pushing them down already. We'll have to see if they can make it through there. But I'm sure the Mongols will give a good fight to either of those options left. And boom. I mean, they take this in dominant 2-0 fashion. They get to qualify to the last part of the EPT outside of the Esports World Cup for those coveted points and keeping Gary's dream alive of just qualifying and representing Southeast Asia in that Esports World Cup. So, I'm sure Gary's out there. There's going to be a video from Boomer like, how did we win that? He's just going like that with more expletives in there. Not friendly for Brock Bass. It's like, guys, what the hell? You guys are so good. My team's so good, man. He's going to go and tell them that we're going to go celebrate a little bit. Work's not done, of course. There is still a tournament to play. But the Mongols, man, I mean, they showed up. They showed up. It's just, there were fine details in the last fight where maybe it could have gone better. Maybe you could have utilized your refreshes better. These one-man slams weren't quite clean. You were clumping up for the vac walls. You were getting antsy to get that win, to drag it into game 3. And maybe you just get lost in the sauce. It's not as clean as they need it to be. they feel confident without Jackie, but I mean, Armel, you can never underestimate a puck, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic plays here from Armel, just kind of showing why he's legendary in the Dota 2 community here in SEA, Jonathan, and well, the Chief has done it once again. As for us, Jonathan, I don't know if I've done it once again because I've got no cue to head. Do we have an interview, John? Is that what's happening? Do we have an interview? I don't know about. No, we don't.
I think so.
We can. See, the producer's just like, this idiot still hasn't ended. Like, oh, I'm going to bed, getting ready for bed. This idiot's still talking. It's MLP Dota Fire. It's been a pleasure. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow to see which other team will qualify to Dream League Season 26 from SCA. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. His Rami had 4 hooves, sir, and on them he did stand. And every step he took, sir, it covered an acre of land. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The wool that grew upon him, sir, made 50 packs complete, and that was sent to Flanders to clothe the British fleet. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. The tail was 50 yards, sir, as near as I can tell, and it was sent to Rome, sir, to ring St. Peter's bell. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rami had a head, sir, that reached up to the sky. The eagles built their nets in it, I heard the young ones cry. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. This Rami had 2 horns, sir, that reached up to the moon. A man climbed up in January and didn't come down till June. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And all the lads of Derby come begging for his eyes to make them into footballs, for they were football size. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And if you don't believe me, sir, if you think I lie, just ask the folk of Derby, they'll say the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. And indeed, lads, it's true, lads, I never was known to lie. If you'd have been in Derby, you'd have seen the same as I. Eyes that buy that builds a boat, and eyes that buy that sails her, eyes that buy that catches a fish and brings them up to Liza. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Sods and rind to cover your flake, cake and tea for supper, codfish in the spring of the year, fried in maggoty butter. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
I don't want your maggoty fish, that's no good for winter. I can buy as good as that down in Bonavista.
Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I took Liza to the dance, and faith but she could travel. Every step that she did take was up to her knees in gravel. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Susan White, she's out of sight, her petticoat needs a border. Old Sam Oliver in the dark, he kissed her in the corner. Hip your partner Sally Taboo, hip your partner Sally Brown, Fogo, Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. I's the boy that builds the boat, and I's the boy that sails her. I's the boy that catches the fish and brings them out to Liza. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle. Hip your partner Sally to Boo, hip your partner Sally Brown. Folk of Twillingate, Morton's Harbour, all around the circle.
Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. Come landlord, fill the flowing bowl and chill it up run over. For tonight will merry, merry be, for tonight will merry, merry be.